The events take place at the Shijiang railway station. Mr. Pan, whose name means full in Chinese, was given some food to take with him on his journey. The man also asked the boy to save his number and be sure to call him when he returned to Shijiang. Mr. Pan thanked Jie Shuwei and apologized for the inconvenience he had caused over the past 2 days, and asked his husband to visit the old man when he had free time. His friend respectfully accepted the apology and agreed to fulfill the request. A subordinate of Jie Shuwei named Heath noticed that his boss was taking the treatment of the tumor very seriously, and thought that he was an important person. The man asked if his employee remembered the story of how, 5 years ago, he was taken to Mount Jifeng to escape assassins. The big man asked if this was the same situation when Bao Wan wanted to secretly kill his boss. It turned out that at that time, Bao Wan sent 23 elite assassins after Jie Shuwei, who drove the man into the mountains. It was at that tense moment that the so-called tumor saved him. Just one golden silkworm killed 23 professional assassins per second. After mentioning such tense moments, Jie Shuwei nervously lit a cigarette. When the boss exhaled smoke, the strong man asked him why he didn't just pay with money, and he explained that such powerful people were too careless about money and didn't need it. Meanwhile, the main character was calmly leaving on the train. He happily sampled the delicacies offered to him and admired the views passing by outside the window. This guy just thought that if he knew that Jie Shuwei was still a bandit, he would have robbed him even more. The train continued moving, and the tumor happily crunched on the delicious food. The train passengers ran past his seats with their luggage and started arguing because one of them had been in the toilet for too long, and now they didn't have time. One of the girls noticed that they missed their carriage because of the quarrel. The company's destination was compartment number 57. The breathless beauties entered and asked if they had sat in their seats correctly. One of the girls sat down and complained that her grumpy friends were incredibly tiresome. She asked Mimi if she was sitting in the toilet because she was hiding from Boss Yuan. Apparently, the girls had already rejected this man, so they suspected a certain connection between the girl and him. Our hero paid no attention to the beauties and calmly continued crunching on the cookies. Meanwhile, Mimi explained that Boss Yuan had been constantly following her since they arrived at the station, and after boarding the train, he literally squeezed himself into their carriage, leaving her with no choice. Her friends apologized to her and advised her not to do it again, and Mimi noted that she did not do it just for herself. The beauty's conversation was interrupted by the loud bang of a bag of chips opened by their neighbor. Only now did they notice that they were not alone in their compartment. The girl with pink hair asked why they had forgotten about the tumor in their carriage, since her friends had booked it entirely for themselves. Our hero finally looked up from his food and thought about the stranger's words. This guy thought the neighbors wanted to try his tea balls. His interlocutor was confused and did not understand at all what this tumor meant. The girl didn't like the main character's tastes, and she suggested that he try real delicacies. She treated the connoisseur to dried meat, and he thanked her for her generosity. As a result, the girl was unhappy with the fact that she shared her food, and her friends laughed at her. There were many open packages of various treats scattered around the tumor. Suddenly the neighbors decided to contact the main character. It turned out that the girls wanted to meet him, and the girl with the bob haircut introduced herself as Suzume, but her friends called her Mimi, and another friend was called Wanner, but to her friends she was Wanhua. The generous girl who treated the guy was named Sinjingjing, but the girls simply called her Sinjing. Friends asked our hero to tell about himself, and he introduced himself as Sun Doe. He was 20 years old, he had always lived on Mount Jifeng, had never studied anywhere, and had no friends. The protagonist said that his father always called the boy a glutton, and the other students called the boy a teacher, and the girls laughed and said that perhaps the other teachers called him a student. Sun Doe was offended and noted that his father only had 5 disciples, and this guy was the chief among them. Senjin asked what kind of craftsman the protagonist was, but he himself did not know, because he simply prepared medicinal baths every day and filled the bottle with various products. This did not make the girls happy, and they also called the guy a glutton. At this moment, Sinjin noticed that the neighbor had already eaten almost all the beef, and Sun Doe confirmed that he had indeed already opened 10 packages. When someone approached their compartment, Mimi laughed sweetly, realizing that our hero really was a glutton. The door opened and Boss Yuan, who had been chasing poor Mimi all this time, appeared. The man with a disgusting smile laughed evilly. He noted that the girl had acted impolitely by running away from him without warning, but the boss was not offended. Boss Yuan noticed that he had very few people lately, and Mimi's friends listened carefully and thought about how to save their friend. The man reminded his subordinate that last time she had agreed to his conditions. He asked if she would take the job because they had a rich benefits package and a much higher salary than old Shaylin. The friends lied when they said they would be happy to join Boss Yuan, but in fact they had already promised to listen to their compartment mate's story about life in the mountains. Sun Dawei calmly offered the stranger tea eggs, but the stranger thought that he had completely ruined his plans. Boss Yuan was annoyed by his failure and left the carriage without achieving any results. But the man didn't want to give up and came up with a new plan, so he smiled suspiciously. In his anger, he thought that the girls themselves would continue to beg him on their knees. After Boss Yuan left, the girls were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and thank Sun Dawei for his help. The main character did not understand the reasons for the girls' gratitude, and Mimi noticed that she had fried fish with her. Suddenly, it became known in our company that a certain Boss Lin felt ill, so his partner called a doctor. Apparently, the girls knew this man, so they were worried about his condition. Everyone looked out of their compartments and wondered what had happened to Boss Lin. A strange man wearing glasses sat down next to the man who was convulsing and begging for help. All the girlfriends jumped up from their seats and ran to find out about Boss Lin's condition, but the protagonist could not understand such panic. It seemed that Sun Dawei also felt uneasy, so he stopped eating his delicacies. Boss Lin was in a terrible state and screamed furiously in pain. The husband looked very scary because his whole body was covered with blood vessels and he started bleeding profusely from his eyes and nose. Suddenly someone ran up to the crowd, and everyone started asking if he was a doctor. The blonde man was already putting on his mask and asking people not to block his path. He asked Lauan for help and ordered the other bystanders to move away from the patient. The people around him shouted that Boss Lin was covered in blood and was on the verge of life and death, and begged for his salvation. The doctor examined the patient carefully and noticed very heavy bleeding. This guy couldn't even imagine what could happen to the boss. The friends came closer and looked at the seriously ill Boss Lin with tears in their eyes. The crowd fell into chaos as everyone was worried about the patient, but Sun Dawei still went out to find out what was going on. Among the people begging to save the chief, he saw the same Yuan who had been bothering his neighbors. The protagonist looked closely at the unpleasant man's face and saw a sinister smile on it. At this point, the doctor carefully examined the patient's eyes. Then the guy examined the boss's mouth and didn't notice anything special there. The crowd was very excited and kept asking about Mr. Lin's condition every second. The doctor concluded that the man had suffered a stroke and asked someone to notify his relatives, as there was a high probability that the boss would die. The man, very concerned about his boss's condition, could not believe such a terrible diagnosis and demanded that the doctor examine the patient again. Sun Dawei was the only calm person in the crowd and calmly analyzed the situation. He seemed to have guessed something, so he patted Mimi on the shoulder to ask her a question. Our healer asked his friends if the old man had met anyone on his path recently. The tearful girls began to ponder this question. Mimi was sure that this could not happen because Mr. Lin was always kind to everyone. While the doctor was begging for some kind of salvation, Sun Dawei sat over the body of his boss and was deep in thought about something. Our hero watched as the boy begged the doctor on his knees, but he could do nothing and left the boss's fate to the discretion of God. Meanwhile, the husband continued to experience incredible pain, periodically emitting screams and cries. Sun Dawei, looking at Lord Lin's suffering, touched his ear, from which blood gushed out like a river. It turned out that the healer had superpowers, so he concentrated light energy in his hand. The claws of dark energy hung over the young man, but he still decided to help the old man. Using his magic, he scanned the patient's body for any signs not associated with common illnesses. Finally, after some searching, Sun Dawei discovered a centipede in his lungs. Using magic, the healer quickly neutralized its effects and cured Mr. Lin. The protagonist noted that the Ujiu masters, who had mastered the techniques of spells, necromancy, and insect control, should definitely not be crossed. He took a needle out of his pocket and licked it with his tongue. This man came down from the mountains to do good deeds, so he did not mind helping the sick man. The people in the crowd and Boss Yuan noticed that the healer was performing some strange manipulations on Mr. Lin. The unpleasant guy got angry again because the fat man was interfering with all his plans. He started shouting and asking what kind of jungle our hero came from, because, according to him, one should not approach terminally ill people. The healer ignored the exclamations and began casting spells on Boss Lin's body. Mr. Yuan continued to shout and throw various objects at the protagonist, who was trying to save the man. He already wanted to grab Sun Dawei and drag him away from the victim. Boss Yuan had almost reached the spot when the young man began to move actively under his clothes. This surprised him greatly, and a scream echoed throughout the carriage. It turned out that a snake with huge fangs crawled out from under the main character's clothes and onto Boss Yuan. Everyone around was shocked and thought that she was summoned using a black magic spell. The reptile's tail consisted of exactly one tooth, which formed a necklace around Sun Doe's neck. The snake's eyes glowed red and furiously as it protected its master. Suddenly, a bright beam of light came out of the protagonist's ear. A stream of magical light swept through the entire carriage, and the crowd was very surprised at what they saw. It was a golden silkworm, with the help of which the healer had saved lives more than once. A small but very strong insect landed on the owner's hand, and he ordered it to step on Mr. Lin's body. The silkworm immediately flew to the patient's nose and quickly cured him. Boss Yuan was still trying to convince the doctor that our hero had only made the patient's condition worse. But the doctor did not agree with his words, because a blush immediately appeared on Mr. Lin's face, and it became clear that he really was feeling better. The frightened guy couldn't calm down and stopped worrying about his boss's condition, and then a doctor came up and asked what Sun Doe had done that was so interesting. The man looked seriously at the approaching people and remarked that if they wanted Mr. Lin to get better, they should step back and watch from the side. The young man in glasses almost tore his clothes and begged the healer to save the old man. Suddenly, Sun Doe pointed his finger at the patient and told the panicking man to look at him. The same centipede that was previously in his lungs came out of Boss Lin's nose. She was held in tiny quotation marks by the same golden silkworm that the main character had released. The healer, with a serious expression on his face, took the centipede in his hands and examined it. After analyzing the insect, the young man discovered that it was a jasper centipede. Mimi asked Sun Doe if he really had an insect in his hand. He confirmed her suspicions as his pet silkworm flew around his head and seemed to be trying to tell its owner something. Everyone around watched in amazement as the insect circled around the wizard who had saved their boss. It turned out that the silkworm simply wanted to feast on the jasper centipede, which he certainly deserved for saving Mr. Lin. Sun Doe wanted to save the old man to the end, so he took out a blue pill from his pocket. The medicine man carefully introduced the medicine into the patient's mouth. After swallowing the pill, Boss Lin immediately opened his eyes wide and woke up. The old man stood up abruptly and, bleeding from all over his body, coughed. Everyone around saw that Boss Lin was in good condition, so they were incredibly happy. The man himself could not understand why so many people had gathered around him, and what had happened to him. Zenjing walked up to the gentleman, and happily explained that the fat man behind him had just saved his life. The old man, having secured the support of his subordinate, returned to our hero and asked how he could thank this man for saving him. Upon hearing this proposal, Sun Doe immediately thought about it. Suddenly the healer pointed his finger at Mimi, which confused her a little. The protagonist then calmly explained that he wanted the girl to give him her fried fish. At this moment, Mr. Yuan mentally cursed the young man and became indescribably furious at the failure of his idea. The husband was furious because Sun Doe had changed his plans for the second time. Despite such shocks, the train calmly continued to its destination. Boss Yuan returned to his empty carriage after a series of failures. It turned out that the man was not alone, so he began to complain that some fat man had saved old Lin. The mysterious man asked if he understood correctly, and Yuan bowed to him. The man confirmed his words and remarked that the savior seemed to have some kind of magic. Aha! His interlocutor did not consider this a serious problem. He suggested surrounding them first so that no one could escape. Meanwhile, the main character was happily enjoying the food he was treated to for his heroic deed. Boss Lin and his assistant set the table for Sun Doe and promised to bring him more treats if these were not enough. While the healer ate silently, the old man wanted to ask him a question. Mr. Lin became more serious because he realized that what had happened to him was definitely not like an ordinary stroke. Our hero confirmed his assumptions, because if it had been a stroke, the man would have died long ago, and asked if the old man had had any conflicts with anyone recently. Boss Lin said that he was an ordinary director who quietly made films and made a small living, so he believed that he simply shouldn't cross paths with anyone else. Sun Doe said that there is nothing terrible in the fact that the thief is unknown, because he must inevitably reveal himself. Our hero continued to chew his chicken with pleasure, while his interlocutor seemed dissatisfied with the prospects he had heard. Suddenly the director decided to ask if this guy liked watching movies. Sun Doe was indeed interested in them, although he had been mainly involved in medical treatment for the past 10 years, but in the past 2 years he had become addicted to Western films, watching them on the internet and on discs. The man also believed that Japanese and Korean films lacked quality special effects and realism, and asked the boy who his favorite actors were. This guy started listing different actresses with rather strange names. Apparently, Mr. Lin did not know these names at all, but his assistant guessed who Sun Dawei was referring to. The protagonist also mentioned several Asian names in the list of his favorite actresses. The director asked his assistant, confused, which new stars of Japanese cinema the healer was talking about. His employee explained that all of these actresses had starred in adult films. Mr. Lin wanted to change the topic as quickly as possible, so Sun Dawei advised him to eat more sweets. Some time later, having had a good dinner, the main character was resting peacefully on his bed. Suddenly, something caught Sun Dawei's attention and he quickly got out of bed. He looked at Mr. Lin sleeping peacefully next to him and thought that he was a good person for treating this guy so generously. The protagonist decided for himself that he absolutely had to find out who was helping Boss Yuan in his insidious plan. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin's rival was walking along the corridor of the carriage with his assistants. Boss Yuan confidently walked into the room where the director and Sun Dawei were. The man stood with a sinister smile, because now he had a new plan to destroy the enemy. He walked over to the bed where Boss Lin was sleeping, unaware that his life was in danger again. Boss Yuan was happy because he saw that all the necessary elements were in place. Suddenly the old man woke up and, turning on the light, asked the uninvited guest what he had forgotten. At that moment, Lin remembered the protagonist's words that the thief should soon appear himself. It dawned on the old man that Boss Yuan was to blame for his illness. The director expressed his assumptions directly to the criminal's face. Yuan confirmed Mr. Lin's assumptions, but noted that the old man and Sun Dawei had nowhere to go. The nasty guy wanted to see if his victim would be lucky this time. At this time, Sun Dawei was already sitting on his bed and wisely noted that the souls of those who kill peacefully sleeping defenseless people are pitch black, and that a vice unknown to the eyes will forever torment their souls. Our hero scoffed at the fact that the Wugu masters hired by Boss Yuan did not tell him about this curse. At that moment, the mercenaries burst into the room and noticed that the guy was not at all shy. The guy immediately noticed that one of the masters had his entire body covered in centipedes. This mercenary approached Sun Dawei and asked with a smile who this layman was. He asked the healer to tell him the name of his teacher, so that he could understand whether he should show mercy to this man or not. Our hero noted that he had no teachers, but only an old grandfather who raised the young man for 18 years on Mount Jinhuang. The man and the centipedes believed that this was a forgotten place where no one looked. His partner stopped the insect master because he knew something about Mount Jinhuang. But this man can no longer be stopped, because he was not going to leave our hero and Boss Lin alive. After all, 10 million was paid for them, as well as the beautiful girls from the carriage. Sun Dawei was not at all afraid and offered the teacher to give him all the money. The guy noticed that a dead director and his assistant would be out of place, and offered the magician a few moments in the afterlife so that he could have fun with the girls in hell. The protagonist's insolence angered the centipede man. The insect master didn't wait and decided to deal with this guy, so he used tamed centipedes. Sun Dawei watched the magical insect approaching him, expressionless and motionless. The man was furious and noted that this centipede was terribly poisonous and was called Scarapia Anwang. Just touching it was enough for a person to die from the poison. Boss Yuan watched this with a satisfied smile, and Mr. Lin, in turn, became worried about the danger looming over the young man. Suddenly, Sun Dawei grabs the poisonous centipede with his bare hands. The teacher was surprised by this unexpected turn of events. The main character laughed at this terrible scarap because his old man fried it very deliciously and served it with corn vodka. The guy put a centipede in his mouth and noted that it was very tasty, and he even had a few with him, but unfortunately, you can't make a fire on the train to roast insects. In the end, Sun Dawei bit off a sharp piece of the hellish scarab. This guy asked the insect master if he knew the real reason why no one poked their nose into Jinfeng Mountain. Suddenly the main character jumped up from his seat and a second later found himself behind his opponent. The next moment it seemed as if a weak tumor had already grabbed the man by the throat. Sun Dawei struggled to lift the insect master from the ground, causing several centipedes to fall to the floor. Then our hero explained that no one goes to the mountains because everyone knows that he lives there. Meanwhile, Boss Yuan came to his senses and realized that he was now completely powerless. The man who had the centipedes began to choke and foam came out of his mouth. At that moment, his boss wet himself in fear, like a real loser. The other master watched this from the side and swallowed nervously, because he himself did not want such participation. There was an ominous aura around Sun Dawei, as if a real enraged snake was fighting with its centipede husband. The protagonist noticed the owner standing to the side and tried to portray an empty space. He finally decided to let go of the man, who was already choking on his own saliva. Sun Dawei threateningly asked the second master if he wanted the healer to finish him off with his own hands. Our hero's face showed genuine rage, so Boss Lin was already afraid of him. The old man became nervous because he could not understand who this man really was. At this moment, Boss Yuan noticed that the master he hired was doing something strange. The magician, who had not yet received a blessing from the man, introduced himself as Yuka and said that he was ready to accept any punishment from Lord Pan, since he did not know that the medicine man would be here. Sun Dawei asked Wuka if they knew each other personally. The boy, kneeling, with our hero's permission, said that Yututu was his father. Then the healer thought for a moment, for the name seemed familiar to him. Wuka explained with delight that his father and the head of their clan were Dedeer's disciples. Only then did the protagonist realize that this master's family were his followers, and he decided to spare him. Then Boss Yuan realized that Sun Dawei would definitely catch him. Meanwhile, our hero got comfortable and asked Ka to say hello to Deer when they met. The man pressed his forehead to the ground and sincerely thanked Sun Dawei, which confused the healer. After some time, Yuka packed the body of his accomplice into a bag. During this process, the master noticed several things. He turned to the protagonist and asked what to do with Boss Yuan. Sun Dawei and Mr. Lin stood over their disgraced husband, and he asked the director how he could have crossed paths with Yuan. The old man explained that Boss Yuan was the sponsor of his film and wanted some of the girls from the film crew to entertain him, but Lin did not give him permission. Yes, the guy didn't like it, and he wondered what to do with this weakling. In the end, Sun Dawei was unable to do any harm to Boss Yuan because he had too kind a disposition. Our hero allowed Yuka to take the corpse with him and throw it away somewhere, for which the teacher thanked him, but continued to tremble with fear in front of his mentor. Eventually, Yuka got off the train and stood on its roof with the bags and the body of his comrade. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin asked in surprise whether Sun Dawei had really eaten the poisonous centipede. The healer explained that toxins of this level were present in his diet. The guy also asked the director to call him simply Dawei or just Fat Guy, and noted that he didn't expect to meet acquaintances here who knew about his status. Boss Lin then asked who Mr. Yuan's mercenaries were. Sun Dawei said that they were not special, but simply his students and Wugyu teachers in Xizjiang. Then Lin's boss asked who the real protagonist was. At that moment, the guy opened a new bag of chips and declared that he was just Sun Dawei. But the healer realized that the old man wanted to know where he got such incredible abilities from, and the director nodded, confirming the young man's assumptions. Our hero replied that he was the simplest healer and teacher of Wugyu, and had lived his entire life on Mount Jinfen with the old HRYCH who taught this guy. But one day, during training in the mountains, something unexpected happened. The events take place in the mountains, where the main character sits among poisonous animals and insects. An old man stood not far from the house, watching the main character's training. Suddenly the guy jumped up from his seat and ran forward. He jumped high into the air to attack his teacher by surprise. Sun Dawei wanted to use his snakes, but the old man only needed a touch of his palm to stop his disciple. In the end, the old man skillfully pushed our hero away, forcing him to retreat. Then the protagonist quickly pulled himself together and decided to use the power of his golden silkworm. The insect quickly flew away, and its owner ran after it, only to attack the teacher. This time the old man simply extended his hand, which easily stopped his student. Sun Dawei was unable to stay on his feet and was thrown to the side, hitting his head hard on a tree. Meanwhile, the teacher caught the silkworm without any difficulty. Eventually, the mentor came to the conclusion that the Jidu technique that this guy had mastered, which consisted of strengthening his body with poisons and toxins, had improved significantly. Sun Dawei was unhappy that the old man immediately beat him because he simply came at the teacher's call while he was busy with his own training. The husband asked if our hero had ever wondered why he called his student a glutton. The boy thought he got his nickname because the old man lured him to these mountains with sweets. With a smile on his face, the teacher asked if Sun Dawei blamed him for such an act. The student certainly couldn't have done it, because if it weren't for the old man, our hero would have suffered from the curse of the 9th month. Sun Dawei was grateful to his teacher, because it was he who helped the boy become stronger over these 18 years and not die in childhood. Moreover, the protagonist's parents wished for such a fate for him. The man laughed because he had not yet had time to thank the old man for all his wonderful deeds, so he certainly had no right to blame him. Sandor ate the chicken leg with pleasure and still remembers the complaint about the teacher. Our hero recalled how last year a couple came to their mountains for an exam, and the mentor took a good wife for himself and gave the student a husband. Then the teacher understood why the young man had given him the nickname, Old Grumbler. Sun Dawei didn't respond and just bit into a piece of chicken with indignation. Meanwhile, the old man took out some kind of scroll and invited the main character to look at it. It turned out that Dawei, as a very young child, fell victim to the curse of the 9th month, which predetermined his inevitable death. In the end, that didn't stop this guy from becoming a magnificent master of magic. Yeah. The teacher handed over the scroll and noted that in the past, our hero was very young, and the master used the magic to contain the curse, but now the student has reached the pinnacle of the Jiddu technique. The teacher explained that the boy was now ready to defend himself. He noted that Sun Do-wei needed to collect all the items on the list within 1 month to avoid the curse of the 9th month. He could learn the Pali technique, which was reproduction, the Jiddu technique, the Yuchi technique, which was control over existence, the Kishi technique, which consisted of 3 stages, and the Chindi technique, which was the destruction of his cocoon and transformation into a butterfly. Sun Do-wei was a little confused because he had already mastered the Jida technique, and he still needed to obtain 3 more scrolls. The old man asked if the protagonist wanted to master the Kishi technique immediately. He noted that by learning this technique, a person will be able to control his luck. Sun Do-wei became interested and opened the scroll given to him by his teacher. The protagonist read the list and was surprised by the things it contained. The guy screamed and asked where he got all this from, because it was only the quintessence of pure jade. The teacher only said that it depended on Sun Do-wei's luck. He also noted that the scroll contained the address of the man's parents. Sun Do-wei was surprised when he read the information about his relatives whom he had not seen for so long. The old man ordered him to pack his things and go down the mountain, where the boy was supposed to meet Gashavai, who would help him return home. The teacher said that all good things must come to an end, so he asked the glutton not to be discouraged and to prepare for the journey. The mentor remembered that they had lived together for 18 years, and that was enough for teacher and student. After the old man asked him to visit him sometimes, Sun Do-wei began to cry. In fact, our hero was annoyed that he hadn't tried the local game yet. The old man was shocked by such impudence, so he called him shameless and ordered him to leave immediately. After some time, Sun Do-wei collected all his things and informed the teacher that he was on his way. All the animals, insects and birds of the mountain gathered and watched the main character. They were happy because this guy was considered a belly on legs. The events take us to the present day, when Sun Do-wei has finally arrived at Shangjin Station. The guy, who seemed to be expecting to see the main character, noticed something strange. The train was supposed to arrive an hour ago, but he is still waiting for the healer. Finally, he heard Sun Do-wei calling him and announcing his long-awaited arrival. The guy called the main character his mentor, and was glad to meet his friend. The guy was happy and ran towards our hero to hug him. Finally, he was able to hug his mentor tightly because he missed Sun Do-wei very much. Mr. Lin came out behind the protagonist, and was surprised because he personally knew the healer's apprentice. Dr. Fan explained that our hero was his mentor, and the young man himself was his second student. Sun Do-wei then decided to inquire how his student and the principal met. It turned out that this doctor was the supervisor of Mr. Lin's granddaughter. The girl had an unusual illness, so expensive medications were required to maintain her condition, but the doctor still did not know how to cure the patient. Mr. Lin said that each person has his own happiness, and only heaven has power over a person's destiny. The director believed that the only thing he could do to help his granddaughter was give her medicine, and everything else depended on luck and fate. Dr. Fan wanted to somehow console Mr. Lin and help him, and our hero thought about this situation. In the end, Mr. Lin noticed that he had already managed to occupy the boys with his conversations, and was sure that they had something to talk about. The student gave Do-wei a ride in his car, and our hero looked around the metropolis with interest, because he had never seen anything like it in his native mountains. He was enchanted and delighted by the sight of the big city. They were surrounded on all sides by the futuristic buildings of Shangjin City. One of the skyscrapers looked like a coward, so the protagonist asked his friend about it in surprise. Dr. Fan explained that this was the office building of Shangjin Television, built several years ago, and a lot of money was spent on its construction. Sun Do-wei thought that city dwellers had very unusual tastes because living in shorts was very strange. Meanwhile, the GPS navigator informed the driver that after turning right, he needed to go up the overpass. Our hero was surprised by this invention and asked Fan why someone was sitting on his phone and showing him the directions. The doctor explained to the mentor that this device was called a navigator and promised to explain to the healer how to use it later. Do-wei became engrossed in the city life and fell in love with the old Grick because he only forced him to train, which now seems pointless. Dr. Fan said that there was no need to speak so badly about the teacher, because if he were here, he would have punished our hero already. Suddenly he became serious, and wanted to ask his mentor something. The student asked the healer if he was glad that he would finally be coming to his home. Sun Dawei looked at the sky and said nothing, because he was thinking about what that guy had said. He began to look around the city again and noticed that he didn't know what to feel about this situation, and the doctor noticed that this didn't sound like his teacher at all. Eventually, they arrived at a wealthy house in the Bai area. Dr. Fan said they had come to the right place. Sun Dawei looked with excitement at his home, which he had not seen for 18 years. Meanwhile, the student approached the door and rang the bell, seeing that our hero continued to stand and look at the building. Fan invited the mentor to finally enter the house. In fact, the main character was very worried, so he took a sip nervously. He sheepishly asked the student what he would say to his mom and dad when they first met, but he replied that Dawei should have thought about it himself. The healer thoughtfully took his chin and hesitated, because he had never communicated with his parents in his adulthood. Sun Dawei proposed to announce his arrival by calling himself a fat man, which confused his disciple. While the guys were talking to each other, someone had already opened the door to the house. The man who came out when the doorbell rang apologized for interrupting the conversation. Dawei looked at him in surprise, because he realized that this was his own father, his soulmate. The elderly balding man recognized Dr. Fan and looked closely at our hero. He adjusted his glasses to better see whether it was really Sun Dawei standing in front of him. The father asked again if his son had really returned, and Fan confirmed his suspicions. The husband approached the healer and began asking him how he lived in the mountains, but the protagonist could not utter a word. He was also nervous and didn't know what to say to his son, whom he hadn't seen for 18 years. Sun Dawei still stood silently because he was very nervous about the upcoming meeting. At that moment, a gray-haired woman ran out to him and rushed to hug him tightly. She was crying because she was happy about the return of her own son, and Dawei tried to ask his friend to help him. Dr. Fan watched the family reunion with a smile, and at that moment the mother said that her son had already become such a big boy. The protagonist looked at his friend with embarrassment for a few more seconds. In the end, Sun Dawei looked at his mother, who was hugging him so tightly and lovingly, and felt this family connection. Finally, he placed his hand on his biological mother's back and turned to face his parents. The father also came up to hug our hero, and then the boy felt that he was finally home. The fan couldn't stop smiling while watching this incredibly cute scene. The father thanked the doctor and invited him into the house, but he refused because he did not want to interfere with the family reunion and promised to come for Dawei tomorrow to help him get into the university. At the house, the family was met by a girl who seemed very smart and called the main character a country bumpkin. Sun Dawei was extremely dissatisfied with this attitude. The mother scolded her daughter, saying that she couldn't call her own brother that, and ordered her to introduce herself to the guy. Dawei and the girl were outraged that they turned out to be relatives. The mother tried to calm the children and offered them to eat some fruit. The clever girl silently ate the berries and watched her new relative. She considered Dawei a real glutton and called his appearance completely peasant-like. Finally, the sister found the strength to smile and turned to her brother. She called her brother and offered to show her his private room. Sun Dawei continued eating grapes but agreed to his sister's proposal, which made her incredibly happy. The girl grabbed our hero by the hand because she really wanted to show him her house. She dragged him up the stairs because the room was on the second floor. My sister grinned and opened the door, proud of her place. The room was as bright as the girl herself, and completely reflected her personality, and her pets were real snakes. Sun Dawei looked around the room in surprise, because there were so many skulls here. Then he noticed his sister's clothes and underwear scattered across the rumpled bed. But his attention was drawn to the reptiles in the terrarium, because these animals were very close. It seemed that the snake also sensed the protagonist's strength, so it looked at him carefully. The sister didn't want to end it there, and wanted to surprise Sun Dawei even more. The healer did not understand why the reptiles were so tiny, so he asked the girl if her pets were still babies. Meanwhile, my sister had already taken out another favorite, and was holding a rather large spider in her hands. She explained that this is her favorite child, on whom she has to spend a lot of money. Sun Dawei looked at his pet with admiration, and the girl could not understand why he was not the least bit afraid. Suddenly the spider jumped right onto our hero's face, but he didn't react to it in any way. In the end, the girl scared not her brother, but herself, so she screamed throughout the house. My sister started apologizing because she didn't really mean to do it on purpose. Sun Dawei carefully picked up the pet and noticed that the spider was still very small, but very cute. He said that there was a much larger spider in his box and offered to show it to his sister, which made her very happy. The girl watched what was happening with fascination, as if expecting a real miracle. Our hero asked if she really wasn't afraid, and the girl remarked that she was the bravest in the class, so she shouldn't be afraid of different insects. The box contained various reptiles, from centipedes to snakes. Sun Do-wei took out one of the plump snakes to show it to his sister, but it was no longer there. She was still afraid and trembling with fear, hid behind a chair. Our hero asked his sister why she was afraid, but she lied and said that she was not afraid. The guy offered her to take something from his arsenal as a gift from her older brother. The girl remembered that her brother had told her about a black widow that was larger than her favorite bird, and asked to show it to her. Then Do-wei realized what gift his sister had chosen for herself, and received a very large spider as a gift. The girl immediately came closer to get a better look at the giant in our hero's palm. The healer began to explain that the black widow is one of the most aggressive species of birds, but it attacks only when it is very hungry or feels danger. The guy noticed that he had chosen this spider a long time ago, and the girl was surprised because she thought they had just been caught. He confirmed that he had indeed chosen his beloved, because there were 100 of them in the dark cave. Do-wei told how he had to spend the whole day in a cave with a flashlight in his hands, and his sister, after listening to his story, was surprised and now thinks her brother is very cool. The girl asked if he had been bitten by spiders, and our hero remarked that, after all, he had been bitten by 2 spiders. One of them died from poisoning, and the other mercilessly mocked him. In the end, Sun Do-wei decided to show what his pet was capable of, because the spider's small head did not indicate a lack of intelligence. The protagonist ordered him to stand still, and the insect actually responded to this. Then Do-wei ordered the spider to salute, and quickly raised his little quotation mark. Now the girl considered her brother very cool and envied him, but these were not all the talents of our hero. Then the sister was very happy because she thought that Sun Do-wei knew how to drive a car. At that moment, the young man remembered that he had been driving the car just today with Fan. Moreover, the main character did not understand what his sister meant by the word, drive. The girl saw his confusion and thought that the young man did not know how to do this, and our hero decided to lie about his skills. Sun Do-wei decided to go for the second option and came up with the nickname, King of Jinfen County, for himself. As a result, the sister became very interested in this cool healer. She ended up inviting her brother to go to the races with her that evening because there was a scoundrel who needed to be beaten. Then the protagonist bitterly realized what a stupid thing he had just done. The events moved to an abandoned race track where the competition was supposed to take place. Racers in incredibly cool and expensive sports cars have already competed with each other. The main character's sister was driving the red car, and the man himself was next to him in the passenger seat. The girl skillfully changed gears and turned the steering wheel in the right direction. The car made such a sharp turn that Sun Do-wei's head hit the glass hard. As it turned out, my sister was an excellent driver and drifted skillfully around turns. Meanwhile, the other race participants mocked the fact that their rival had returned and lost all her money. When Woman stopped, someone greeted her happily. It was her friend who noticed that the girl was a little late today. The protagonist and his sister got out of the car, and Woman asked her friend if that bastard Chan had arrived yet. Xinxing said that he had been here for a long time and brought with him a new racer nicknamed the God of Underground Racing, who could perform cool tricks. Meanwhile, the sister proudly declared that the real king of the track was Sun Do-wei, who was standing behind her and looking very nervous. She immediately introduced her brother to her best friend Xinxing. A sister friend immediately noticed our hero's stupid smile, tasteless clothes, and excess weight. She couldn't believe her ears that this guy was the king of the track, because he didn't look like he belonged there at all. As a luxury black car pulled up to them, Xinxing asked if her friend's brother was sure everything was okay. Someone in the car heard that little Sun had finally arrived, and Wenwen looked towards the car with apprehension. At that moment, the garbage man Chan appeared on the tracks in the company of 2 beauties, and everyone around admired him. Then Sun Do-wei realized who his sister was talking about. A narcissistic guy came up to our group and asked if Wenwen was tired of losing. The girl told her enemy that he needed to stop bragging because she didn't believe that such a dog could always be lucky. She took out a whole suitcase of money and placed it in front of Chin. Xinxing was surprised by the amount of money her friend had and began to threaten that worthless Chang that woman would grind him into powder. The girl's audacity interested their rival, so he threw away the cigarette butt. He stood among his accomplices and asked how the boy named Sun was going to defeat him. Wenwen had a total of 700,000, so she bet 200,000 on the first competition. Our hero tried to stop his sister from taking such a risky step. Meanwhile, Xinxing remembered that her friend's brother was the king of the track, the name of which she didn't remember, and that he should have no trouble overtaking this scoundrel. The girl believed that Sun Do-wei would defeat his opponent in just one race and even be left without panties. Finally, the girls looked hopefully at our hero, who was standing to the side. The guy pretended that everything was okay and he could help his sister. Then, to spite her rival, Woman bet the entire amount on the first race, and Xinxing looked confidently at the trash. Chang, having laughed at the girl's self-confidence, decided to increase the amount to 3,300,000 in response. He offered to bet from 1 to 5, so that if Woman won, he would receive 3,600,000. Then someone stopped Chang and he asked what in his words was not yet clear. The guys from his gang seemed to recognize the main character as the king of the mountain route. Meanwhile, Chang approached Sun Doe and began to tease him. Our hero did not react to his opponent's taunts, but only looked at him seriously. Finally, the guy, unafraid, pushed the racer right in the chest and gave him more money. Chang still had a few bills and 1 coin in his hands, and he couldn't tell if Dawei was serious about this bet. The guy told his opponent to add it to the total and then return it to him. One of Chang's teammates laughed because he couldn't believe the king of the track was so poor. Chang asked how much money our hero had provided and offered to throw down $100 to win. The protagonist and his rival moved into other cars and prepared for a fierce race. The beautiful girl shouted at the racers to get ready, while Chang's gang admired her beauty. The cars turned around and took their starting positions on command. Yes, the entire crowd was rooting for the driver that Chang fielded and was confident that he would completely crush his opponent. Wenwen was irritated by such active support, while Dawei was incredibly nervous while driving the car. The girl asked why her brother hadn't arrived at the starting point, and he explained that the car wouldn't move. Then the sister asked if this guy even knew how to drive a car, and our hero noted that, apparently, before that he had simply driven a completely different car. Wenwen realized that her brother most likely only drove cars with manual transmissions and had never driven an automatic car before. The girl explained that you need to press the brake with your left foot and pull the lever to the D position, then release the brake, and the P position means park, and to start the car, the lever must always be in the P position. Chang, meanwhile, said that competitors would have to drive 5 kilometers straight, and then overcome 4 sharp turns and 1 big one. The rules of the race were that there were no rules. The racers stepped on the gas, and the main character pulled ahead. It turned out that Sun Doe had gotten off to a bad start, so Chang started making fun of him again, and Woman pointed out that he himself had said that there were no rules. Then our team's opponent also quickly left his place. He quickly caught up with Davy and a fierce battle for the championship began. Racer Chang thought that there was nothing interesting in racing in the mountains. This guy was sure that after the first move our hero would definitely lose. He eventually decided to break off relations with the inexperienced Sun Doe. The racer ridiculed the main character and said that it was hard to even call it a race. He mockingly called Sun Doe a complete loser and a clumsy person. Chang, sitting in his car in the arms of his girlfriend, confidently anticipated his victory. The bully drank beer and enjoyed the moment, admiring his beauty. Suddenly a friend approached him and said that someone had arrived, but did not specify who exactly. Wenwen's car arrived at the finish line completely mangled. At that moment, Chang completely lost face because he realized that he had lost the argument. It turned out that the car was not driving on its own, but was being pushed from behind by the main character. Nobody understood where the god of racing was, and others were discussing why Davy was pressing the gas so hard, because this was a race. Having put in all his effort, the guy crossed the finish line. Seeing this, Wenwen was overjoyed, because the long-awaited victory was already in their hands. The protagonist thanked Chang and reminded him that they had bet 1 to 5 on their victory. The entire gang and its leader were shocked by such an unexpected turn of events in the conflict with Little Sun. The racing king finally reached the finish line and declared that our hero had broken the rules because he had driven straight through all the sharp turns and had crashed into a driver on the track, preventing him from accelerating. On a sharp turn, Davy simply flipped the car, and the king of racing almost died. The whole gang was outraged by the rape of our hero and threateningly asked if this guy had decided to fight with machines. Chang complained that his brother and sister had broken the rules, so he would take the money to repair his battered car. Sun Doe then pointed out that Chang himself had said that there were no rules, so no one should care how our hero drove. The whole gang immediately took up arms, and the bastard began to threaten, because he had a whole army behind him. He asked the fat man if he still wanted to fight him. Wenwen knew the situation was starting to escalate, and was becoming too dangerous for both of them. The girl quickly grabbed the phone to call the police. Suddenly, her best friend seemed to snatch the phone from the girl's hands. Xinxing cozied up to Chang and said that Wenwen wanted to call the police. Then the girl realized that she actually didn't have a real friend. Chan laughed at the fact that Wenwen wanted to call for help because by the time the police arrived, all that was left of the brother and sister would be corpses. The gang leader also began to threaten that Sun Wen was still a virgin and hinted that he was lucky today. Xinqing looked at Chan with a smile and asked how he got so lucky. The bandit was disgustingly happy that today he would get both the girl and the money. Suddenly, Dawei grabbed that bastard's middle finger. The protagonist, with a threatening look in his eyes, noted that today Chan could lose everything. He pulled the bully's finger to break his bones. In the end, Chan could not resist any of this and screamed furiously like a true coward. At that moment, the whole gang jumped up and started shouting that the fat man probably wanted his own death. But our hero wasn't just any fat guy, so he quickly dealt with all the hooligans around him using his martial arts skills. He was constantly flying in the air and kicking in all directions. The hooligans couldn't do anything against Davy's accurate shots, so their teams simply fell apart. The main character became incredibly furious and didn't even think about stopping. The only sounds heard on the abandoned race track were squeals and cries for help. In the end, the hooligans lost the fight and were left lying in a pool of their own blood. Those who were still more or less intact knelt before the healer and begged for mercy. Dawei noticed that only the leader remained, so he reminded him again of the 1-to-5 agreement. Chan finally admitted that he had no money and, in fear, begged the boy to back off. In this case, the healer decided to deal with the scoundrel differently, so he reached into his pocket and grabbed the gang leader by the face. Dawei, with a smile on his face, said that in exchange for money he would take Chang's life. This bastard immediately stopped lying and jumped up to bring the promised sum to the main character. He brought a whole bag of money and, kneeling, begged Dawei, because this was all the money he had. The guy asked his sister to transfer all the money. Wenwen immediately agreed and was delighted with such a task received from her cool brother. She finished counting and happily announced that the bag contained exactly 3,600,000. Suddenly the police arrived at the racetrack. One of them, using a radio, reported that the offenders were still on the highway and ordered a search of them. The police tried to run away as quickly as possible to prevent them from escaping. Eventually, the police caught our hero and his sister and ordered them to raise their hands and not move. The police quickly began to detain the gang members. The captain was informed that no contraband was found at the scene, only money. They realized that there were only young girls and racers there. Finally, the captain ordered his subordinates to gather everyone in one place. After some time, all the bandits were already in handcuffs at the police station. Meanwhile, the chief sat in the interrogation room, where he was first asked his full name. Sun Dawei looked at the police officers tensely. He wondered why he had never seen a woman in the police force, since in the novels he liked to watch, there were always romances in the police force. Now the guy could only think about what kind of clothing was attractive to women, and at that moment the police asked his gender, but the detainee did not react to this in any way. Since Dawei was thinking about girls, he said that he was female, which surprised the staff. Eventually, our hero realized he was talking nonsense, so he became nervous and began to claim that he was, after all, a man. The police officer calmed the young man down and asked him to give a detailed account of the events at the abandoned racetrack. Davy called them uncles, and they asked if they were really that old, and the guy started making up excuses and ended up calling them brothers. As a result, the police decided to begin questioning and find out what happened yesterday. The young man said that he and his sister were told that there was an underground race going on somewhere, so they decided to see what it was, and suddenly everyone started fighting with each other. The policeman then asked why he thought this guy and that scoundrel Chang were fighting over the stolen money. Davy explained that the money belonged to his sister, so the staff must have made a mistake. He said that Chang saw their weakness in their relationship with Wenwen and wanted to take over their funds. The policeman looked seriously at the protagonist and asked if this was true. He decided to end the interrogation and stated that the results of the investigation would be known this evening. But because Dawei participated in underground racing, the guy was fined 2,000 and detained for 3 days, and the detainee was unhappy and considered this unfair. The policeman was sure that the young man was participating in the race, since 2 cars were completely destroyed. The employee then offered to imprison Dawei's sister if he refused to participate. The protagonist didn't want this to affect Wenwen, but still asked the police to double-check everything. The man held the handcuffs in front of him to get the police to let him go. In the end, the guy didn't succeed, and becoming despondent, he left the interrogation room accompanied by 2 police officers. They witnessed the boss swearing at his subordinates. The man was extremely unhappy that he had to gather such a significant amount of strength just to catch up with the racers. He spoke to his informant, and told him that if the boss let his worker go, the smugglers would immediately cut off his head. Zhang was not at all afraid of his boss's threats. The informant stated that he was not involved in smuggling and was not hiding from the police, so they could not do anything to him. Zhang knew that for providing false information he could only receive 48 hours of imprisonment, and if the boss hit the subordinate, he would be skinned alive. The main character listened to this conversation very attentively. Police said there was no progress in the case and Targon had not provided any useful information. Then Dawei had an idea and suggested that the police beat information out of Targon as atonement, but they did not agree because the informant was protected by dangerous thieves. Our hero promised that he would get information from Zhang without using force against him. The policemen looked at each other. This was a good chance for them. The boss walked out of the office and, slamming his fist on the wall, shouted that Targon was making him really angry. A subordinate approached the captain and asked permission to share some information. The angry boss returned to address him. He was told of Davy's desire to help find information, and the captain asked if the guy knew the consequences that might await him. Our hero was very confident in his abilities and agreed to the terms of the task. Finally, the captain ordered his subordinates to remove Davy's handcuffs. The chief ordered the young man to follow him and took him to Targon's room. Zhang couldn't understand where this fat man came from. At first, Dawei politely asked the informant to tell the police everything, otherwise silence would force him to resort to his own methods, which greatly upset Cockroach. The man was angry at the tone of the conversation and called the young man a fat pig. He started making threats and saying that Dawei might accidentally be hit by a car or that a pea might fall on his head. The protagonist then said that Cockroach had brought this trouble upon himself, and Zhang continued by declaring that he would definitely receive revenge. Dawei took out his small magic needle from his pocket. The protagonist suddenly threw it straight at Zhang forehead. The informant immediately lost consciousness and rolled his eyes so that only the whites were visible. The captain jumped up from his seat because he thought that Dawei was going to harm his informant. Then our hero touched Zhang hand with 2 fingers. The healer, using his abilities, ordered him to tell all the information about the crimes committed by the informer in this world. Dawei began to threaten Tarak, and he screamed furiously. In the eyes of the protagonist, he changed a lot and began to talk about how he had to go through all the circles of hell for lying. He thought that the real Yanwan, the ruler of the underworld, had appeared before him, and he immediately agreed to tell everything. After some time, the captain had accumulated a whole stack of information, which his employee barely had time to write down. All the police officers watched this process, and Zhang finally declared that this was all he knew. He finally remembered that at the age of 10 he had stolen 13 coins from home. The protagonist looked at the captain, and he showed a sign that everything was okay. He told Targon that he had told the whole truth, and therefore now had the right to return to the world of the living. Dawei snapped his fingers to bring the meaning back to the interrogated man and thanked him. The captain immediately ordered headquarters to prepare for the operation. Everyone started to fuss, and the main character asked the boss not to forget about him and his fate. In the end, the captain ordered his subordinates to clear Dawei of all suspicion and shift the fine to Chang, but he had no intention of letting him go and sent him to the toilet. Our hero shouted that this was unfair because he was a law-abiding citizen. Dawei eventually ended up in the toilet and slept there for 3 hours. He lay and dreamed of the fragrant meadows of Yanwan. His sleep was interrupted by the open door, from behind which came the captain's words, laudatory reviews of the successful operation. Dawei stood up from the sofa after hearing a familiar voice and thought that he would finally be released. The guy saluted and was glad to see his boss back, but said that these formalities were not necessary. The captain said that our hero's case was closed, so he was no longer a suspect, and he would receive a generous reward for his assistance in the investigation. The man refused the money because he felt honored to help the police, but he only wanted to be released, along with his sister. The police officer let the protagonist go, but asked him what he had been doing in the interrogation room. The medicine man whispered that it was the finger of forgetfulness, an ancient technique of the teacher that the old medicine man had forbidden to speak of, and the chief asked why the young man was using a silver needle. The main character was a little nervous because the captain noticed his pistol. Then the policeman decided to tell the young man what he had been doing before. Previously, he was involved in tracking down thieves and in 2 years was able to apprehend more than 600 criminals, that is, on average, 1 person per day, and thus, with his own eyes, earned a place in the criminal police department. The policeman remarked that he noticed absolutely everything, so Dawei should stop pretending, otherwise he would not leave here. Our hero sat down on the sofa with displeasure, and said that the captain could ask at any cost and stop being so nervous. Then the boss asked what this trick with the needle was. The protagonist explained that acupuncture is just a form of entertainment in Chinese medicine. He noted that he is a healer, and the needle is used for healing, but not in this case because this needle was laced with poison. Having heard such interesting information, the captain decided to ask what kind of poison it was. This was a difficult question for Davy, so he thought about it for a while. He suggested that it was most likely a mixture of copperhead, red cherry scorpion, and purple king spider venom. Davy mixed all this with the juice of red sedge, sweet potato, and Indian glove, but the captain could not believe his eyes, because Targon would certainly have recoiled from the poison of the copperhead. The man noticed that it was indeed a mixture of poisons and herbs and asked if the man knew what sedge juice was used for. It turned out that it was used specifically to neutralize poison, meaning it was simply a hallucinogen. The healer advised the captain to try it too, because Dawei could surround a man with the most beautiful girls. Then the boss couldn't take it anymore and drove our hero away. Eventually, the police officer led the guy to freedom. Davy really enjoyed the feeling of freedom, and the policeman told him to stop playing. The main character agreed with him, and his family was already waiting for this guy. The parents were worried about their son and asked if they had done anything bad to him. The mother was very upset because the children frightened her a lot with their antics. Dawei apologized for disturbing his parents, and noted that he had helped the police, for which he had been promised a reward. The events then moved to the San family's house. Wenwen and Dawei had already put on their pajamas and opened the suitcase containing the money. The sister was happy because they had 4,320,000, and by dividing this amount in half, she and her boyfriend would become very rich. The protagonist suggested that the girl keep everything for herself because he felt uncomfortable taking money from his younger sister. The sister was not satisfied with this proposal because she wanted everything to be fair. Dawei stood his ground and wanted to give Wenwen all the money, but the girl reminded him that they won together. The children continued to quarrel, and finally their father came to see them. The husband said that the money would remain with him and his mother, so the brother and sister should stop arguing. Finally, the father ordered the children to go to bed. The main character and his sister were unhappy with this development of events. This situation showed them that in a quarrel between two people, the third one always wins. Events continued the next day when it started to rain heavily and our hero was riding in a car with Dr. Fan. Davy sat and yawned because he hadn't had time to get a good night's sleep. He asked his friend why they were going to the hospital, since they had planned to go to university in advance. Fan asked the teacher if he remembered Mr. Lin. The man remembered that he was the old man's granddaughter's doctor, but his abilities were limited, so the doctor wanted to turn to our hero for help. Davy said the student should have been warned about this earlier because the healer was thinking of helping him at the station. Eventually they arrived at the hospital where the seriously ill girl was being treated. Director Dawei and Dr. Fan gathered around the bed. The patient was connected to numerous machines and was completely hairless due to the disease. Mr. Lin said the girl had had a very difficult life because when she was only 3 years old, her parents were in an accident. The director raised her and wanted to see his granddaughter in a wedding dress and play with her children, but suddenly something bad happened to her. Dr. Fan asked the old man for a laboratory certificate, an X-ray, and a report on the girl's test results. Davy stopped him because he only needed answers to a few questions. The director was excited, but was ready to answer any questions the healer had. The man asked if there had been a relapse 3 years ago, when the girl had a headache, felt nauseous and vomited, and overall her condition resembled pregnancy. Mr. Lin was surprised because the healer told his grandchildren in great detail about the onset of the disease. Dawei also reported that this condition continued for a whole year, and then insomnia began, appetite disappeared, the patient began to have frequent nosebleeds and loss of consciousness, a high fever developed, hallucinations appeared, and she began to call for her parents. The director could not believe that the healer knew everything, and at that moment he was considering his conclusions. Dawei finally realized that it was impossible for Dr. Fanyu to cure this disease, but he already knew this because he had not yet succeeded in doing so. Then the student was delighted because he thought that his mentor could still do it, and finally our hero confirmed this, and noted that it would only take him a few minutes. The healer explained that the girl was being tormented by a poisonous moth caterpillar that lived in her body. He asked Mr. Lin and Fan if they knew about the hermit crab and explained that the patient had become a shell for the caterpillar. The doctor was very angry at this explanation about the fingers, because this was not a 3-year-old child. At that moment, a beautiful nurse entered the room and announced that the patient needed to take some medicine. The doctor ordered the patient to stop taking the medicine and asked to call teacher Van Boven. The nurse was surprised by such a sudden change in treatment tactics, but listened to the head of the department. She left the room and took one last serious look at the company inside. Dawei told the doctor that he needed to run to his box, and Fang asked if he needed to prepare anything for treatment. The main character said that he didn't need anything extra. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin inquired how the doctor's fate was connected with Dawei. The old man said that they met two rather mature Wugu masters on the train, and one of them communicated with this guy as an elder, and in addition, the stranger said that his father was Dawei's fifth disciple, so the director was a little confused. Dr. Fan thought for a moment about how to explain the situation to Mr. Lin. He said that his and Dawei's teachers were over 120 years old. Yes, this figure really surprised Mr. Lin. The man explained that the lives of healers are either very short or very long, short because they can be killed quickly, and long because they can use techniques that prolong life. Before meeting Dawei, the teacher had no students yet. At that time, Fan was studying medicine and working part-time at the university hospital. Then his old teacher wanted to find a doctor to protect Davy on his way home. The teacher tied up Fan and dragged him to his mountain. Mr. Lin was surprised that the boy was kidnapped so easily, and he also noted that the old man threatened to poison him, but Fan did not resist. In fact, this guy's life turned upside down when he reached the mountain. Everyone who surrounded the doctor desperately wanted to finish him off. But there was an incredible number of different types of priceless medicines and poisons. After seeing the old teacher's skill, Dr. Fang knew he needed to stay on Mount Jinfen. But in fact, this was not the only reason why the student remained in this mysterious place. He was also held back by his attachment to his little mentor Dawei on the mountain. Dr. Fan was practically reflecting on how the main character gradually matured. He returned to Shansen when Dawei was 7 years old. The old man accepted Fan as a doctor only after he took the initiative, and became a small mentor to him. It was thus that son Dawei became the old man's first disciple, and Fan became the second, and became close to these people. Mr. Lin noted that the doctor had indeed replaced his father's healer, and asked what had happened to the other students. Fan knew nothing about the third and fourth, because at that time he was already in Shanjing and continuing his studies at the university. The doctor had only heard of a fifth student named Dadaera. This young man was a very famous Wugu master in Shijiang. In Shijiang, all masters and healers who practice Wugu potion are respected. Dadaera became a true professional and taught more than 100 students. In Shijiang, this school of masters gained incredible influence. Although Dadaera was more popular than the teacher, he was still much weaker than the old man. The disciple was unhappy with this, so one day he led all his disciples to Mount Jinfen to attack the teacher. But they were unlucky, because that day the old man forbade Dawei to eat roe deer, which made the fat man very angry. It was at that moment that the students, dressed in disguise, jumped out of the bushes. The protagonist immediately reacted to this and rushed towards them in rage. An enraged Dawei personally dispersed more than 30 of Dadaera's disciples. His partner, in the form of a golden silkworm, knocked out 30 other opponents. Everyone who could stand on their feet ran in different directions, trying to save themselves. As a result of the defeat, Dadaera decided to disband his school and dismiss the students. In the end, he swore on his life and went to study with the old master, becoming the fifth disciple. Mr. Lin was incredibly shocked by this story about our hero's origin, and at that moment Dawei returned and asked what his friends were talking about with such sour faces. Dr. Fan was surprised because the young man returned very quickly. The protagonist explained that he never left the house because his things were left in the car, and the hospital was very large, so the guy was afraid that if he went out, they would not let him back in. Fan wanted to call the secretary to help Dawei, but at that moment his teacher entered the room. He went inside with his assistant, and asked the doctor if he had been called. Fan introduced Dawei to his teacher Wang Bowen, who was one of the authorities and master of the Huaxia Community School in the Huaxia Society of Chinese Medicine. The protagonist, confused by such a number of titles, greeted the respected man. The healer was asked to explain the principle of the patient's illness. He said he believed the girl had eaten a wild umra loach, which caused the loach to spread throughout the patient's body. The young man clarified that the disease was caused by parasites in the patient's body. The teacher did not understand what Nizeo was because he did not know that such parasites existed. Another doctor, summoned by the suspicious nurse, entered the room and stated that it was impossible to draw such hasty conclusions. Dr. Fan was dissatisfied with the appearance of Zayadajan's patron. The doctor noted that no one actually called the sheriff's deputy here. Zhao Dijun pointed out that the patient was not the director of Fanyi Hospital personally, but the entire hospital, and furthermore, this guy had brought a stranger and was waiting for him to treat the girl. He asked who would be held responsible if something happened to the patient. Of course, Fan Yuan was not afraid of his deputy and ordered him not to touch what was happening under the director's responsibility. Zhao Dejun asked if the doctor could control it because he didn't know what Nizao was. The deputy sheriff had never heard of such things before, so he assumed that our hero could have come up with this unknown word himself. Teacher Wanbowen explained that Nizao fleas live inside the body. There are several references in Chinese medicine to Nizao and the diseases they cause, but over time this knowledge was lost, and besides, the teacher knew a method of killing parasites with poison, but did not know which one. Devea added that these fleas live in the dirtiest parts of rivers, so he assumed that the patient became infected there. The girl could also feed on wild umar loaches or carp, which fed on wicker fences on the river bottom. Then Mr. Lin remembered that his little daughter had fallen ill after the university organized a fall trip to the reservoir. When she returned, she was so happy that she told how she herself had caught several fish, how she and her friends had cooked and eaten them. Deputy Sheriff Zhao Dejun then asked irritably why the patient's classmates had not also fallen ill, but Lin replied that this was not the case. The doctor concluded that the illness was not related to Nizao and that the fat man had simply made it all up and was a fraud. The protagonist asked the man if he had ever heard of probability theory and gave an example. On the battlefield, someone will die from a bullet, while someone else will not even stain their clothes. He noted that the Nizao people are afraid of high temperatures, so they live in low temperatures all year round, and as for the human body, everything depends on the absorption of food. Zayadajun became angry at Dawei for trying to humiliate him, so he began yelling at the healer, accusing him of incompetence. The doctor then asked how the man intended to treat the patient if his assumptions were correct. He heard our hero say that he could cure the girl in a few minutes. Dawei agreed with Teacher Wanbowen's opinion that it was enough to simply poison the parasite. The doctor shouted in rage that there was no need to joke here, because one could not be sure of the loss of knowledge. Our hero had to cover his ears because Zhao Dejun was screaming loudly, fearing that something might happen to the patient, so he was categorically against it. Everyone around said that this man was neither the girl's doctor, nor her relative, nor the patient herself, so he had no right to say anything. Dawei pointed out that Zayadajun was a nobody, so he shouldn't express his unnecessary opinions. The visitor was simply torn with anger, but he really could not say anything. Our hero asked his brother Fan, who personally treated the patient, whether he had given permission for her treatment. The director agreed and took full responsibility for any problems. Dawei then asked Mr. Lin if he, as a relative, would be willing to treat his grandchildren. The old man agreed because this guy was the last hope for his girlfriend, so he was ready to go against the hospital. Our hero also noted that he had been treating such mild illnesses since he was 12 years old, and had several similar patients. The teacher asked if Dawei had really already cured several patients of Nizao. The old man couldn't believe it, because such diseases were a problem for the entire planet, and he still hadn't heard anything about this man's arrival. In fact, the protagonist's patients were a wild boar and a wolf, so Van Bowen certainly couldn't have known anything about it. The teacher and his deputy believed that Dawei was indeed a veterinarian. The healer found what he needed in his box and showed it to everyone around him. Wanbowen and Zayadajun saw a dozen different kinds of snakes in front of them. There were also huge ants and something with claws. In the middle of this horror stood a hive of wild bees, next to it grew a centipede, and behind it a scorpion. Meanwhile, Zhao Dejun felt sick at the sight of all these reptiles. Teacher Wanbowen was fascinated to see the Black Widow, and Dawei watched his patron's reaction. The old man was surprised because the main character was picking up poisonous centipedes with his bare hands, and the nasty doctor's condition was getting worse. Then this guy decided to go to the last point and eat one insect from his poisonous collection. When Dawei bit into the centipede, it was the final blow for Zayadajun. The doctor could not stand it and ran out of the room, because he was truly sickened by such a disgusting sight. The nurse also ran after her boss Zhao. Finally, Dr. Fan ordered the fat man to stop fooling around and get down to business. At that moment, the teacher saw that among the main character's collection there was a real heavenly serpent. Dawei was surprised that the old man knew about this rather rare species and explained that he had only seen this snake in pictures and books. The healer said that this reptile is quite lazy, but obedient, so it sleeps all the time and wakes up only to eat. He asked his lazy pet to bite the patient lightly. The snake immediately obeyed its owner and sank its teeth deep into the girl's skin. After this, our hero personally began further treatment of his patient. To do this, he took 3 needles out of his pocket. He concentrated and applied force to fill the instrument with energy. The healer stuck the needles into the right places and ordered the snake to bite in another place. Davy immediately injected 3 more needles into the freshly bitten area. Teacher Wanbawin and Fan watched the healer's unusual work with surprise. The old man noticed that the man was using an acupuncture technique called taming the wind. Dr. Fan asked what this technique was because he had never heard of it before. The teacher explained that this method was very old and was used specifically to treat poisoning. In ancient times, princes were treated for poisoning in this way, since this technique allows the poison to be concentrated in one point of the body and prevent its spread throughout the body. Dr. Fan noted that this method does not seem to be anything special. Teacher Wanbawin was dissatisfied with this assessment of the student, because in all of Huaxia, only 30 people had heard of this technique, a maximum of 10 could undergo such treatment, and there were only 3 exercises like our heroes, and the old man himself was not confident in his skills. Dr. Fan could not stop admiring his mentor's skill. The old man continued to talk about how the taming the wind technique is one of the 10 most difficult acupuncture methods. The idea was that the doctor needed to block one of the vital points, and the difficulty was that the needle had to be inserted into the body at a certain angle. Finally, Teacher Wanbawin wanted to know how many acupuncture techniques the fat man knew. The protagonist noticed that he needed to concentrate and target several areas at once, constantly changing the points of impact so that the poison could circulate in the body. The old man explained that, despite the many vital points, it was necessary to repeatedly change their location and angle, and asked if the healer knew all these important aspects. Davy recalled that he had to suffer greatly while mastering this complex technique. He tortured many wolves in the mountains, trying to teach them this method. After the unfortunate wolves, this guy studied wild boars because the previous patients ran away when they saw Doi. The main character then pierced the girl's leg, from which several drops of a strange liquid flew out. Mr. Lin jumped up because he was very worried about his granddaughter's condition. Liquid continued to flow out of this hole, and a very small beetle jumped out of it. Dr. Fan asked if this was really the same Nizao. All that was left was to give the girl one more pill, and in the meantime, Doi thought that in his past life he was indebted to the old man and his granddaughter, because now he saved them both. Only 3 days have passed since our hero came down from the mountain, and he has already used 3 tablets. At this moment, Teacher Wanbawin noticed that the healer had a rather rare medicine in his hands. The old man asked the boy if it was an evil-repelling pill and asked Doi to sell him one. The teacher was delighted because he had managed to obtain important rivers, and asked the young man to simply name the price, while our hero began to evaluate the potential buyer's clothes. In the end, Doi did not want to sell the medicine, but decided to simply give it to Wanbawin because he was familiar to his brother. In the end, they agreed that from now on, all of Director Fan Yuan's affairs would also be Teacher Wanbawin's affairs, and by fulfilling this condition, the old man would be able to obtain the pill. Teacher Wanbawin received the treasured pill and was very happy with such a gift. He was so fascinated by medicine that all the golden needles from his box fell onto the floor. The protagonist squatted down to examine the fallen decorations. This guy realized that these were expensive and valuable needles. Doi asked with interest whether Old Man Wang needed these golden needles, and he confirmed that the healer could keep them for himself. Finally, the boy said that he had cured the patient, so he had nothing more to do, and asked Teacher Wanbawin to prescribe a restorative diet for the girl. The old man was surprised because the person using the wind-eliminating method could not write a prescription for a patient, and Doi explained that he only learned acupuncture from his teacher's old books. Teacher Wanbawin and Fan were shocked that the boy was able to master this technique on his own. Doi became angry because he remembered that the old sage just sat in one place every day and stared at one point. He kept complaining because every day this guy had to cook food himself 3 times. Meanwhile, the deputy was eavesdropping on their conversation outside the door, and Fan was yelling at our guy for speaking ill of the elderly, and told him to get ready quickly because they had to go to university. Zhao Dijuan was annoyed that the director allowed Davin to save the sick girl. The angry man wanted to get the doctor kicked out of their hospital. Meanwhile, events returned to the San family home. The protagonist sat down and meditated, gathering some unknown force around himself. The snakes immediately responded to their master's call. All the years instantly crawled out of their boxes and crawled towards Dawei. The healer sat surrounded by concentrated energy, snakes and insects. The centipede climbed the wall and began to draw a certain pattern. Eventually, the insects formed the silhouette of a skull on the wall. Meanwhile, the ants hugged Dawei tightly, who continued to sit quietly. Under the influence of external forces, all the spiders descended from the ceiling on their webs. Our hero was almost completely covered in ants when a golden silkworm flew up to him. The snakes began to release poisonous substances from their mouths. Meanwhile, the scorpion stung and injected poison into the host's body from all sides. By this time, the spiders had already completely covered the ceiling with their webs. Dawei released energy from his mouth and formed a bright green ball out of it. All his reptiles and insects helped to hold this magical energy. In the end, the main character ate the sphere, which greatly surprised his pets. Finally, Dawei lay down on the bed to rest and thought about how bored he was during training. Fan talked about going to university, but in the end they only got as far as registration, and now all he could do was wait for classes to start. The man noticed the scroll that the old man had given the young man before he returned home. Dawei opened it and wondered where he could get the purest quintessence of jade. The mother called her son because Fan came to him and talked about some urgent matter. The main character went out and asked his friend what happened. The doctor wanted to take Dawei to his supervisor so that he could study for a few months and then join Fan the next semester. The fat man was annoyed because he didn't have time to have breakfast, but Fan said that he had already freed a table at Jinwan, so they could have a snack during lunch. Mother was surprised to hear the name of the establishment from Fan. She decided to give her son a credit card so that he could go somewhere. The woman whispered that the password to the postcard was the protagonist's date of birth because she did not want to disturb Mr. Fan. The mother asked her son to listen to Dr. Fan, and he left happily. The events continue in the doctor's car, where he asks who gave our hero various useful things, and Dawei explains that it was Gashuai. Fan noted that the healer was given 100,001 bank card. The main character looked into the back seat, saw a package there and thought it was food, so he immediately began to unpack it. Fan smiled and saw that his mentor was pleased with the gifts. In the end, the protagonist suggested that his friends split everything in half, and the doctor told Dawei to make the decision himself. The healer then decided that the funds from the card would go to Fanya, because this guy had no problems with money. The doctor was very surprised by such generosity, because he remembered the times when the main character did not even want to share a fried centipede. Suddenly he saw a man standing on the road right in the path of the car. Due to sudden braking, our hero's driver hit his head on the glass. The man Fan hit screamed across the street that he had been hit. The man screamed that they were allegedly trying to interrogate and kill him. In reality, nothing of the sort happened, so Fan was angry because the man was either just looking for death or wanted to get compensation from the driver. The man smiled, realizing that he could get money out of Fanya. The protagonist also got out of the car to get a closer look at the situation. At this point, Fan asked the fallen man where it hurt, since he was a doctor and could examine the victim. The husband ordered the driver not to touch him because he would immediately call the police and put the so-called thief behind bars. Fan continued to argue with the malingerer, while our hero carefully examined the stranger. In the end, Dawei realized that there was an aura of true death hovering around this man. Fan continued to yell at the stranger, but the protagonist asked him to stop and just give him the money. The guy calmly explained to his friend that there was a terrible aura around the eccentric, meaning that its owner would soon suffer misfortune, and Dawei did not want to interfere in other people's problems. Fan looked at our hero for a few seconds and pondered his warning. Finally, the doctor gave the man 1,000 and asked him to pull off the road. The malingerer immediately jumped to his feet like a healthy person and thanked him for the funds provided. He mockingly asked Fan to be careful on the road, because not all people could come to such an agreement. Having got into the car, the comrade immediately asked Dawei what he saw in the man's aura. The protagonist pointed his finger and suggested that Fan just look at the stranger. The deceiver did not understand why the guys were looking at him and noticed that a car was rushing towards him. Following his previous pattern, he lay down on the road and began screaming as if he had been run over. The husband was happy because he thought he could still earn money, but the car did not stop at all. It was only when the wheel approached the deceiver's face that he realized the gravity of the situation. As a result, there was a collision with the car, and the man was thrown far away, without having time to react. Fan was shocked by this turn of events, and the protagonist rejoiced at his prophetic abilities. As a result, the deceiver lay in a pool of blood due to his vile actions, and meanwhile the doctor asked the mentor when he had already learned to predict the future. Dawei finally suggested that his comrade leave, saying that he simply had some free time, and even the old sage noted that our hero was at the peak of his abilities. But a healer, given the right circumstances, can rise to a new level, and his skills can help with this. Fan praised his friend and noted that their teacher was a good teacher. Finally, the friends were able to safely reach the restaurant and have a bite to eat. At the entrance they were met by beautiful girls in national costumes. Dawei, out of curiosity, asked if the beauties were tired of wearing such pots on their heads. Fan explained that this was a classic dress for court ladies, and in Jinfengfu it was the standard uniform for all waitresses. The main character couldn't understand in his mind who needed such a style, because the most important thing for him was to eat well. At that moment, the guy saw an incredibly beautiful woman walking next to him. Meanwhile, his friend continued to say that Shanjin Wan is quite expensive and not accessible to everyone because you need a club card to visit. Fan was so engrossed in the story that he didn't notice his friend disappear somewhere. Meanwhile, Doe, like a real agent, watched the beauty from the bushes. Suddenly he jumped out of his hiding place, which frightened the stranger. She heard some noise behind her and immediately returned. Finally, the girl saw in front of her the absurdly disguised protagonist, blushing from his revelation. The beauty's cheeks also turned red, because she did not expect to see such a strange picture in front of her. The girl stood with a serious expression on her face and waited for the guy to take further action. Doe could say or do nothing more because he was captivated by the beauty of the stranger. Meanwhile, Fan was already sitting in the restaurant with a scientific consultant and waiting for the main character. The guy looked at his watch and wondered where Doe had run off to. He even asked the waitresses to tell them if they saw the fat man who was with Fan. Eventually, someone entered the room and apologized for being late. It was this girl that Davy met, and the supervisor introduced her to his student as a foreign student named Natalie Borman. The man noted that she came by special invitation. The girl sat down at the table and personally greeted Dr. Fan. Natalie explained that her mother is from China, so she was interested in the culture of that country from childhood, and noted that her name in Chinese would sound like Lenyu. Fan was glad to meet such an important guest, so he invited the girl to the table and explained that the table would soon be set. Finally, the doctor decided to ask the student's opinion about the situation in Jinwang. She replied that everything was not so bad, but something was bothering her. Natalie said that she met a plump man who kept watching her, and after that, Fan became suspicious. She noted that she needed to make some effort to get rid of the harassment. At that moment, the main character, who had not yet fully revealed his appearance, ran into the room. Natalie looked at the guy and recognized him as the strange stranger who had been following her a few minutes ago. Eventually, the girl shouted throughout the restaurant that it was Dawe, causing even the waitresses to get scared and almost drop their dishes. The student hid behind her supervisor and continued to complain about the fat man, but our hero couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Fan had a headache due to the strange events happening around him. Finally, the doctor got angry and called the protagonist to come closer. He started scolding Doe for his behavior because he was acting like some kind of fat pervert. The leader laughed at the situation that had developed between his students. As a result, the main character and Natalie sat next to each other, but due to discomfort they could not even look at each other. Fong turned to old Lija, introduced him to his comrade, and asked him to train Doe for a few months. The supervisor was happy to help the student, and even expressed gratitude to him, since Lienya was a capable student. Meanwhile, the main character looked only at Natalia, because he was already crazy about her beauty. Then Lenyu realized that Fong and the leader had simply decided to come to an agreement with each other. The girl was overcome with disgust, because she didn't think that in Huaxia, connections decided everything. She had previously considered the hospital a special place, but she never expected that a medical degree would give her the right to break rules and laws. Lienya was irritated that Teacher Li treated his students frivolously and abused his connections. Fan tried to calm the girl down and explained that Dawe was a very capable guy, and that was why he was guarding this girl. Lenyu ordered the boy to remain silent, because she was already beginning to get the impression that the doctor had earned his position thanks to his connections. The main character sat in a very depressed state from the words he heard. He squeezed the glass so hard that it itself became covered with liquid, and turned to the girl. Davy asked the student if she had any idea why the guy was following her. She couldn't think of anything else except that this guy was a real pervert. Our hero admitted that he fell in love with the girl at first sight, so he began to follow her. Everyone around was surprised by such a straightforward confession from Davy. This guy admitted that he had few advantages and many disadvantages, that he was a glutton and a stingy man, but he never forgot about the good deeds of people. He decided to tell this story when little Dawe, at the age of 4, started playing and got lost in the forest at night. The boy was followed by a panther, which seemed to be playing with him like a cat with a mouse. Eventually, the monster got tired of playing and decided to attack its victim. Suddenly, Brother Fan appeared in front of Dawe, like a real angel descended from heaven. Even though the protagonist's comrade was wounded, he still pretended that everything was fine and promised to defeat the panther. The thin and weak botanist was able to beat this strong beast almost to death. He fought desperately with the panther, which had huge groups and possessed enormous strength, just to protect little Dawe. Fan was able to stay on his feet only thanks to his incredible courage. When the teacher finally approached them, the boy immediately lost consciousness and lay unconscious for 3 days. The teacher did not punish little Dawei, so the boy sat next to his brother Fan for 3 days, who had a high fever and was lost in his thoughts. Then the boss was very scared. He thought that his close comrade would die. He asked the audience if they could guess what Fan had said while unconscious. In fact, this guy only repeated the request to the fat man to quickly run away from the panther. Dawei admitted that the teacher brought Fan to his students only because the young man had once saved a little healer. The doctor immediately became embarrassed, because he believed that the old man had actually seen hidden potential in him. Lin didn't understand what the main character wanted to say with this story. Davy noted that since then his brother became the dearest person in the world to him. Finally, our hero explained that the girl had just insulted someone dear to him. An ominous atmosphere surrounded the boy, and he ordered Laina to apologize to Fan for her offensive words, otherwise the consequences for the student would be dire. The girl thought for a couple of seconds, but did not obey the main character's orders. After the refusal, Dawei could not bear it, and with all his strength overturned the table at which they were sitting. Fan tried to simultaneously hide from the ensuing chaos and calm his mentor. Meanwhile, the healer pressed the frightened Laina against the wall and looked at her threateningly. Dawei was going to take the life of a foreigner for insulting the person dearest to him. The snakes were already approaching the defenseless Laina, and she begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. Fan gathered all his strength and shouted to the main character to stop this circus. He noted that the girl was not aware of the whole situation, and this was a modern society, not the wild mountains or Xinjiang. Suddenly the doctor asked if this guy really didn't want to go to his best friend's wedding because of a senseless murder. In addition, he wanted to invite the teacher as a witness and make our hero his driver. In the end, Dawei listened to his brother and did not touch his victim. The healer looked at the girl with a cold gaze and said that she still would not be able to get rid of the curse. The guy started casting some kind of spell, and a vortex of dark energy swirled around them. A bald, strong man burst into the room, shouting that our hero was apparently tired of living because he was committing such unacceptable acts on foreign territory. In fact, it was the short young man who spoke, and the large men were merely his guards. The head of the restaurant was about to personally hit the main character, but noticed something else that caught his attention. He noticed that the girl was crying because the witch doctor was using some kind of dark magic against her. The restaurant owner swung a stick at the boy to save Lienya. The man hit Davy with all his might, but he apparently didn't feel a thing because he didn't even move. Without saying a word, the protagonist returned and responded by punching the attacker right in the stomach. He pushed the owner right into the bookcase and ordered him to get out of there. The guards immediately went into action as their master's life was in danger. They tried to grab the guy, but he deftly dodged the attacks. The big guys didn't understand anything, and at that time the healer was already concentrating energy in his hand for the next blow. In the end, Dawei used magic so that his opponents seemed to be burning in black fire and suffering from pain. Without a doubt, the protagonist simply cut one of his opponents in half. Having killed all the guards, the guy looked around with fury. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner, who still showed no signs of life, called our hero a fat bastard. The man asked threateningly if he even knew who he was. The healer replied that he didn't care at all about the leader's status. As a result, the police also joined the conflict. The staff entered the room and ordered everyone to raise their hands in the air. Suddenly, Dawei fell to the ground and began to pretend that he had been seriously injured in the fierce fight. He continued to scream and yell that he had allegedly been wounded in the head and leg. The main character lay down on the floor, but noticed the person next to him because he heard a painfully familiar voice. It turned out that the police captain also recognized his friend Davy. Events returned to the police station, already familiar to the main character. Police heard Dawei shouting loudly that he was innocent and had nothing to do with the case. He burst into tears and insisted that he was a completely law-abiding citizen. The policemen chuckled because they hadn't seen the fat man for only a few days and he looked sad, so he decided to return to the station. Dawei complained to an employee because he had been having really bad luck lately. The captain laughed too, because the fat man arrived just in time. The main character cried and tried his best to prove to his boss that he had done nothing, and the policeman, with a smile, ordered the young man not to pull the wool over his eyes. Finally, the captain ordered Xiaozhan to remove the handcuffs from the fat man. The man explained that he only needed to interrogate a few suspects. He showed the phone and noted that Dawei had really done terrible things this time. It turned out that the owner of Jin Wangfu was Tang's beloved third grandson. The captain asked the protagonist to remember how he could have been connected to these people, because the problem needed to be resolved quickly so that it wouldn't go to court. Dawei asked his third grandson again and thought about the policeman's words. He didn't understand what they wanted from him and irritably asked where such grandchildren come from. The captain ordered the guy to shut up and start remembering something, and our hero suddenly asked for a room with a shower. The policeman was surprised by Dawei's sudden desire to wash himself in the middle of the day. The main character joked that he wanted to wash his butt so he could serve his entire prison term. The captain yelled at him because he could bully him in such a difficult situation. Meanwhile, Fan was busy with his work and studying various documents with information. His colleague entered the office and explained that he had very important business with him. The doctor explained that the image only showed a dislocated joint after a fight, and there was nothing complicated about it. His interlocutor suggested that Fan take a closer look at the X-ray. The man explained that if this had been a normal incident, the department would have handled the task itself. Eventually, Fan took a closer look at the photograph and realized what his colleague was really talking about. He realized that the patient's joints had been separated by some method and then reattached. The colleague was nervous because it was impossible to return the limbs to normal, but there was still a way out. Fan understood that only surgery could help, but complications could arise after it. Typically, surgery involves removing broken bones and then reconstructing the joint, but in their case, things were completely different. Fan and his colleague faced a difficult choice of actions to save their patient's limbs. The doctor wanted to call Mr. Wang to examine the patients, but Fan noted that after yesterday's events, he had gone on vacation. The colleague started to get nervous because they still had to write a report on this problem. Fan is unhappy that the main character has caused him so many problems. He finally ordered his colleague to wait with the report, which greatly surprised him. The man explained that if the doctor was in a hurry, he should say that it was just a minor injury, and he would call someone. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner was sitting in his office and looking through important documents. It turned out that the hero's main dossier lay on the table in front of him. He noticed that Dawei was once associated with Jixing International and became interested in her. Xiaozhan's husband ordered her to hand him over to people who would create minor problems for people associated with this guy, and for now they would simply block her accounts, thereby limiting her financial opportunities. The assistant immediately carried out his superior's order. Suddenly, someone reacted and asked the restaurant owner to wait despite such drastic actions. The girl sitting on the couch next to her asked her to leave Davy with her. The man noticed that it was rare to hear that from her. The events take us to the Sun family home, where unexpected guests arrive, leaving the father confused. Mr. Sun couldn't understand why there were so many people standing at his door. The strangers greeted the husband and introduced themselves as tax service employees. One of them invited the owner of the house to look at his export-import book, and he tried to drive away the uninvited guests, because no one invited him there. At that moment, Fan called the old man. This guy said something that shocked Mr. Sun. The father apologized to the doctor for the problems caused by his son, but the tax inspector still demanded to see the export-import booklet. Sun Jiqing told strangers that he built his company from scratch, never did anything bad, and lived his entire life with a clear conscience. Moreover, the old man noted that he always conducted his business honestly. Therefore, Sun was prepared for all the tests, and eventually hurried because problems arose with his son. The employee was frightened by the man's self-confidence, and decided to put himself in his place. At that moment, a large military SUV drove up to the police. The policeman guarding the entrance didn't understand what was happening. A group of people with military weapons got out of the car. The Special Forces group was commanded by an unknown man who stood with 2 machine guns and did not even look at the guard. The security guard was shocked by the number of Special Forces soldiers in his department. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat in the room and thought about what to do with the problems that had so suddenly befallen him. There were other thieves sitting next to this guy, and one of them wanted to tell everyone his story. My husband told me how he was walking down the street one day, saw how dangerous a police officer was, and ended up hitting him. The policeman wanted to respond to the attack, but the thief simply stunned him. The listener noticed that the voice was weak because the thief had met the soldier and beaten him. Another man said his cellmates were idiots because he once broke into a barracks with 2 knives and walked out without any problems. A thief sitting off to the side asked if the men really thought what they were doing was so cool. My husband told me that once in Myanmar he met a crowd of armed Special Forces soldiers who were banned. In the end, he killed all his opponents with his bare hands. All the thieves sat in shock, because this story had nothing to do with their toys. He asked why his cellmates had such an expression on their faces, but it turned out that a group of Special Forces soldiers were behind this thief. The thieves tried to hint to the man that he should keep quiet. Then the cruel thief noticed the lasers behind him and realized what had happened. He turned his head and, as if nothing had happened, asked what the strangers wanted from him. The special forces entered the cell silently and pointed their guns directly at the head of the thief, who, it turned out, had said too much. It turned out to save him from the unknown people. The young man begged for help because he had never beaten up police officers or attacked soldiers before. The protagonist was confident that he was a law-abiding citizen, since he had never killed special forces soldiers. Dawei continued to scream that he was in pain and asked the kidnappers to calm down. Finally, the black bag was removed from the protagonist's head. The guy rubbed his eyes and asked where he was. He looked around and noticed that the special forces had surrounded him on all sides and were watching him closely. At the same time, other employees were playing sports on the nearby sports ground. The special forces already had information that Sun Dawei was 20 years old and had no criminal record. The manager also said that the boy was taken from home at the age of 2 due to an unknown illness, and he appeared in the city only the day before yesterday. And before that he managed to cure a strange illness of a patient at the 3rd military hospital of the city of Shangjin with the help of a snake. At that moment, the protagonist seemed to understand who was standing in front of him. This guy naively believed that this person was responsible for registering citizens. At this time, another man came up and asked if our hero had really defeated all the huge guards in Jinwan, and praised the young man for this fight. Dawei didn't think these big guys were anything special and noticed that the guy had a rather modest face. The stranger explained that the captain had ordered our hero to be brought here, but as for torture, everything depended on the mood of the employees. The husband invited Dawei to fight him on the condition that if the young man won, he would be fed and not tortured. If the main character loses, by the evening he will turn into a punching bag. Dawei felt a little nervous because this task seemed beyond his capabilities. The big guy thought that this guy was scared and wouldn't want to fight. In the end, the protagonist agreed and chose the Special Forces commander as the judge. The husband accepted Dawei's offer and noticed that this guy really understands people. The leader called the young man's opponent, Mad Bull, and encouraged his partner. He explained that the Mad Bull was the strongest fighter in the Soaring Dragon squad. The leader had no time to discuss the consequences of Dawei's victory once he had already rushed into battle. The protagonist instantly delivered a well-aimed blow straight into the enemy's stomach. The man did not expect such a sudden attack, so he did not have time to react. A few seconds later, the protagonist's opponent fell and collapsed unconscious on the floor. The leader was shocked by the speed and force of Dawei's strike. All the special forces opened their mouths in surprise and looked at our hero. The guy realized that they were going to do something to him, so he put his hands behind his head and sat down. The special forces pointed their guns at him and asked what he had just done to their comrade. The boy was thrown to the ground, and he noticed that at this time even soldiers could not be trusted. The platoon commander signaled his subordinates to lower their weapons, which caught them off guard. The man sat down and asked Davy how he had managed to defeat the strongest man on their team so quickly. The protagonist was unhappy with this attitude towards him, and noted that the books talk about the dangers of talking while lying on your stomach. The commander ordered the young man to stand up and noted that if he told the truth, nothing would be done to him, and he would not be touched. One of the subordinates informed the manager that the Mad Bull had been injured in the fall, but had not received any injuries that threatened its life or health. But despite the absence of injuries, his comrades were unable to wake the man. The commander once again asked our hero how he managed to carry out such an effective attack. Dawei realized that he was a poor fighter, but he was skilled in using poison. He received his weapon in the form of a needle and began to threaten that no one would be able to resist him. The commander immediately pulled out his machine gun and aimed at the guy, but he immediately began to make excuses. The squad leader grabbed Dawei by the clothes and began asking him what he had poisoned his subordinate with. The guy admitted that it was a very effective anesthetic, and 3 minutes was enough for the raging bull's body to wake up. The commander was already burning with rage that the young man dared to use such methods against his opponent. The Mad Bull finally woke up, complained of a severe headache, and asked what had just happened to him. He noticed that he had a strange expression on his face and asked why they were silent. The husband heard the protagonist screaming because all the soldiers were swindlers. Davy reminded the commander that they had agreed that if they won, the man would be released, and noted that nothing had been said about banning the use of poisons. This guy explained that there are different dosages of poison, and they act differently, and besides, none of the special forces really understood this. In the end, the protagonist called the entire squad lying swindlers and, moreover, illiterate. As a result, the commander grabbed the fat man by the shoulders and asked him not to be angry, because it was entirely his fault. He asked his brothers why they were looking at this situation and ordered them to quickly bring food to the protagonist. The events moved to the mansion of the restaurant manager, who is now hunting for Davy. Someone made a mess in this house and begged that no one come near him. It was the restaurant manager himself, who, judging by everything, was hysterical. A maid entered the room and asked in fear what had happened to her master. As it turned out, the man felt like he was surrounded by dozens of the most terrifying demons, and with fear in his eyes, he reported this to his employee named Zhang. He was very afraid because he thought that these monsters wanted to take him away with them, rip his stomach open and eat all his insides. At that moment the grandfather entered the room and asked the maid what had happened to his grandson, because he had not yet had time to close his eyes when he heard his screams. The restaurant manager continued to beg Miss Zhang for help and said that he was very scared because of the huge number of demons. Animal fear and tears were visible in the man's eyes. Grandfather ordered his assistant to quickly find out what was happening to Ichin, and the subordinate immediately jumped up. The old man immediately became upset because he was very worried about his beloved grandson. He immediately brought the sick healer to help the poor man. First the giant looked at his master's grandson. Then he touched the victim's forehead with his palm. The healer seemed surprised by what he felt from his husband. He then asked Tang if Ichin had any enemies. The old man became nervous and asked the healer why he started asking such strange questions. The specialist explained that the young gentleman was haunted by nightmares. Mr. Tan was shocked to learn what had happened to his beloved son. The healer noted that in Uga magic this was a rather complex and powerful spell, so the one on whom it was cast quickly became tired and fell asleep. But the worst thing was that the victim began to dream only of terrible demons. The healer explained that the level of this curse is much lower than the lunar ones, since he knows of at least 3 curses that are worse than the Ichin misfortune. He pointed out that if he didn't start treatment now, the young master's condition would become like the moon curse, so Mr. Tang asked if Mr. Gu had any ways to solve this problem. The healer had a solution, and it was a fairly simple method. But the problem was that in Uga magic there was a rule according to which masters who were not enemies with each other did not have the right to remove curses from each other. If events develop differently, a war may break out between the 2 schools of thought that adhere to the Ahaha school. Pan Tan did not like this development, so he was very nervous. The old man could not understand who Icheng could harm so much. The assistant then reported that today during lunch at the Jinwangfu restaurant, a certain Sun Dawei had caused a disturbance and injured 2 of the young master's best guards. Apparently, the healer recognized the main character's name and asked if he had heard correctly. The assistant thought that Dawei was just a rich young man who had learned dark magic, and noticed that the young lady had already sent her troops after him. Meanwhile, Master Gu was thinking that he had never heard such names in his school. He then came to the conclusion that this amateur had apparently studied in an unknown location. The witch doctor's rage caused shards of glass to fly out of the house's windows. Eventually, he decided that he had to cleanse society of this unknown magician. Then Mr. Tang suggested that Master Gu lift the curse on his grandson, since the thief did not belong to any school. The healer noted that such a weak spell could be dispelled in just a few minutes. The giant also asked the old man to bring the man to him, because the healer wanted to talk to him personally. The head of the family then asked Shelley's assistant to convey a request for her people to bring the protagonist here. Meanwhile, Dawei did not suspect anything and enjoyed his dinner, visiting the Special Forces representatives. Everyone watched this and was shocked by the young man's incredible appetite. They again began to ask the fat man what strange technique he used during the fight with the mad bull. My husband didn't even have time to think about our hero's actions, so he asked him to repeat them, but a little more slowly. Davy explained that the blow wasn't that strong, but that everything happened very quickly with the crazy bull. Eventually, the guy took off his shirt to show everything. He showed his combat weapon, namely a needle with poison. The test result was found on his arm. Empty needles containing anesthetic were found inside. The young man used a mixture of poisons from several species of tree frogs, which had no side effects and acted very quickly. It would have been possible to stun an elephant with 3 needles or 1 large one, but the disadvantage of this method was that it had a very short-lasting effect. Seeing Dawei's naked body, all the special forces suddenly prepared to pounce on him. Then the main character became embarrassed and warned that he didn't like these guys. Finally, the healer was asked to write down the composition of his anesthetic. The SWAT officer assured Davy that they were doing this in the interests of the state, not for personal gain. The main character quickly agreed and asked to give him a pen and paper. At that moment, one of the soldiers ran into the room and announced the captain's return. Everyone in the room was shocked at how quickly everything happened. They started to fuss because if the captain saw them, he would skin them alive. The commander apologized to Dawei and asked him to put on handcuffs and play along. He explained that they would have to put on a show in front of the captain, but if things went too far, the commander would ask him to stop. The man lightly pushed the main character, and he immediately fell to the floor. Dawei started rolling on the floor, pretending to be tortured, and had already told everything he could. All the soldiers cleaning up the mess were surprised because they didn't understand what was happening to this guy. The commander stopped him because he was overdoing it and putting the special forces in an unfavorable light. The young man noted that in all the old films, this is exactly how the moment when the thieves grab the main character looks. The commander resigned himself to this game of being the main hero and continued to play his role. This guy shouted that he was Chinese, so intimidation wouldn't work on him. The soldiers felt like real thieves, so one of them decided to hit the guy. Finally, the captain entered the room, and it turned out that he really was a woman. The soldiers immediately became frightened and saluted her. It was an ally of Ichin named Tanian, dressed in rather unusual clothing for a special forces captain. She looked down at the protagonist, causing him to become embarrassed and blush. In the end, he continued to play the victim and shouted that the woman would not seduce him. The guy continued talking about striptease and undressing, and the soldiers behind the girl's back tried to show him that he was already saying too much. Tanian then looked at the healer and remarked that he needed to be shown how to properly treat women. She ordered her subordinates to beat the prisoner, but the commander still tried to save the fat man and soften the situation. Then the captain herself took out a folding stick and prepared to punish our hero. In the end, she actually decided to beat up poor Davy on her own. Then the guy decided to go all the way and said that if he screamed in pain, the girl would become his lover. Tanian smiled when she heard the fat man say such words. Meanwhile, the main character began to talk about his life and how he had never had experience with a woman, and he watched his first adult film at the age of 18. The captain reminded her that, in general, this guy should have kept quiet. Davy noted with pleasure that he had not disclosed any important information. Tanian felt ashamed because she thought our hero was making fun of her, so she raised her hand to strike first. The soldiers didn't want this kind of involvement for their new comrade, so when they saw this photo, they became nervous. They ran up to the captain and begged her to beat the guy somewhere, but not on the head. In the end, the girl struck, but the stick simply broke upon impact with the protagonist's forehead. The young man looked the captain straight in the eyes. Not expecting such power from the fat man, Tanian blushed at her own failure. Eventually, Davy's cheeks also turned red from prolonged eye contact with the beauty. Suddenly the main character stood up and reached out to the girl. The soldiers did not expect this, and watched their comrade's actions with horror. It turned out that the girl lost her footing and accidentally fell, resulting in her kissing the main character. The special forces were simply horrified, imagining this completely unexpected kiss. Eventually, Tanian came to her senses and pushed the main character away. She didn't know what to say, so she covered her parted lips with her hand and silently looked at the stranger. As a result, the girl simply ran out of the room in shame, and Dawei looked after her with love. The boy dreamily noted that the captain's lips were very sweet. The commander and soldiers began to respect our hero and consider him cool. Meanwhile, Tanian was riding in the elevator and couldn't believe what had just happened to her. Such a bold move would definitely not make Davy happy the next time they met. The Mad Bull was sure that this guy would now turn into a corpse, because the captain had a terrible character. Dawei was outraged because it was his first kiss in 20 years, and Tanian had hardly taken care of herself for so long. The commander told the young man to forget about it, because even if the soldiers talked to the girl, nothing would change. Eventually, the man removed the handcuffs from the protagonist and began to tell the story of their captain. A few years ago, a rich guy wanted to take a girl by force. In the end, this impudent guy just left her. As a result, not only was his application rejected, but a criminal case was opened. Fortunately, he came from an influential family, but in reality, Tanian was destroying China's most influential families. The main character was surprised by such abilities of the seemingly fragile girl. Dawei immediately thought of his family, but he had no intention of forgiving them if something happened to them. The commander noted that there was no need to be angry at a person in vain, so as not to shed blood. The man explained that the captain was under the protection of special forces. Each member of the Tanian family had a personal guard, so the young man would not have been able to get even 5 steps closer to her. Dawei confidently replied that the guards would definitely not be able to hinder his intentions. The commander was surprised by the fat man's bold statement. He warned the boy against being arrogant after defeating just one raging bull. The man still wanted to negotiate with the protagonist, but he didn't have time to utter even one sentence when Dawei had already rushed into battle. Our hero winced and pulled out his poisonous needles. One of them flew into the commander's hand, so that he stopped feeling his body, which caused his subordinates to become frightened. One of the special forces turned to the healer to finally stop him. Dawei finally pushed the commander's head away and kicked the soldier in the head. As a result, the main character quickly dealt with the entire special forces team. All the soldiers lay unconscious on the floor and could not move. Then the guy walked up to the bag and hit it with all his might. As a result, she was freed from the chains and flew far away. The soldiers, who retained their memory but were unable to move, saw this and were amazed by such skill. Dawei noted that he was not strong in open combat, but in a surprise attack, the special forces were clearly weaker than the young man. When the mad boar, having recovered from the main character's attack, came to his senses, he turned to this guy. He was surprised because this guy was so strong that he could just kill all the soldiers and leave peacefully. Dawei thought this was a foolish move, because he would show his full strength in this way, and then he would still be caught. Plus, the soldiers would have gotten an arrest warrant, they would have attracted everyone's attention, so the guy would have had to hide, which meant he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat properly. The mad bull thought that this guy looked like a simpleton, but in fact he was very smart and cunning. The protagonist also noted that after the fight they did not recognize each other, but he had already become friends with the soldiers, which is why he quickly showed them all his cards. The commander asked if Dawei would now simply wait for his death, since he had managed to cause a pogrom in Jinwangfu and capture the captain. The husband assured our hero that next time he would definitely suffer. Dawei was offended by being spoken of as a pervert who was courting a girl. He was outraged because the girl stole his first kiss, which the guy kept for 20 years, and Tannen was at most 18 to 19 years old, so the young man decided that they were stalking him. Dawei considered the soldiers to be ordinary people, but they dared to confuse black with white, which greatly offended our hero. The special forces were angry because they believed that this was the man who was turning everything upside down. Mad Bull then asked how the protagonist would justify the pogrom in Jinwanfa. Dawei began to justify himself, saying that only one table was damaged, and he could easily have given the money back, and that there had been a fair fight with the guards. This guy thought he was doing everything by the rules because this pompous grandson started the fight in the first place. The Mad Bull noticed that the fight was unequal because they were not fighting one-on-one, but the young man was happy with everything because he was alone against the whole crowd. The commander explained that the problem was that the young man had provoked the Tang family with his actions. This happened in front of others, so the rich family will definitely not forgive this humiliation. The man turned to Dawei seriously and asked his comrade to take care of himself. The protagonist smiled widely because he didn't want to leave this situation just like that. Meanwhile, events move to the Tan family home, where a confused Tanian arrives. The maid happily congratulated her mistress, and the grandfather immediately noticed the girl's return. The old man happily congratulated her because he thought she would bring good news about son Dawei. Suddenly he noticed that for some reason the girl had blushed. Grandpa thought Yen was crying, but she didn't answer and locked herself in her room. She stood at the door and couldn't calm down after kissing the main character. Memories of her intimacy with Dawei came flooding back to Yen's mind, and she screamed. Eventually, she collapsed on the bed and began to shower the guy with insults. She couldn't forget this incident, so she hugged her teddy bear and screamed at him with all her might. The girls considered our hero a disgusting, shameless fat man. At this moment, Master Gu was among the vessels containing prohibited substances. Mr. Tan stood on the page and watched the strange actions of the healer. The master has accumulated enough energy to summon an unknown creature. In front of him on the table lay his damned grandson with his eyes closed. The healer concentrated his energy and touched the patient's forehead with 2 fingers. He ordered him to open his eyes and not be afraid to move forward. Master Gu then began to extract from each end the curse that had been tormenting him so much. Finally, a terrifying, huge skull appeared in the air, but the healer was not at all afraid. He just waved his hand slightly, and ordered the dark entity to disappear. Looking at Ichen, one could immediately guess that he was feeling much better. The old man asked the owner if it was really the nightmare curse, and he replied that he had already cured his grandson, so he should wake up soon. At that moment, guards entered the room and announced that son Dawei had been delivered. The healer asked for fewer people in the room, because the fewer people who knew about the massacre carried out in honor of Master Agu, the better. The old man ordered his subordinates to warn everyone that they could not enter the room without an order. Master Gu allowed Tang to be in the room because he was a relative of the young master. Our Special Forces team and the main character approached the house and were surprised by its enormous size. The Mad Bull asked the fat man to speak less so as not to create more problems. At that moment, Ian met them and immediately hit our hero in the face with a whip. The commander thought about this silently, and looked at his comrade with sympathy. Despite the pain, Doi still looked at the captain with a smile. He decided to laugh and asked the girl if she wanted another kiss. Yen hadn't calmed down since their previous meeting, so she yelled furiously at the protagonist. The guards brought Doi in, and he said goodbye to the beauty. The captain then became angry with her soldiers for not handcuffing the fat man. She asked irritably why her subordinates were standing and looking at her. The Mad Bull replied that he wouldn't mind if they were invited to dinner, and the commander explained that they had no missions, so they would like to take a little walk. The soldier asked the commander if nothing would happen to Doi, since he had promised to prepare poison for them. The commander personally was not entirely sure of his comrade's safety. When the guards brought the protagonist into the house, the young man looked with interest at the expensive interior decoration. The family staff brought the boy to Mr. Tan, who allowed them to leave. The grandson and grandfather looked unflatteringly at our hero because he had crossed the path of their noble family. But Dawei was not at all afraid and began to pretend that he was very happy to meet the great Lord Tang. This man had great respect for such outstanding people as the head of the Tang family. Then he turned to the young gentleman and began to ask how he was doing and how his health was. In the end, the protagonist asked who had so disregarded the laws of the masters of Ugu and dared to remove the curse of nightmares from his grandson. Then I Ching couldn't stand it any longer and asked if this guy really just wanted to die. Dawei replied that everyone would die sooner or later, but he could calculate how much sooner young Master Tang would die, and asked if he wanted to know that information. The arrogant grandson became angry because the protagonist behaved so impudently. Mr. Tan intervened and asked if this guy really wasn't afraid of him. The protagonist replied that he truly respected the old man and was not afraid at all, because throughout his life on Mount Jinfen he had encountered worse creatures. The guy sarcastically asked if he could be afraid of ordinary people if he had seen so many wild animals. Eventually, Mr. Tan took a liking to the fat man for his courage and intelligence. Master Gu joined the conversation, noting that our hero was rather arrogant. Dawei believed that the master himself was impudent because he allowed himself to violate the rules of Wugu magic and remove someone else's curse. The man asked if the healer was afraid that in this way he would start a war with another school of Wugu. Master Gu noted that his school was the best among all the schools in China, so he had nothing to fear. Then the protagonist wanted to know where this insolence came from and asked how the healer was able to surprise Mr. Pan. Hearing this name, Master Gu dropped the jug from his hands. When he returned to our hero, he no longer had a face, because he was very scared. Dawei looked at the giant with both defiance and irritation. Meanwhile, Mr. Tan returned to the sofa to see what was going on between the teachers. Finally, he noticed his medicine man bowing his head before the one he had wanted to kill a few minutes ago. I Ching also looked at this and nervously asked what happened to Master Gu. The impudent fellow ordered him to show the fat man everything he could, but Gu stood there, sweating from fear. In the end, Dawei received a strong slap from the teacher for breaking the rules of magic. Yeah. Mr. Tan and his grandson were shocked by the turn of events. The protagonist began to ridicule the fact that the healer allegedly studied at the best school. He slapped the frightened giant on the cheek again and asked if he really wasn't afraid of anything. The boy continued to beat him and asked who allowed Master Gu to remove the nightmare curse from another person. Our hero grabbed the big guy by the hair, began to mock him and wondered why the arrogant owner hadn't braided his hair yet. Dawei could no longer contain his emotions and was furious at Master Gu. He started shouting because the owner really thought too highly of himself and ordered the insolent fellow to kneel down. Master Gu listened to Mr. Pan without question and bowed his head to him. He began to justify himself to his mentor, because he did not know the elder's real name, and if he had known, he would never have lifted this curse in his lifetime. The protagonist was very angry because the teacher allowed himself to forget that Dawei was their teacher's first student. Mr. Tang watched from the sidelines and worried about Master Gu. Meanwhile, the guy no longer wanted to talk about the general laws of but decided to remember the rules of his teacher and think about how to punish the violator. Master Gu offered to return the nightmare curse to Chen until Dawei himself wanted to remove it. At that moment, Yen entered the room, wanting to stop our hero. The old man asked why the girl came here without permission. She suggested forgetting about Ichen's curse because it would not benefit anyone. Dawei could not forget this insult because the restaurant manager hit him very hard on the head with a stick. The main character was very vindictive, so he was ready to scare the guy 10 more times, and only then forget about Ichen's feelings of guilt. Tan intervened in the conversation and asked the fat man to show him respect and forget about this conflict. Finally, Dawei thought about the old man's words. Then Ian decided to make a deal with the main character and offered to forget about the kiss with Dawei for the sake of Ichen's health. Everyone present in the room was surprised to hear these words from the girl. Master Gu then made a riddle and thought that the mentor had finally met his young daughter-in-law, which angered our hero. As a result, Dawei hit him on the head to teach him a lesson. This guy continued to beat him because the owner allowed himself to look for our hero's daughter-in-law. Then Master Gu remembered that it was the master who had asked for this. Dawei asked irritably when he had managed to do this, and the healer explained that that year the boy had sat on his shoulders and hit him in the face. Then the main character, riding the old man's disciple, screamed because he had already tasted his treasured prey, and little Dawei said that he would give his first kiss to his wife. At this point, poor Yen became even more embarrassed by this unpleasant incident. The main character could not believe his ears and noticed that he really liked European women. In the end, Dawei decided to show respect to Mr. Tang and leave his grandson alone. Then the protagonist wondered what to do with the very guilty Gulin Shiji. He reminded Master Gu that he had removed the nightmare curse without his permission. As punishment, Dawei decided to impose the bone-eater curse on the offender, which was supposed to be lifted within 24 hours. Suddenly, a swarm of tamed ants appeared on the healer's body. With the help of insects and magic, he finally placed the curse on his teacher. Dawei uttered the words of the spell, causing the giant to scream in incredible pain. Despite this, Master Gu bowed to his mentor and thanked him for the opportunity to prolong his life. Meanwhile, the main character turned to Ian and asked her not to believe what the fat man said. He again boldly suggested that the girl apparently wanted to kiss again. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore, threw a vase at our hero and ordered him to get out of there. Ian threw the table in pursuit, but it had already closed the door behind it. A few seconds later the door opened and a man entered the room, but the guards held him at gunpoint. Lord Tang ordered his men to finally free Dawei. The old man ran up to Master Gu and tried to help him up. He thanked his young daughter-in-law for intervening and saving the giant from death. This was the last straw for Yen, and she ran out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Itchin asked the master if the Bone-Eater's curse was really that strong. The healer explained that in Uga magic there are 10 most terrible curses, and the Nightmare Curse is not even on this list. However, the Bone-Eater product used took 4th place in this ranking. He said that the cursed person would feel as if his body was being eaten by thousands of ants. Everything will hurt and itch terribly, these sensations cannot be described in words. The teacher also explained that the mentor protected him so often because he was important to their teacher's other close students. In fact, it's best not to encounter the protagonist in a state of true rage. A person who insults Dawei's loved ones will certainly experience torment worse than death. Then I Cheng remembered that he had already harmed his mentor's family, and was now worried about his life. Mr. Tan was surprised because his grandson ran away somewhere at incredible speed. He quickly called Xiaozhan and ordered him to recall his men. Meanwhile, Mr. Sun was sitting in the car and had already smoked a lot of cigarettes because he was very worried about his beloved son. He was thinking about Davy when he got the call. The employee reported that the inspection team had finally left. They also gave Zissing the highest rating for business integrity and good recommendations to other companies in the city. The old man was not at all worried about this news, because he still had not found his child. He hung up, but they called him back again. Mr. Sun was informed that Dawei was okay and he left with his friend. Meanwhile, the main character was driving in a car, trapped between 2 special forces soldiers. The delighted general asked Dawei to prepare poisons for them to use in battle. He specified that he would like to experience something similar to what Mad Bull experienced. The guy agreed without any problems, but asked to wait because he needed to mix several poisons. He needed poisons for snakes, spiders, bees and other insects, so the healer was not sure that 2 boxes would be enough. The commander said it was a trifle, so this guy could trust him in this matter. In the end, he brought the protagonist to the coolest poisonous animal research center in all of Huaxia. The husband showed the pass to the guards and told our hero that there was an incredible amount of different poisons there. Dawei only had to tell him what ingredients he needed. The protagonist was surprised when he entered this innovation center. He immediately noticed a beautiful green snake hidden behind the glass of the terrarium. The fat man thought that this reptile seemed to be quite tasty. One of the center's employees recognized the commander and called him by his nickname, Hunting Dog. He was surprised and asked why the special forces had come to them, to which the commander explained that they had come for ingredients. Davy, with a pleading look, asked the employee for permission to look around. The husband allowed our hero to take a walk here, and he went to look at the reptiles. The employee stated that their research center contains poisonous animals not only from China but also from other parts of the world. He used the Brazilian viper as an example. He also showed off an Amazonian poison dart frog that looked like a pile of shit. The next specimen was an Australian boa constrictor that looked like a dry branch. Dawei approached the terrarium and was fascinated by the snakes he saw. The employee noted that there were even more poisonous insects, and that they also bred animals and, for example, had as many as 100,000 desert scorpions. At this moment, Dawei remembered something and decided to ask the commander why they had such strange nicknames. The husband explained that their call signs depended on the warrior's skills. The hunting dog had a very sensitive sense of smell, so during a fight it could always anticipate the moment of impact. The protagonist then came to the conclusion that the mad bull had such a call sign because he looked like an angry cow. Davy didn't like the idea because he thought it was rather boring. The boy remarked that he would choose the most beautiful animal for himself, and then Mad Bull decided to ask who our hero would choose. The young man replied that for him the strongest were the dragon, the tiger, and the leopard. The soldiers didn't like this idea and looked at the fat man in silence. When Dawei walked away a little, the commander asked what was so special about this amazing guy. Finally, the man turned to our hero and said that he would never call him by such nicknames again. The boy called the soldiers uncultured fools, which angered Hunting Dog, but Mad Bull tried to calm him down. The center employee also became angry because the guests were behaving stupidly. He felt ashamed that he had left his job to give a tour to these warriors. The man did not understand the beauty of a dragon, a tiger, and a leopard, because it is better to look at beautiful girls. Meanwhile, the company approached the terrarium, which interested the main character. Dawei came closer and looked with delight at the previously unseen animals. The employee said it was a new, rare species of venomous spider that had only recently been introduced, and that there were fewer than 2,000 of its species in the world. These insects looked very beautiful and were called undertakers. Dawei found them very cute and was already playing with one of the spiders, but in the meantime, the scientist noticed that this species used to be found in Huaxia, but for an unknown reason it disappeared. The witch doctor was so focused on the spiders that he was drooling, so the commander cleared his throat to get him to pay attention to the people around him. The center's employee added that undertakers are considered patterned spiders because the insect's backs bear the hieroglyph Felishu, which signifies happiness, longevity, and prosperity. If you manage to collect all 3 color variations, these spiders will become priceless. But the scientist explained that this is a research center, not a pet store, so they only collect common species of animals. Davy really liked the spiders, so he asked the employee to give him 2. The husband was angry because the center bought a total of 10 animals, and they were not pets at all, because 1 milliliter of their poison can kill an entire field of animals. And if the undertakers run away from this man, it will be a threat to the whole society. Davy wanted to clarify that in fact this species of spider has a completely different name. Abroad they were called undertakers, and in Huaxia they were called coffin makers. Spiders get their name because they feed on the corpses of animals that have already begun to decompose. Due to this feature, the venom of undertakers contains a whole mixture of poisons from other animals. This is why those bitten by a corpse spider begin to decompose very quickly. The protagonist concluded that this is precisely the source of the incredible power of this rare species of spider. The employee couldn't figure out where this fat, smart guy came from. Davy also noted that in ancient times, corpse spiders were used to silently kill enemies. People died within minutes, which was incredibly terrifying for those who managed to survive. The healer noted that this method of killing is considered one of the most terrible. But in reality, corpse spiders are not needed for killing, but for healing. To do this, you need to grind the spider in a mortar and then mix it with 2 medicinal herbs in simple proportions, thus obtaining a potent medicine used against gangrene and for removing rotting foci. Simply put, this mixture can remove any scars. The employee had some doubts about these methods. Although he believed the fat man, he still did not find any supporting documents. Davy also noted that if used regularly, the drug would be similar to using lamb placenta extract or an antibotulism drug. This mixture had a strong rejuvenating effect, so the skin became like a baby's, just like they show in the advertisements. The scholar asked whether the young man had really not lied to him, and our hero assured him that he had been called a sweet and honest young man, and his word was worth more than gold. The comrades looked at each other and thought that Dawei must have given himself such a proud nickname. In the end, the protagonist said that in the hands of the research center, corpse spiders are just poisonous creatures, but in the hands of a healer, they will turn into real money. This guy also promised that instead of a full issue, an employee's face might appear on the spiders' backs. Eventually, the scientist gave in to these promises, so he left and told our hero to wait for him here. Meanwhile, the group of comrades moved to another room, and Dawei noticed with a satisfied smile that the employee was still completely inexperienced. They entered the room where the rest of the spiders were kept. The Mad Bull also looked at everything and found everything around him very cool. At this point, the protagonist approached one of the terrariums and noticed that the conditions for the spiders' reproduction had been violated, so these 20 individuals were very weak. The man felt very sorry for the children because the incompetent staff at the center treated them cruelly. A camera was installed in the room, which captured Davy's love for the little spiders. Someone in the security room was shocked by this attitude towards ordinary insects. The center's director irritably asked the employee where this strange fat man came from and how he got into the plant growth chamber. At that moment, someone turned to the director in fear and interrupted the conversation. Everyone was shocked because the fat man calmly took the ladder and climbed up to the hole in the terrarium. The special forces also didn't have time to react, so they only watched in horror at the stupid act of their comrade. The commander shouted to the main character, but he had already joyfully jumped to his favorite spiders. A man asked a boy through the glass of a terrarium to get away from the poisonous and dangerous spiders. Davy tried to calm his friends down because it was nothing to him. All the spiders rushed towards the main character, and his relatives tried to warn him of the danger. The director was watching the events through the cameras at that moment, and was sure that the fat man was about to die, so he ordered the employees to immediately go to that room. The leader was very nervous because he did not know how to explain such a strange death of the young man. Suddenly, the employee asked the man to look at the cameras. The commander was also surprised because the room was illuminated by bright light. At this moment, the protagonist called upon his golden silkworm to protect him from the attack of poisonous spiders. As a result, the spiders did not bite the healer, but simply calmly crawled over his body. The young man was able to pick up the poisoned baby and stroke him without any problem. Our hero gladly felt sorry for the spiders because they were being tortured so cruelly. He told them that there was nothing to be afraid of because the kind fat man was already next to them. Meanwhile, the director ran out of the security room and was already calling someone, and the scientists could not understand why the undertakers did not bite the guy. The manager called the rest of the staff to urgently go to the room with the undertaker spiders. The man explained that they had made a huge discovery. As a result, after 10 minutes, the director of the center arrived in the room with the main character. The special forces thought they were going to get caught because they let Davy get inside the spiders. The soldiers saluted and congratulated the commander. The commander irritably ordered the protagonist to quickly get down from the top of the terrarium. Dawei jumped down nimbly, and the director looked closely at the strange fat man. The commander was surprised because the man calmly extended his hand and asked his name. The director congratulated our hero and introduced himself as Manhwa. He explained that he is the head of the Shanjing Poisonous Animal Research Center. Then the healer understood everything and respectfully greeted his husband. The director was older than the main character, so he asked if he could just call the guy Davy. He took the guy by the shoulder and asked if he really liked those spiders so much. In the end, the leader decided to sacrifice 2 people in favor of Dawei. In fact, Manhwa liked the medicine that the protagonist talked about. Meanwhile, the special forces realized that this man was a scoundrel and wanted to frame the naive young man. Dawei happily accepted the gift and noted that everyone could benefit from such an effective medicine. The man confirmed the healer's words with a satisfied smile. The protagonist laughed sheepishly, and the director stood up and seemed to be waiting for something. Manhwa hinted that he was giving this guy spiders that he had bought and brought from another country, so they were very valuable. To this end, the director asked Dawei to reveal to the center the recipe for an effective medicine made from poison used in funeral matters, and noted that this was only in the interests of the state. For no apparent reason, the protagonist suddenly asked the manager if he looked like a movie star. This question puzzled the comrades who were watching the conversation. The director was embarrassed and said that, despite the guy's extra weight, he still looked a bit like a star. He got angry at Dawei for trying to make a joke. Our hero continued discussing this topic and noted that the conversation was specifically about a specific movie star. The guy asked if he looked like Dustin Hoffman or Tom Hanks. The director realized that they were foreigners and replied that the young man did not look like them. It turned out that the main character was up to something. Davy replied that he was not like Rain Man or Forrest Gump, which were particularly talented characters, and he was not going to fall for this senseless offer. The center's employees immediately froze in anticipation, as they did not expect such insolence towards their director. Our hero noticed that, despite having come down from the mountains, he was able to distinguish between trash and useful things. He mockingly asked the director who would eat pork when there was roe deer meat to eat. Dawei had no intention of exchanging his precious diamond for just 4 little spiders. The healer was ready to give a recipe for an offer that would be more valuable than the previous one. The boy didn't like that they tried to make him look like a 3-year-old child and deceived him so easily. Eventually, the director decided to gather his staff and allowed our hero to continue his tour of the center. Zayazenua ordered the staff member to give the guests a tour and give them whatever they wanted. Dawei heard this and immediately approached the scientist, asking him to show him the laboratory and provide everything that was on the list. The employee became nervous because the list was quite impressive. After some time, our hero was already sitting in the laboratory and studying the components provided to him. He told the special forces that the blue liquid was a cure for truth, which had a rather strong effect. It didn't matter how strong the enemy was, because after drinking this potion, he would reveal everything he knew. But there was also a side effect. A person who took this medicine immediately became feeble-minded, and this was incurable. Suddenly Davy noticed that a camera had been watching them the whole time. The device was slightly hidden among the boxes. Davy was up to something, so he took a piece of paper and a pen and laughed like an evil genius. The director, looking at this, wondered what this fat man was up to. Meanwhile, Dawei quickly wrote something on a piece of paper and walked up to the camera. It turned out he had drawn himself asking why the employees were looking at him. Our hero, remaining calm, continued to tell his comrades about the medications, and it came to a mixture of sleeping pills that, with one drop, could knock out an enemy for 3 to 6 hours. He then showed the bag and asked the commander to be careful with it because it was a substance called Smilekill, and the healer did not know how much of it to use. Dawei said that when he tested poisonous Upus on a wild boar, it died with a wide smile on its face, and asked his friend not to tell anyone about it, because he could be sent to prison. The hunting dog asked the young man who told her that they would be sent to prison for killing a boar, and he replied that this information was given to him by the second disciple, that is, Dr. Fan, so Dawei only hunted pine cones in the mountains, without getting any game. The commander took pity on the deceived boy and promised to feed the healer real game one day. At this moment, Director Zayazenua entered the lab and apologized for the lengthy meeting. He took the boy from his comrades and invited Davy to eat and drink, and our hero asked if he would like to be treated. The husband was irritated because the fat man had mountains of money in his hands, but he was still worried about who would pay. Then the protagonist approached the hunting dog to ask about the catch, and the friend promised to treat Dawei tomorrow afternoon or evening. As a result, all the Special Forces soldiers sat tensely at the negotiating table with the main character and Director Zayazenua. Also present at the dinner were 2 charming sales representatives. Dawei stared at the unknown bottle in front of him. At this moment the commander turned to our hero and asked him to listen. He noticed that Zayazenua came prepared and wanted to treat the healer to a drink. The director wanted to take advantage of this and force Dawei to sign a contract on unfavorable terms. So the hunting dog decided that the Special Forces would drink, and Dawei would eat delicious food. He ordered our hero to eat everything that was there. At that moment, the director raised his glass and proposed to drink to their strong friendship. Everyone supported him and finished their drink. Zayazenua noticed that Dawei was not drinking for some reason and asked why. The director began to play on the protagonist's feelings, but he replied that he simply did not know how to drink alcohol. The husband was simply afraid that this guy was an experienced drunkard, but in fact he was glad to learn that Dawei did not know how to drink. He said that a man should drink, so he invited the young man to have a glass, and the director himself would drink too. The husband put pressure on our hero because the main goal of the evening was to get him drunk. The commander decided to stand up for this guy and offered to drink instead of him. Director Zayazenua immediately ordered the soldier to sit down in an irritated manner. He wondered again if Dawei had really treated the old man so disrespectfully. The man continued to try to manipulate the young man, using words about the strong friendship between them. He repeated his phrase again that a non-drinker is an utter coward. In the end, neither the hunting dog nor the protagonist could withstand this direct pressure. Dawei jumped up and drank the entire glass in one gulp. The men were surprised because no one drinks Hanshin in such quantities when the temperature reaches 50 degrees. The protagonist slammed his glass down on the table with all his might and ordered the director to drink it. The commander looked at the inexperienced drunkard with sympathy. Zayazenua was happy because he was finally able to take control of the situation. Now Dawei has definitely fallen into the trap that the director has prepared for him. A real competition broke out between the boy and the man, and the Special Forces soldiers watched their friend with alarm. Everyone thought the fat man was drunk, but in fact he was using magic to remove the alcohol from his system. The restaurant staff should have closed the establishment long ago, but our group could not stop drinking. Everyone was already almost drunk, but Dawei and the director continued to raise their glasses to the desperate scientists. They didn't stop there and continued drinking to the nameless heroes. The drunkards drank their next glass to the brave fighters. They drank one sip at a time, so there were already a lot of empty bottles on the shelf. The protagonist continued to perform his stunt and gradually eliminated the alcohol from his system. Director Zayazenua still couldn't understand how the fat man could still stand. The man noticed that he drank all the glasses to the bottom except the first one, but this did not affect him in any way. In such a scenario, our hero would have lost consciousness long ago. At this moment, Doi happily offered the Huaxia heroes another drink. Zayazenua looked at our hero in surprise because he still hadn't stopped drinking. While the director was drinking, Doi also kept one eye on his condition. The healer laughed because this man was a real fool. The director almost threw up because he drank every last drop, and the resourceful Doi continued to suck out everything that was left under his fingers. Today this guy decided to treat his drinking buddy properly. Meanwhile, Zayazenua felt that he could no longer drink because he felt very ill. But the husband was happy, because he thought that the fat man was also on the edge. At this moment, the main character called the waitress and asked her to bring 5 more bottles of vodka. Zayazenua was shocked because this guy wasn't going to go home until everyone was completely drunk. An hour later, the drunks had already consumed several cases of alcohol. Doi sat there as if nothing had happened, while the director seemed to have already reached the limit of his abilities. Zayazenua lay on the table, barely holding on to keep from falling and losing consciousness. He remembered that the fat man had actually said that he couldn't drink at all. The director noticed that our hero was completely sober, and began to suspect that he had somehow been deceived. Doi pretended to be offended by hearing such accusations from his drinking buddy. The guy explained that he doesn't really know how to drink because he doesn't know what it's like to be drunk. Our hero continued to mock her husband, who could barely restrain himself from bleaching his skin. In the end, Doi decided to continue the work for which they had gathered here. This guy went to the hangar and started looking for the contract in Zayazenua's things. The last thing the director saw before losing consciousness was the protagonist's contented smile, and the contract in his hands. A few moments later, Doi held in his hands the papers with the required signature of the center's director. While the young man was rejoicing at the successful operation, someone's phone rang. The protagonist immediately began to look for the device that was making this sound. After some time, the man noticed that the sound was coming from a hunting dog. He answered the call, and the man on the other end of the line ordered the commander to gather his men and head out on a new mission. The guy found out it was Yen, and told her that the whole team was drunk and only he was sober. The captain asked where they were, and the fat man replied that they were in an unknown restaurant. Yen ordered the protagonist to bring the team to her and lost consciousness. Doi, looking at this situation, felt something was wrong. The events shift to a military base, where soldiers were actively loading something into helicopters. They heard someone cheering them on and didn't understand what was happening. The military came out and asked with displeasure who was interfering here so early. The soldier suddenly saw what was happening and was very surprised. Doi stormed into their base, carrying his drunken comrades on his back. The main character was in a hurry, so he asked everyone to step aside. The smell of exhaust fumes lingered behind the boy and the Special Forces fighters, so the soldiers had no idea what was happening at their base. Davy quickly ran to the helicopter, which was already ready. He put his comrades inside and wondered what they ate that made them so big. The guy noted that Tanian knew how to command, because she even made him wait. At that moment, she finally came up and quietly laughed, looking at the main character and the Special Forces fighters. She asked how long the soldiers remained in such a state of intoxication. Divin noticed that the captain was making him sweat so that he would help them in the operation. Yen walked up to the helicopter and told the guy that he could now go free. Our hero wanted to help the girl, so he noticed that he had enough strength to get the drunks out of the helicopter. At that moment, the captain thought they were heading to the Emerald City, so she wanted to buy the best gems for her grandfather for his birthday. She wanted to find the Imperial Jade to please her loved one. If they made it to the city, Ian could leave the fat man with the alcoholics to keep an eye on them. Eventually, the captain allowed Davy to take part in their operation. Meanwhile, the commander had already woken up, but the soldiers continued to doze, strapped into their seats. The man opened his eyes and tried to understand where he was. Hunting Dog had a terrible headache due to the large amount of alcohol he had drunk. He looked out the window and tried to count how much they had drunk yesterday. A few seconds later, the commander realized that he and his team were in a helicopter. The Hunting Dog jumped up and began to wake up his soldiers because he realized that they were sent on a mission. The captain heard her subordinates awaken and contacted them using the helicopter's communications. She began to scold them because of the wild night at the restaurant, because of which no one could now contact them. Yen asked them seriously if the soldiers were really that brave. The captain ordered the Special Forces soldiers to take a stationary position and maintain formation until the moment of landing. Dawei was annoyed that he was not allowed to sleep peacefully, so he yelled at Ian. The girl asked in a rage what the fat man had allowed himself to hit. The main character found herself in a strange position and called the captain a fool who stole her first kiss, but at the same time had no right to do anything with her, and assured her that he could not win her heart. Eventually, the soldiers lifted the chained man to talk to him about the situation. The hunting dog asked the guy what happened last night, and thought that Dawei had finally signed a contract with Manhwa. The protagonist showed a contract according to which a pharmaceutical plant and research center under the Lao government purchased a plot of land. As a result, thanks to his contribution and knowledge, Dawei will receive 30% of the shares. The contract also contained a clause that prohibited this person from engaging in entrepreneurial activity, which exempted him from any work or sales, but reserved the right to receive annual dividends. The commander said that he now believed the guy's words, and Dawei asked what he was talking about. The man remembered the main character's words about how being an uneducated person is bad. He explained that this contract was entirely Western because the factory and the center could act dishonestly and instantly bankrupt Dawei's company and steal his property. Our hero admitted that he knew about this when he signed the contract, so the soldiers were immediately interested in this decision. He admitted that he would like to drive these fools out of business and start his own business. The special forces did not understand at all what Dawei meant. The young man invited the soldiers to come to his factory after retirement and just ride in luxury cars. It seemed to the mad bull that our hero was a little confused in his own dreams. Davy explained that his comrades might think it was stupid, but they were missing an important detail. The healer noted that such a quantity of medicine would require many spider corpses. He assured that he would be able to obtain 10,000 offspring from spiders in a year, and if there were a dozen of them, then, according to his promise, it would be a whole million. Once Dawei receives these drugs, the world will see a new generation of medicines. By that time, the director will no longer be able to fire our hero, so he will probably fire him himself. The commander asked if the comrade was sure that the center was not capable of independently growing the same number of spiders. Dawei explained that he had special secret techniques that had long been forgotten by humanity, so even if he showed everything exactly to the employees, they would not be able to repeat it. After this plan, the comrades mentally nicknamed the fat man a fox in pig's skin. Eventually, the special forces decided to end the conversation on this topic and asked the guy where they were flying to. Davy began to tell the story of the call to Hunting Dog's phone when their conversation was interrupted by Ian, who informed them of the team's mission, which was to expose a foreign smuggling organization. According to their informant, this organization owns a quarter of all contraband goods imported into China. 4 days ago, the 3 leaders of the organization arrived in the Emerald City to hold their annual meeting in a hidden factory. The team was only required to neutralize the smugglers. The soldiers liked this task, so even then they were determined to complete it successfully. Finally, they asked the captain what the fat man had forgotten on board. Dawei explained that Ian had promised him a free round-trip tour and free meals, so he simply couldn't refuse. Then Hunting Dog decided to ask the boy what he thought about the first flight, and he replied that everything was not at all like in the books. The captain asked what the difference was, and Davy remarked that books always said that the seats on the plane were comfortable. In transport, the seats, although large, turned out to be too hard. The protagonist also read about beautiful flight attendants he could hook up with. The commander then realized that it was the imaginary beautiful women that had caused Dawei to agree to this proposal. The guy was embarrassed by this revelation. The young man asked his friend who he thought he was because he had just read about it in a book. At that moment, the Special Forces soldier sitting next to the captain noticed that she suddenly became irritated. After some time, our team finally arrived at its destination. The protagonist was very happy about their landing, and at that moment Ian turned to him. The girl said that the fat man would leave with her. Dawei was frightened and immediately hid behind the commander, asking where they were going. The captain explained that he would only help her find Jasper for the anniversary of her grandfather's death. The guy liked the idea, but still asked what would happen next, and Yen replied that they would have lunch together then. Our hero still didn't trust him and asked about the continuation, to which the girl replied that their excursion would end with the purchase of souvenirs. Davy listed all the entertainment that awaited him and thought about it. Eventually, for some reason, he came to the conclusion that the girl had taken him for a complete fool. The captain asked irritably whether the guy was going to go with her or not. Dawei agreed only on the condition that the girl would pay for him and add money for help in finding and delivering gifts. These conditions angered the captain, so she sped up and kicked the young man. Of course, the main character skillfully dodged her blow. The guy came up from the other side and grabbed Ian by the fragile waist. The girl didn't have time to understand what was happening to her. Dawei caught Yen, who was about to fall, and now stood next to her in a rather unusual pose, as if dancing. He thought that the girl wanted to kiss him again accidentally, and noted that there was no need to do it openly. The soldiers watched in bewilderment as their captain tried to grab our hero by the hair, and he screamed because he was afraid for his hair. Yen angrily asked why her subordinates were watching the quarrel and ordered them to go to training. Eventually, our hero and the girl descended from the building and approached a large military vehicle. The captain handed the keys to Dawei, but he didn't understand why. She asked if this guy could drive a car. The protagonist wanted to show his resilience, so he said that it was a small thing for him and remembered that he was the king of Jinfen County. Ian was delighted by this news and even smiled at the impudent fat man. Already in the car, she realized that Dawei had lied to her, and she became angry. She called out and asked why our hero was just sitting there, and he explained that he was trying to find the ignition key. He couldn't understand why such a big car didn't have this mechanism, and yet Ian told him to just press the brake. Then the man started looking for the brake, and the captain realized how critical the situation had become, so she covered her face with her hand. She ordered Davy out of the car and finally got around to getting behind the wheel herself. After some time, they arrived at a market where they sold various minerals and stones. The main character was delighted with such an unusual color scheme for him. Dawei was a little suspicious of this and asked the beauty if she had brought it here to sell. Ian asked mockingly if the guy was afraid of her. The protagonist asked for a good percentage only if the girl sold him at a good price. The captain didn't understand the guy's joke, so she didn't answer. Davy thought that she didn't want to pay with money, so he suggested that she just kiss him. In a fit of anger, the girl almost flipped the car. She kicked our hero and wanted to find a place where he could be sold at a higher price. They eventually went to the market, and Dawei watched local buyers appraise gemstones. The guy decided to ask the captain if she knew anything about choosing jewelry. She asked a counter question, and the protagonist replied that he didn't know how to choose stones. Then Yen asked why the guy asked such a question, and he became indignant because she was a tyrant who couldn't even be asked about. Someone cut a stone on one of the stands and was surprised to discover a block of ice. Moreover, there was not a single crack on it, so this stone was considered very valuable. The protagonist watched silently as the captain was simply enchanted by such a rare find. Then he realized what purchases the girl was telling him about. This guy knew that such deals were quite interesting, because if you manage to buy high-quality jade, its price will be lower than the store price. But still, such pleasure did not come cheap. Suddenly the short man turned to Dawei. The stranger said that our hero was gifted and had eyebrows that looked like real sharp swords. The guy thought he was a fortune teller, but he denied these assumptions. Then Dawei thought that the merchant wanted to sell him some rare artifact, but this also turned out to be untrue. Eventually, the young man thought the stranger wanted to sell some kind of adult product, but the protagonist noticed that he had not been interested in such things for a long time. The husband rejected all of Dawei's strange suggestions, which offended him, but the merchant did not want to let the potential buyer go so easily. The stranger became attached to our hero because he thought he was from a rich family. He explained that he wanted to give this guy a luxurious stone for only 5,000. Dawei noticed with irritation that the stranger was already tired of him and accidentally knocked the stone out of his hands. The precious stone fell to the ground with a characteristic ringing sound. Then the protagonist realized that it was real jasper, because the stone emitted a characteristic energy. The husband was worried about his very valuable product. Suddenly the boy remembered how for the first time he was able to see the fate of the one who was putting on a show with fake losses, and he did not think that he would ever again see someone else's failure. This time Dawei assumed that the merchant would certainly go bankrupt and become poor. The protagonist realized that the man wanted to deceive him, thinking that the stone was a fake, but in fact an unknown power emanated from it. He even felt a little sorry for the merchant, because he was unable to take advantage of his chance to get rich. The stranger asked if Dawei would eventually take the stone because he was selling it very cheaply. The problem was that our hero only had 2,000 with him. The merchant was angry that this guy had treated him like a complete fool by setting such a low price. Davy continued to stick to his line of behavior, and also used his ability to make puppy dog eyes. Eventually, the man gave up, deciding that the stone wouldn't be much help anyway. As a result, our hero held an unusual piece of stone in his hands. He was puzzled as to how he could open the thing while a fierce auction battle was raging nearby. Eventually, he noticed how people would compete desperately for a particular stone and would pay exorbitant prices for it. The amount offered for the jewel has already reached 13 million. After this figure, trading calmed down a bit, so the auctioneer tried to encourage the crowd. At stake was a unique stone called emerald jadeite. Yen was so eager to get it that she looked desperately at the host, who asked who could give such a large sum of money. The captain looked at her with despair because she could not give away such money, and at that moment Dawei noticed her. The guy asked his friend where he could break his stone. Then Ian noticed that the fat man had already bought something for himself. She explained that Dawei could break his stone at the nearest available machine. The guy immediately asked if it was free, and the captain called him a real cheapskate. The main character looked at the girl with resentment, and she asked why he was looking like that. Dawei himself had seen the words about women breaking out in terrible anger once a month, so the captain promised to finish off this guy. Finally he went to the machines and began sawing the stone. Our hero was very nervous because it was quite a complicated process. He thought that 2,000 for some little stone was a real robbery. Dawei was extremely unhappy that the funds were wasted on some colorless trash. The guy thought irritably that if he called him on the phone, he would see a fool in the mirror. He was surprised because it was Brother Fan who suddenly called. The doctor informed the mentor that he had received the promotion that our hero had predicted for him. Dawei couldn't understand what his comrade was talking about so joyfully. Fan remembered that when they met the swindler on the road, the healer said that the doctor was being promoted at work, and today he really became the deputy director. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to work with the stone and thought that it was the work of the old teacher, who was trying to improve his relationship with this guy. Suddenly Dawei saw something in the stone that immediately caught his attention. At the cut point, one could see an incredibly beautiful emerald color, shining brightly with its purity. He immediately asked Fan to wait for his greeting and explained that he urgently needed to attend to other matters. Gradually, those around him began to notice what a treasure this guy had found. Everyone started shouting to each other that someone had found an incredible stone. Yen also heard the noise in the crowd, so she immediately paid attention to it. Meanwhile, Dawei, already surrounded by a crowd, continued to carefully clean his unexpected but valuable find. When people were convinced that it was a precious stone, they confirmed that it was emerald ice, called imperial jade. Everyone, including Ian, envied the fat man's find. Then the captain realized that she should have treated the main character better, because he really was very lucky. But now she realized that the fat man was very vindictive, and would not forgive her even the slightest kindness. Dawei continued to clean the stone and saw gold particles there. The stranger who was watching this noticed that, unfortunately, it was not pure imperial jade, but gilded, but that was not bad either. He also noticed white spots that also spoiled the jade. Other men said that if it were pure imperial jade, its price would be exorbitant. In fact, even half of this stone was worth a lot of money. At this moment, Dawei, having analyzed the energy of this stone, could not believe that the jade had absorbed the divine spirit and had become established, turning into jade. He never imagined that he would be able to find the ingredient for the cure for the 9-moon curse, namely the quintessence of pure jade, so quickly and easily. The man was very grateful to the stranger, because the stone contained 12, or maybe even 13 grains of quintessence, so it was a real gem. Dawei decided not to wait and quickly sawed through the stone, which shocked the surrounding merchants and customers. The husband was scared because no one processes precious stones like that, especially imperial jade. He noted that our hero cut off an extra 2 inches, which cost him several million. Ian stood in the crowd and listened to the other traders talk about how beginners always have luck. The captain didn't like the way strangers spoke so enviously about this guy. At that moment, a merchant approached Dawei and offered to buy one of the fragments of imperial jade from him. The protagonist immediately became interested and asked the man how much he was willing to pay for the stone. In the end, the stranger offered a whole 5 million for the jewel. He asked if the guy was happy with the price. Suddenly, a pebble flew from the crowd at the man's head. Another merchant decided to come to Dawei's defense, noting that such a stone would sell for 20 million at auction. The jade stone that belonged to the protagonist was 4 times larger than the one that was put up for auction and was of high quality. Ian watched in amazement as the fat man fought for the stone. Everyone started shouting out the amounts they were willing to pay for the Dawei stone, and the figure had already reached 70 million. Eventually, a wealthy and influential man offered up to $90 million to buy the coveted gem. He asked with a smile if anyone could give more. Hearing such a sum, everyone froze in shock, so the man asked everyone to disperse so that he could go to our hero. Meanwhile, the captain heard people nearby saying that this rich man simply had no education. The rich stranger had already approached Dawei and extended his hand to greet him. The husband explained that he was the richest person here, and his friends simply called him Fatty Shui, but something irritated the main character. The rich man also invited everyone to the Hongyun restaurant, where he planned to buy all the drinks and seafood. This guy couldn't understand why they were both fat, but he could easily spend 90 million. He was very angry because Fatty Shui could serve everyone, but Dawei had nothing in his pockets and no money on his phone. The rich man thanked our hero for such a find and handed him a check for 90 million. He noted that this guy could cash them out at any time. The man was about to take the stone from Dawei, but he managed to dodge. The protagonist asked Fatty Shui when he had already agreed to such a price. The rich man suggested that he discuss the amount in more detail, because it was clearly not enough, but he replied that he did not intend to sell the stone. He couldn't stand it any longer, grabbed Dawei by the clothes and began asking what he meant by refusing such nonsense. The protagonist explained that there was no talk of selling his imperial jade. The man noticed that when he asked about the approximate price, everyone around him had already started fighting over the stone. Bagation was very angry at Dawei's insolence and began to swear. Our hero made his way into the crowd and, holding his precious find in his hands, asked permission to clear the way for him. Eventually he managed to break through and reach the captain. Davy turned to the girl, which is why she was surprised. The guy asked her if she had 2,000, and Yen couldn't understand what our hero wanted from her. In the end, our hero asked for 2,100, because he wanted to earn at least a few pennies on this stone. Dawei was about to be offended because the girl didn't respond to his proposal, but in reality she simply didn't understand what the fat man wanted from her. Everyone was watching this, and Ian asked what our hero wanted from her, and in the end he agreed to 2,000, but was not going to give up his find for less. The captain thought she was sleeping because he didn't believe that Dawei had lowered the price from 90 million to 2,000. In the end, the guy couldn't stand it and simply gave him such an expensive stone. Yen felt ashamed because she didn't expect such a generous gift from the vengeful fat man. Meanwhile, the main character held a stone in his hands and lightly pressed on the girl's chest. From this touch, the young man began to see dreams and noticed that this part of her body was very soft and elastic. This angered the captain, but at the same time she could not quarrel with the main character because of his gift. She stomped on Davy's foot with all her might, causing him to scream throughout the market. Everyone around couldn't believe that this guy was ready to give a fortune just for a girl's smile. Fatty Shui was very angry, so he immediately called someone to solve the problem. Dawei was very offended and called Yen a stupid woman for stepping on her foot. The girl looked at our hero and suddenly noticed something unusual. She grabbed the boy and pulled him towards her, but he couldn't understand what the captain wanted from him. It turned out that the main character now seemed like a pretty nice guy to Ian. The guy still felt the ominous aura emanating from her, so he began to get nervous and think that he was about to get something from her in return. He noticed that the girl could step on his foot as much as she wanted, and he was just making fun of this stupid woman. Suddenly, Ian reached out to the protagonist and gently kissed him on the cheek. A few seconds later, out of shame, she pushed Davy away. The captain couldn't understand what had just happened to her, that she wanted to kiss the fat man, and the guy himself was stunned by such a surprise. The protagonist decided to break the silence that followed the sudden kiss. He suggested to the captain that they go to bed that evening because now she had kissed him herself. Meanwhile, the merchant was rejoicing at the few thousand he had earned from the main character, and Yen again threatened him with violence, so that her scream could be heard throughout the market. Dawei decided to create a whole drama, so he started shouting that he thought the captain hated him and begging for death. The guy also noted that she might be able to take over his body, but the girl would never be able to take over his soul, and this completely infuriated Yen, so she ordered our hero to disappear from her sight. Eventually, they returned to the military base together. Dawei was just devouring his delicacies when the commander decided to ask if this guy had given the captain the stone that he had successfully bought for mere pennies. The young man explained that there was no room for chance here, but his ability to see the future of some people helped. He saw the merchant's fate and decided to take advantage of his misfortunes, but he still had to empty his pockets to buy this piece of jewelry. Our hero complained that he had spent a whole 2,000, but the captain didn't even want to return the money, and at that moment she was standing behind him. The girl cleared her throat to attract attention, and Dawei looked at her with an offended expression. Ian turned to the startled commander with a forced smile. The protagonist and his comrades silently waited for the captain to burst into anger. Finally, she hinted that it was time for the commander to go to a meeting. At a team meeting, the bandits were shown via a projector who the target of their mission was. They were the chairman of an organization of thieves and were supposed to arrive at a nearby place to hold a meeting. The captain noted that this was an excellent opportunity to arrest all the bandits in one fell swoop. The place where they gathered was in an ancient forest. The terrain there is very unstable, with many poisonous insects, predators, and various toxic fumes. The team will be taken to a collection point and will have 24 hours to make a forced march to their destination. The captain will explain the operational mission at the assembly point, after which there will be time to prepare for the attack. Meanwhile, Davy couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with this operation. The hunting dog noticed that something was wrong with the guy and turned to him, and our hero realized that an evil spirit was hovering over the commander. Davy jumped up from his seat and declared that under no circumstances should the team go on the mission because it was impossible. The captain was surprised and could not understand what the problem was. The commander and the soldiers also could not understand Dawei's reaction. The comrade tried to calm our hero down, but continued to warn the team, as he assumed that a terrible event would occur in 3 days. Dawei first pointed his finger at the commander, above whom he saw a spirit. He also predicted misfortune for Yen herself. Eventually, the healer came to the conclusion that the entire team could die during this operation. The protagonist nervously inquired how reliable the information about this mission was, and whether it was simply a trap for the Special Forces unit. Ian responded that this data was provided by a person who was introduced to the organization 6 years ago. She added that foreign experts also confirmed the accuracy of the information, and that only a few key individuals knew about this task. That is, only the employees who were in this building knew about it. This did not calm the protagonist, as he saw that there would still be many dead. Davy was confident that the opportunity to catch these bandits would arise outside the scope of this mission. Ian remembered that the guy didn't know anything about stones and ended up randomly buying a high-quality imperial jadeite, assuming that the Mad Bull couldn't handle it, and ended up hitting his head on a wooden stick. The captain was sure that the fat man did not want to deceive the crew with his predictions. Ultimately, Dawei agreed to the team's participation in the mission, but only on the condition that he personally participated. The protagonist noted that in a battle in the forest, he would not yield to any of the Special Forces soldiers, and with the help of Ugu's magic, he would be able to protect the soldiers from danger. Mad Bull wondered if they could really survive if Dawei took part in the operation. The medicine man wasn't sure of it, but he still couldn't sit idly by while his friends were sent to their deaths. In the end, the hunting dog decided that they would not take on this dangerous task. Yen was unhappy with her subordinate's decision, but the protagonist was very happy with it. The commander made this decision because it was only a one-time task. He invited Dawei to the feast because his comrades had shot a deer during training. Eventually, the soldiers brought the protagonist to some suspicious hangar. There was only hay, a toilet, and an empty box in the room. Mad Bull asked the commander if there was a barbecue in the next room, and Hunting Dog was glad because they could eat well before starting to drink. Davy said mockingly that no one would be able to outdrink him, and everyone would be lying under the table. The main character went to the toilet, and his comrades closed the door behind them. The guy turned his head and noticed that something was wrong. The soldiers slammed several chain locks behind them, and our hero desperately tried to break down the door. The guy hit the door hard and called his friends who had so meanly deceived him. The hunting dog asked the fat man to sit quietly in the hangar until the team returned from the mission. The commander promised to treat Dawei to game barbecue upon his return to Shanjin. The protagonist begged the man to open the door for him, but the man said that they could not disobey the order. The team had to destroy all evil to ensure the safety of the state's residents. The hunting dog allowed its owner to scold or beat them upon their return and said goodbye to Dawei. All the soldiers said goodbye to the main character in chorus. It seemed Ian also had a bad feeling about the task ahead. The main character could not contain his emotions because he was sure that he would never see his friends again. He became very angry with Tan Yen and called her a stupid woman who dared to deceive the guy despite the gift. Dawei begged for the door to be opened for him, but unfortunately there was no one nearby. It was already dark, but the main character continued to call for help. Besides, he was left without food, so his stomach was already signaling the need for a snack. Suddenly one of the soldiers heard screams, finally opened the door and asked in surprise what the fat man was doing there. Davy immediately pounced on him and grabbed him by the clothes, which scared the Special Forces soldier. The healer was burning with anger and asked the soldier where those devils had gone, who dared to deceive the fat man like that. The guy answered without hesitation that the team had left on a mission 3 hours ago. This upset our hero, and if he had not been hungry, he would have simply smashed the piece of iron next to him. The soldier noticed that Dawei valued friendship very much, so he thought that nothing bad would happen if he took the fat man into the team. The main character immediately asked for a ride so he could catch up with his friends, and the guy agreed to give him a ride without any problems. They were almost flying in the car, and rescuer Davy noted that the fat man should return to base if he did not catch up with the team in the wild forest. Meanwhile, the special forces, already camouflaged, moved under the dense tree canopy. After some time they came to some cliff and stopped. The commander said that they had already arrived at the right place, where the plant with toxic substances was located. At that moment, the smugglers were unloading something from the truck. Ian watched the plant's operation closely and noticed several things. The heads of the smuggling organization drove up to the plant in several cars. The plant employees went to meet with their superiors. A young man with slick back hair, wearing a business suit and glasses, got out of the car. The captain noticed that it was their agent and asked the soldiers to try not to hit him during the attack. The fake assistant notified his boss of his arrival at the appointed place. Suddenly, a barefoot man in torn clothes emerged from the car. Seeing this strange gentleman, about whom everyone was gossiping, the factory guards immediately began to whisper. This mysterious man looked disfigured and very strange, but there was a magical aura around him. His assistant reported that some items had not yet appeared. Apparently, the agent meant that the special forces had fallen into their trap. Suddenly, the strange man looked away, his gaze dimming. The team saw that he was indeed looking straight in their direction, but they thought it was impossible. He screamed with his toothless mouth and called the special forces a bunch of scum. The man used his magical abilities and a vortex formed around him. Suddenly the surrounding crows began to scream furiously. The special forces could not understand why the birds suddenly became frightened and took off. They noticed a strange translucent substance flowing beneath their feet. The soldiers realized it was toxic smoke and quickly decided to retreat. One of the team members did not manage to escape and was already beginning to choke from the acrid smoke that enveloped him. It turned out that it was Raging Bull, and he was not the only one who had already fallen ill from the poison in the air. Yen watched her team suffer but tried to stay on her feet. Finally, she could no longer resist, and her vision began to darken. As a result, the captain fell and now lay on the cold ground along with her comrades. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his savior finally reached the forest. The soldier explained to the protagonist that the right place was on the western slope of the mountain. He warned that the terrain here was uneven and asked Dawei to contact base in case of emergency. This guy also advised against engaging in combat because the enemies were a bunch of professional thugs. It turned out that the soldier was telling all this in vain, because the main character had already run off to save his friends. He wanted to stop the fat man, but he was already flying among the trees of the wild forest. Davy jumped nimbly and skillfully from tree to tree. He jumped again so high that the moon illuminated his figure. Our hero landed on a tree branch and saw a tiger and 2 wild boars below. The predator's eyes glowed with a strange green light, and a tag hung from its neck. Dawei sat on a tree and watched the strange behavior of the animals. The tiger's prey lay beneath his feet, and wild boars with red eyes growled menacingly at the predator. The protagonist thought that the predator had accidentally invaded someone else's territory, so they tried to drive it away. Eventually, the tiger roared so loudly that the boars decided to leave him with his dead relative. He looked after them with his bright green eyes. Suddenly the tiger fell next to the dead boar and did not eat it. This behavior of the animals surprised the main character. He realized that there was no danger and decided to go down to examine the animals. The medicine man approached the tiger and saw that his wound was bleeding. He examined the wounds more closely and concluded that they were very serious. Davy's stomach was once again loudly signaling that it really wanted to eat something. Finally, our hero decided to rest and made a fire. He decided to cook the wild boar by roasting it over an open fire. The warmth and the delicious smell of food instantly woke up the wounded tiger. Dawei sat by the fire and looked at the predator with suspicion, not knowing what to expect from him. For a few seconds, the tiger and the healer looked at each other questioningly, not understanding what to do next. For safety reasons, the protagonist immediately summoned his golden silkworm. He threateningly asked the predator what he was looking at. Finally, the tiger decided not to wait for Dawei, who rushed towards him. The guy was ready to attack, so he took a fighting stance and growled at his opponent. A few seconds later, the animal was already enjoying the roasted boar and was purring contentedly from the delicious food. Our hero also enjoyed the freshly cooked game and called the tiger a very smart cub. There was already a deep connection between the animal and the person, so the healer could pet the big cat without any problems. Dawei began to pull the cute predator by the cheeks and noticed several Seeing the tag on his savior's neck, the tiger pressed its muzzle against his face. This guy read that the animal belonged to a circus troupe called Zaria. While the tiger was playing with him, Doe remembered the old man's words that Wugu masters could master 3 types of control: control over poisonous creatures, control over beasts, and control over people. Control over people meant punishment from above, since it was a forbidden method. The main character decided that he would not refuse the opportunity to subdue this cute tiger and make him his pet. He imagined how authoritative he would feel if he were riding a magnificent tiger. Suddenly Doe remembered why he came to this forest in the first place. The guy jumped up from his seat and ran to save his friends. Our hero thought that the tiger's speed could help him in this situation, and the animal looked questioningly at its savior. The beast purred loudly as a rather plump, fat man sat on its back. The boy was not bothered by anything, so he felt fine, but the tiger was holding on with all his might. Finally, the predator fell, gasping for breath, unable to hold Doe on himself. The main character fell head first and said that it would definitely not happen like this again. He apologized to the baby and promised to play with him next time. The medicine man quickly jumped onto a tree and left the tired tiger alone. The guy deftly jumped onto a tall tree and looked around. He looked ahead and noticed something interesting. Doe finally arrived at the factory where the Special Forces team under Yen's command was supposed to be located. Meanwhile, the tiger continued to watch his savior and began to emit energy. Suddenly the monster began to transform into someone else. Gradually, the girl's fragile facial features began to emerge from under the predator's body. The spotted fur disappeared and soft skin appeared in its place. In the middle of the forest stood an ordinary girl, but with the same bright green expressive eyes as a tigress. She continued to stand and did not take her eyes off her savior. Meanwhile, Doe flew between the trees and mentally begged his brothers to wait for help. He desperately hoped that everything would be okay with his comrades. Meanwhile, the strange man and his nasty assistant were still standing at the factory. Eventually, all the smugglers gathered and greeted one of the organization's bosses. Suddenly everyone knelt before this man and called him Lord. He ordered his subordinates to deal with the special forces, whom he neutralized in the mountains near the plant. One of the smugglers only needed to whistle to signal his men. At that very moment, on the mountain where the entire team was located, a crowd of smugglers emerged from behind the trees. They put unknown pills into the mouths of each soldier. Then the thieves threw them over their shoulders and carried them away somewhere. Doe, on the other hand, watched the situation with horror and did not know what to do next. He immediately felt a strange sensation that indicated that the condition of the detachment left much to be desired. Our hero looked up with excitement to see what his friends would come up with next. The boy saw that his comrades were already tied with ropes to wooden posts. Among the Special Forces fighters, Doe saw Captain Tanian herself. But the main character was reassured by the fact that his friends were still alive. Meanwhile, the bandits splashed water directly into Yen's face to wake her up. She immediately opened her eyes and glared at the gang of vile smugglers. All this scum gathered around her and rejoiced at her awakening, and one of the men had a professional camera with him. The commander also came to his senses and immediately asked the girl if everything was okay with her. At that moment, it seemed as if their employee who had so terribly deceived the team had approached them. This guy said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time to deal with the special forces. Yen gave into her emotions and started shouting, calling Zhang Xian a pathetic traitor. Another soldier also couldn't stand it, and asked this bastard if he had forgotten how well the captain treated him. The guy laughed loudly and sarcastically asked if he was really a traitor. He glared at the captain and told her not to make him laugh. Zhang Xian said that in the year they met, he could have made a fortune, had a wise woman and an intelligent son, but some people ruined it all. The traitor approached the girl and, taking her by the chin, said that she, Tanian, the fourth lady of the Tang family, was to blame for everything. He asked Yen if she knew the conditions in which Zhang Xian's family lived and how much money he had to spend to hide his existence. Zhang Xian was furious that in the captain's eyes he was just a pawn. Suddenly, Yen leaned forward and met the gaze of her former employee. The cameraman who filmed the entire scene was shocked by this turn of events. The captain raised her voice and called Zhang Xian a selfish piece of shit. He spoke of his wife and son, but did not mention the other families destroyed by his own hands. The money he earned was stained with the blood of innocent people. Zhang Xian raised his glasses and replied that they were simply weaker in spirit than he was. He believed that his victims were drawn to pleasure, and that this was how they destroyed themselves. All the soldiers were furious at the traitor's behavior, so they called him a weakling who only knew how to talk well, and wanted to finish him off on the spot. Zhang Xian laughed again at being called a traitor and snatched a machine gun from one of the smugglers nearby. The guy pointed a gun at the captain and said that today he would truly betray them. A burst of machine gun fire rang out, but Yen was surprised because she didn't feel any pain. It turned out that the traitor, who had a headache, had hit not her, but the leg of a soldier standing on a pole nearby. In the end, the captain could not withstand the onslaught of emotions, burst into tears and began to furiously scream at these scumbags. Zhang Xian now realized that she was truly scared. He started to sneer, as if even the strong Madame Tang could shit herself from fear, and the surrounding smugglers were shocked by such a rapid development of events. The hunting dog could no longer contain his rage, for he could not bear to see his captain and comrades insulted. Suddenly, everyone heard someone nearby boldly shouting that the enemy would not be able to touch him with even a finger. The smugglers returned towards the forest because an unknown person there had angrily promised to kill everyone there. Zhang Xing also became nervous because he didn't understand what was going on there. The screams continued, so everyone tensed up and prepared for a confrontation. Apparently, this man had already killed all the soldiers guarding the facility from the mountains, but the smugglers considered this impossible. Zhang Xing finally responded to the threat and ordered his men to neutralize it. Ian and Hunting Dog recognized the protagonist's voice and begged him not to think about them and to escape from the trap. They didn't want Dawei to commit suicide in this place. This guy wasn't going to back down because he wanted to show these scumbags what price they would pay for insulting his friends. Meanwhile, other smugglers watched what was happening from the factory window. Even the leaders of the organization considered Zhang Xian a completely useless person and planned to kill him upon returning to his homeland. Their strange leader held several cards in his hands and said that there was nothing to worry about because they would all die. At this time, soldiers checked the perimeter of the plant, but found no one. They explored every corner with flashlights, but in the end they saw only emptiness. The smugglers had already begun to believe that this was an ordinary wild boar. Our hero continued to hide with the silkworm in the tree and observe the actions of the enemies. Finally, he ordered Aladesa to drink all the blood of the fighters until the end. One of the smugglers was laughing at his friend because boars can't talk when maggots started falling on him. He noticed something strange, looked up and saw a worm with sharp teeth on its body. The man screamed as the maggots pierced his body and began to suck his blood. Then the worms crawled into the smuggler's eyes and he screamed even louder. His comrades were frightened and did not rush to his aid, but begged the man not to approach them. But the next moment they noticed that the blood-sucking larvae were already falling towards them. The soldiers couldn't understand where these crazy leeches had suddenly appeared from. One of them noticed that something had fallen on him and raised his head in fear. An enraged Dawei sat on a tree and looked at the enemy with eyes red with rage. The second team heard screams at this point and thought that something had happened to their partners, but they were not going to go to the rescue. The men were more afraid of the old man, who once knocked out an entire squad of soldiers in an instant. Suddenly, one of their group members tripped and fell into a hidden pit with a trap. The commander reported the ambush and ordered everyone to prepare for battle, but the main character had already attacked another member of the gang. Meanwhile, the trapped smuggler hit his head hard. He scratched his makitra and noticed something strange on his hand. The fighter screamed when he saw that he had already been bitten by poisonous spiders. His comrades in trouble also saw that the pit was teeming with deadly spiders. The soldiers who were not trapped stood above and heard screams full of fear. The commander again ordered a search of the area, but Davy could not be captured. The smugglers finally noticed their enemy and opened fire on our hero. The guy deftly grabbed one of the fighters and used him as a human shield. Davy deftly dodged and flew between the trees faster than a bullet. It turned out he had managed to set another trap, so he quickly cut the rope that held it. The smugglers then realized that a wooden trap had been set against them. Others shot without stopping at what they considered a monster, shouting that it only knew how to hide. The fighter challenged him to a one-on-one fight, but Dawei was already standing behind him. Upon meeting them, the smuggler immediately screamed in fear and pain. Meanwhile, the organization's leaders could not understand why there was a complete lack of communication with subordinates. They were unhappy with this bunch of idiots who couldn't even deal with several opponents. Then their leader came forward and declared that there was only one enemy in the mountains. He felt that it was Master Agu, who could control insects, but he considered this guy weak and did not see him as a danger. Zhang Xian was nervous because only a short time had passed, and the mountain had already become silent. He realized that his stupid subordinates could do nothing, so he took out his pistol and decided to deal with the enemy himself. The guy put a gun to one of the soldiers' heads and threatened to shoot him if Dawei didn't come out. Our hero sat next to the hive and heard Zhang Xian count to 5, Finally he counted and was about to shoot. At that moment, a large number of hives flew out of the bushes. Zhang Xing immediately ordered his soldiers to open fire with machine guns in that direction. One of the smugglers saw something in front of him that scared him very much. At that moment he realized that these were hives of mountain hornets, but it was too late. On the protagonist's orders, swarms of insects immediately began to attack each of the fighters. They begged Zhang Xian for help, but like the last coward, he began to run away from the hornets. The vile bastard hid behind one of the soldiers on the column and screamed that he couldn't die here. The commandos were already preparing for their own death, but the insects, carefully avoiding them, followed Zhang Xing. Yan looked at this strange phenomenon in horror and could not understand what strange things were happening around her. Zhang Xian was very scared and couldn't figure out what to do next to escape the huge swarm of hornets. He couldn't understand why the insects only flew after him and didn't touch his captives. Eventually, the traitor tripped and fell to the ground, allowing the hornets to catch up with him without any problem. They wrapped themselves around his body and he screamed throughout the yard from the incredibly severe pain from the bites. As a result, all that was left of this bastard was a pair of cracked glasses. While the hornets continued to ravage Zhang Xian's body, his boss walked outside. The owner immediately realized that their enemy was using mountain hornets. In his hands he held a magic triangle with an eye in the middle. The man used several of these items and threw them on the floor. As a result, a triangular dome formed over the organization's leaders, protecting them from the hornets. The insects could fly, but simply died from the electric discharge. The owner asked our hero not to hide anymore, because his poisonous creatures would be of no help in this battle. He began to threaten that he would not be able to ensure the safety of Daoi's friends if he did not come out of his hiding place. Finally, the guy jumped out of the ambush and did a pirouette in the air. It flew outside the designated trajectory and flew straight towards one of the wounded smugglers. As a result, Dawei landed directly on the back of one of his many defeated opponents. The organization's management was surprised by such an unusual act on the part of this guy. The hunting dog and the mad bull encouraged their comrade in every possible way so that he could catch the most important enemy. The captain looked at the fat man with tears and hope in her eyes. The leaders could not believe that just one inconspicuous fat man could kill 100 of their people. The protagonist, having analyzed the situation, came to the conclusion that his opponent was the martial arts master Yu Jiyu. He mentally noted that the smuggler's combat magic was in no way inferior to his own in terms of destructive power. Fortunately, Dawei had the ability to quickly recognize the weaknesses of Yugu martial artists, regardless of the opponent's strength, so he analyzed the situation and realized that this master had reached the level of Yuchi's technique, but was also limited by it. If our hero could get even one step closer to his opponent, the battle could become much easier. Meanwhile, the master noted with a smile that this guy was quite a strong opponent. He also noted that Dawei had reached the peak of his skill in the Jid technique and was close to equaling Yuchi. After such an assessment from the enemy, the main character became a little nervous. He didn't like at all that this man could judge his level of skill. Meanwhile, the husband thought that this guy could already reach Yuchi's level, so he even became a little infatuated with him. Dawei then decided to ask what his level was, as if he had no idea himself. The teacher replied that they were equal and added that the teacher had apparently already told the boy about this. He explained that the martial artist Ugu's skill is one step higher, even if his training levels are similar to those of his opponent. Dawei confirmed that the old man had said exactly that, but he wanted to object. The man couldn't understand what the main character wanted to say. It turned out that the healer wanted to personally verify whether this statement really worked. The master, seeing Dawei use the golden silkworm, was very surprised. The protagonist began to prepare for battle and tried to attract his assistants to his side. The nearest snakes began to crawl towards him, but in his soul the guy began to incite all the poisonous creatures. Eventually, all the snakes, insects, frogs and other poisonous creatures came close to Dawei. The leaders of the smuggling organization were frightened when they saw so many dangerous creatures around them. The protagonist, surrounded by numerous assistants, looked resolutely at his opponent. At that moment, the master realized that he had carelessly miscalculated and had too few protective crystals to repel the attacks of the golden silkworm. Finally, the man asked for time to consider the peace proposal. He came up with the idea of taking a risk and making the magician his subject for performances. After thinking for a moment, Dawei cleared his throat to give his verdict on the current situation. He rejected the offer of his potential rival. Our hero said a wise phrase about how in a battle between two tigers, both would suffer, and that the owners of Ugu were also on the side of their people. He also noted that the team's main target was the three leaders of the organization, who were under the protection of the magician. This man saw nothing wrong with this, so his allies were outraged. With one action of the master, all the leaders of the organization fell down and began to scream from the pain piercing their bodies. Dawei was very scared and stood with his mouth open in surprise, because he did not expect such radical actions from him. The teacher asked with a smile if this had changed the man's opinion. The main character didn't like this at all, because he didn't ask the thieves to cook barbecue, and the team needed live helpers. He was in a deep panic because now the mission would fail and the owner would have no way to compensate for it. The man then decided, as a punishment for his guilt, to give the special forces all his cash and prohibited goods, and thought to himself, give the fat man a finger, and he will end up biting off his entire hand. Dawei was very puzzled by this result of the special mission. He asked with a sly smile if Master Ugu really thought that this guy only wanted goods, money, and the organization's bosses. In the end, the man could not stand it any longer and wanted to punish our hero for his insolence and disrespect. There was an explosion of energy around him, and Dawei immediately realized that he had to do something, because there was no way to avoid the battle now. The man reacted quickly and tried to save the golden silkworm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the enemy has already directed his forces against the main character. Unfortunately, this energy affected many snakes and insects. The impact was so strong that it reverberated throughout the entire power plant. Toxic smoke once again enveloped the Special Forces soldiers, who were still tied to the poles and unable to move. Ian began to cough again and began to lose consciousness. While the captain was still conscious, she decided to call the fat man because she was worried about his life. The unknown master once again praised our hero's abilities. Dawei, realizing the danger, hid the silkworm, thereby saving it. The husband advised him to think carefully about the proposal again to avoid a quarrel. He believed that Dawei had already lost because he had lost control of the poisonous creatures. The guy spat out the silkworm and remarked that legends about martial artists don't just exist. Aha, because this man's fire attack and explosive technique were actually quite good. But Dawei still decided to ask how many times the master could use such powerful techniques, spending so much energy on them. The man was outraged by the underestimation of his fighting capabilities and believed that the fat man would never be able to comprehend them. Our hero laughed at his opponent's words and noted that he was certainly aware of these matters. Moreover, Dawei knew that the martial artist had no strength left to perform explosive techniques. He emphasized that when a master loses the ability to cast spells, he becomes completely insignificant. The guy hit his opponent with such force that he flew into one of the walls of the fence. The mad bull and the hunting dog thought that their fat man was able to knock out his opponent so quickly. Unfortunately, the martial artist was barely injured, but was very angry that Dawei did not show gratitude for the concessions. The main character noticed a box with a seal. He recognized these patterns because they were battle designs. Aha! The owner opened the box and a small white puppy jumped out. The hunting dog was puzzled when he saw the animal. The dog's owner named him Valam Carrot and ordered him to show his true nature. The husband applied his abilities to the puppy, and it instantly grew to gigantic proportions. The dog already looked more warlike and growled threateningly at its owner's enemies. Of course, the main character became nervous, because such an unexpected opponent entered their fight. He immediately remembered the legends that said that one of the strongest abilities of the Ujiu masters was their ability to control animals. The man used a fire attack and with a confident grin declared that our hero now had no chance of winning. The huge wolf rushed towards little Dawei and his even smaller golden silkworm. However, they managed to react and avoid a collision with the predator. The protagonist quickly ordered the silkworm to attack the enemy. In the end, the insect simply hit the animal in the face and was unable to cause any harm. Dawei was surprised because he did not expect such a failure from his golden silkworm. The martial artist explained that his ability to control animals allows them to produce steel skin and bones. The silkworm was very scared and flew to complain to its owner. The protagonist sympathized with his friend, and his heart was breaking with pity for his wallet. He asked the silkworm not to cry, because he would grow up and then even 10 dogs would not be enough to defeat him. The fat man promised to avenge his little friend, and the martial artist became angry at the long wait. Dawei was angry because the old man insulted his close friend. The enemy believed that the protagonist was too tired and would not be able to continue the fight. The wolf attacked the man, and he thought that this would be the last attack for his little master. Yen saw the last moments of her comrade's life, so she cried and called out to the fat man. But in the end, everything did not go as the martial arts master had planned. The protagonist stood calmly a few centimeters from the monster's paw, without any wounds. The failure angered the wolf, and he howled so loudly that the whole wild forest heard him. He sped up even more to knock Davy down, but he dodged it at the last moment. The guy started teasing the giant predator. The wolf struck again with his paw, but our hero only needed to take one step to dodge the attack. The martial artist couldn't understand why his favorite continued to fail. The monster continued to attack, but was unable to reach our hero. The man couldn't understand why the fat man was so agile. The wolf spent all his energy on attacks that ultimately brought no benefit. Meanwhile, the main character was not tired at all, so he began to sing and dance cheerfully. The behavior of their comrade greatly puzzled the hunting dog and the mad boar. Meanwhile, Dawei had already climbed onto the terrible giant wolf and asked his friends why they had such sad faces. The young man, smiling, asked his comrades to sing with him. This insolence finally destroyed the martial arts master who considered himself so strong and invincible. Dawei continued to sing calmly, while his opponent looked down on this bold and courageous fat man. The martial artist, who considered himself much stronger than an ordinary healer, completely lost his understanding of the balance of power. He didn't understand how this fat man could be so agile and strong. Davy asked the old man if he enjoyed watching him play with the dog. The hunting dog thought the question had been asked by Special Forces soldiers and answered it, but our hero irritably said that he had not asked them. The boy asked the teacher if he wanted to learn how to get out of difficult situations. Suddenly he demanded that the man order the wolf to attack his comrades. Dawei promised to stop the quarrel and allowed the martial artist to escape from here. Eventually, he noticed that the soldiers were looking at him angrily, so he gave up his idea and said that he was actually joking. The master admitted he'd considered attacking our hero's friends, but ultimately decided to adhere to the rules of magic. Aha! The battle of the lords concerns only themselves, and does not concern ordinary people. Dawei jumped off the wolf and said that it was quite easy prey for him. The guy said that during his life in the mountains, 3 chieftains had failed to deal with him, but the master didn't believe him. The protagonist noticed that he did not need to lie, and the monster, although a giant, remained an ordinary wolf. While the young man was talking to his rival, he did not notice that a predator was attacking him from behind. Eventually, the wolf managed to reach his enemy, raising a thick cloud of dust around him. However, this did not break Dawei, and he said that the dog was too bold in such attacks. The main character defended himself from the giant's paw by holding on to his claws. The wolf didn't have time to react and fell face down. Dawei had enough strength to knock down a giant wolf with one blow. The hunting dog could not believe his eyes when he saw such abilities of his fellow dog. As a result of our hero's flawless attack, the monster lay unconscious and could no longer defend its master. The guy asked what else the fighter had prepared for the fight, and asked for it to be delivered as soon as possible. The man didn't even know what to say to this strong fat man. Dawei began to attack the enemy's defense, and ordered him to quickly use his strongest ability because he wanted to continue the fight as he did not intend to lose. The animal bowed before him and began to beg for mercy, and meanwhile the healer realized that this was the teacher's spiritual companion, who in his power resembled a golden silkworm. Moreover, among the 10,000 totem animals of the Golden Pyramid, the sable occupies one of the highest places. Dawei laughed when he saw this situation, and the martial artist asked what was so funny about it. The protagonist decided to spare his opponent because his spirit beast came out and began to beg for mercy with tears in its eyes. The man was annoyed that some minor master Uga had taken pity on one of the strongest martial artists. He wasn't going to just show up, so he decided to either kill this guy or die himself. Davy noticed a pistol next to him, and suddenly a new idea occurred to him. He noticed that in reality, the martial artists of Wugu were not as strong as the man himself thought. Our hero raised his weapon and pointed it at the enemy. The guy noted with a smile that the rules of Aha do not prohibit the use of pistols. Sable was very afraid for his owner, so he tried to protect him with his small body, and meanwhile the man asked what this stupid fat man was up to. The man emphasized that the master had better take a look around. The man listened to him and saw that countless poisonous creatures had already gathered around his shield. He couldn't understand where Dawei got so many poisonous animals from for the second time. The man explained that he only wanted to try to destroy the barrier with a weapon. But our hero doubted that this man could cope with his sweet children. Eventually, the martial artist realized his failure, so he decided to make a deal with the fat man and promised to find him everything he wanted. Dawei asked if he was really ready for this, and the man fearfully replied that it was true. The guy noted that he doesn't belong to a school of dark arts. Yeah, so he doesn't need to torment his opponent. He simply asked the owner to take off all his clothes, smiling calmly. This strange request surprised not only the martial arts master himself, but also the protagonist's comrades. Ian believed that the fat man represented homosexual views. Davy began to urge the man on because he was holding a weapon he had never handled before. He didn't even know at what moment the shot might happen. The martial artist couldn't believe that this man actually wanted to humiliate such a respected person like that. The main character, holding a weapon in his hands, smiled slyly and said that he was not an evil person at all. Eventually the man stripped naked, but Dawei ordered him to take off even his underwear. The guy saw the underwear with hearts on it, and remarked that the old man had terrible taste. He stopped looking at the master's work and was very surprised to find a gold bar, jade and dollars there. The completely naked owner of the clothes watched as Dawei rummaged through his things and already thought that the revenge for this humiliation would be terrible. He was sure that our hero would still regret this and would then pray not for life, but for a quick death. At this moment, Dawei discovered something else interesting among the rags of the martial artist. Something egg-shaped, covered in strange scales, rolled out from there. Our hero recognized this creature and named it Pitaka. The guy couldn't believe that a martial arts master could have such a rare thing. Dawei raised the pitahaya over his head and was incredibly happy with his luck. This fruit grew in the hottest places and was equal in power to real fire, because if eaten raw, it could burn a person from the inside. When used in the correct proportions and with other ingredients, pitahaya becomes invaluable and can enhance the abilities of magicians and masters to control Ugu. And when combined with the essence of pure jade, this fruit is able to strengthen so many animals left. The protagonist apologized because he could not influence the consciousness of every creature. The young man laughed and said that they might like to look at old naked men, but he still couldn't drive the animals away. He continued to laugh at the fact that the owner liked his little helpers. The husband admitted that the fat man was strong enough and decided to act on his own, removing the fence. The snakes immediately bared their poisonous teeth to bite their prey. This man did not give up and used the last of his strength to destroy his enemies. He used explosives that could be seen even from the mountains. As a result, the exhausted owner fell into the crater left by the explosion. Dawei even admired this man's strength and applauded his abilities. Now he was sure that his opponent had completely lost his strength. Now the martial artist felt only terrible fatigue and inner emptiness. Suddenly a hornet landed on his nose, causing the old man to finally wake up. The teacher raised his head and saw the main character in front of him, who was with his swarm of insects. Dawei bent over the exhausted hornets and was very happy to see that it had woken up. The man screamed and asked in fear what else the man needed, to which he simply replied that he would miss the old man. This guy wanted to give it to the martial artist as a parting gift. Meanwhile, the old man could not understand where the hornets came from, because during the attacks he had to burn them all. Then he realized that the insects had managed to hide in underground burrows. The husband once again asked irritably what Dawei needed, since he had already taken everything that could be taken. The protagonist explained that there was no reason to worry as he had no intention of offending the other Yujiu master. The guy picked up the sable, but it immediately lost consciousness. In fact, Dawei just wanted to leave his contact information with the martial artist. It seemed like he had cast a spell and was beginning to concentrate magical energy in his hand. The teacher guessed that this guy definitely didn't want to be friends with him. It turned out that the main character decided to destroy the man's soul, so he screamed furiously from the pain piercing his body and soul. As a result, the martial artist's body was left with marks and burns from the witch doctor's curse. Having finished the work, the young man sighed with relief and expressed his gratitude. Now the martial artist could truly leave, but he must always remember the curse that Dawei had placed on him. If the protagonist so desires, the man will be immediately torn into small pieces. The owner and his sable were very scared, so they lay down on the ground and began to tremble. The old man accused the fat man of planning to cast this curse from the very beginning of the fight. Now the man realized that the young man was irritating him and exhausting him in order to make him his subordinate. Our hero was offended by such a terrible opinion of him, because the masters of Ugu were supposed to take care of each other and help each other. Dawei saw that the master did not like this daily routine, so he decided to add another curse. Now their hearts will be united, and the martial arts master will become the guarantor of the main character's life safety. In connection with this, he decided to say goodbye to his new subordinate and asked him to call more often. Dawei spoke with such love in his voice that martial artist Hugu was puzzled by this strange fat man. Then the protagonist was finally able to leave and free his tied-up friends. Yen immediately fell into his arms, and the guy asked if she was okay. The man pushed her to the ground, but the captain remained silent. The girl was embarrassed, but told Dawei that she was fine. At that moment, Mad Bull approached him with a wounded comrade in arms, whom he was leading by the shoulder. The soldier thanked our hero for the warning, because thanks to it, he finally decided to put on body armor. Otherwise, even if he hadn't died, he would definitely have regretted not wearing them. The protagonist reassured his friend that if he lost his potency, the healer would help him with magic. Yeah. Dawei then approached the hunting dog and asked what they would do with the contraband. The commander didn't know for sure yet, but they had to be eliminated because it was evidence that would help them find the boss. Our hero noticed that they were in a very ancient forest, so probably many people liked the local finds, and they needed to get everything out of there as quickly as possible. He added that there was still the option of simply destroying the object, but the commander had already listened to his comrade and agreed with him. The hunting dog was confused and asked what to do with Deity's new friend. Behind the guy stood the defeated martial artist. Yeah, like a Rayo rock. The fat man asked to wear this so as not to show off his old torso in front of everyone. The man did not follow the instructions and stated that from now on he would follow the main character. The guy replied that he could forget about the idea because Davy didn't like old and nasty men. Then the owner asked to simply remove the seal from him and forget about everything that happened between them today. Our hero thought he was being made a fool of because he didn't want any Master Ugu to constantly think about him. The husband swore that he would not have a single opinion about Dawei in his head, but the guy still did not believe these promises. The martial artist was already racking his brains because he couldn't understand the fat man's motives. In the end, the protagonist decided to give in and simply asked him to destroy all the contraband. The old man didn't want to do this because there was a lot of money in the boxes, but Dawei had no intention of lifting the curse from him. Nevertheless, the master of combat agreed and irritably went to the smuggling, and our hero called Ian to him. The guy carefully covered the captain's ears so that she would not hear the loud explosion. The man, shrouded in smoke, asked the fat man where the ashes came from, to which he replied that it would have been impossible to destroy everything in any other way. The master reminded him that he had completed the task, but Dawei asked him to take a walk and promised to fire him at the next meeting. The old man did not agree to such conditions and decided to hang on the protagonist's leg until the curse was lifted. The boy could no longer stand his owner, and warned him not to regret his stupid act in the future. Meanwhile, the special forces had already donned their gear and headed towards their base. Our hero was carried on the back of the defeated master, and Dawei finally enjoyed the roast leg. When he finished the next leg, a bone from it fell on the poor fellow's head, but he couldn't even object. Dawei ordered the old man to leave quickly, because if he left on his own, the old man would definitely not be able to catch up with him. Yan looked at this photo and now wondered which of this couple was actually the thief. Suddenly the team heard a strange explosion in the wild forest. The crazy boar immediately declared that an illegal piece of military equipment had been discovered. The captain guessed that it was other smugglers who had given themselves away so quickly. She ordered the entire team to prepare for battle with the enemy. Davy stopped the team and said that there was no need to rush. The protagonist grabbed his subordinate by the hair and asked if he could deal with their enemies. The man pretended not to hear his master and did not answer his request. Dawei then promised to remove the curse seal if he dealt with the uninvited guests. The owner immediately threw the guy off his back to begin the task. He happily ran in the right direction and said that Dawei himself had promised to do it. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits was informed that the sought-after target had been discovered. The boss was very happy about this news because he wanted to get hold of the smuggler's goods. He began to encourage his employees, saying that once this issue was resolved, they would begin to live in luxury. The man's joy was interrupted by the appearance of a martial arts master who emerged from the wild forest and overtook the group of bandits. The chief thought it was some savage living nearby. He told the owner to return to the cave from which he came and not to block the way. The master began to chant some kind of spell, and the thought flashed through his head that now he was only lucky with that. The arrogant boss did not understand what this so-called savage was saying and called him a stinking old man. The battle master completed the spell and cast Lost Soul Blast. He caught the bandits by surprise, so they were disoriented and did not understand what was happening around them. In the boss's eyes, the owner appeared as a real demon, wanting to take his soul away. The old man, with a mocking smile on his face, asked if the man was scared. A few seconds later, a piercing scream rang out in the air of the forest. At this point, Soldier Number 1 reported that the combat unit had been destroyed along with the entire crew. Dawei was surprised when his subordinate returned from the mission so quickly. The master approached the protagonist without saying a word and looked closely at his master. He asked irritably if the fat man was satisfied with the results of his efforts. The guy sincerely praised the martial arts master, and immediately reminded him of the customer's promise to complete the task. In the end, the protagonist decided to pardon his subordinate and remove the seal from him. Holding a blue flame in his hand, he asked if the owner was ready to begin the dismissal process. The old man smiled contentedly, because he was already imagining how he would kill the fat man after lifting the curse, and the hunting dog noticed this terrible expression on his face. The martial artist sat under a tree, and Dawei moved further away to speed up and strike. The medicine man rushed forward and shouted at the man to get ready, but he did not understand what he was going to do. Dawei explained that this is how the seal removal process occurs, and that he penetrates the master's body with his own hands. After a few seconds, the drawing on the man's body began to gradually disappear. Then another explosion was heard in the forest. The helpless martial artist was already sitting under the stump and couldn't understand whether the fat man had really removed the seal. He tried to move his legs and arms, but as a result he simply couldn't feel them. Dawei spoke of a broken soul and body. The martial artist thought the dirty fat man had tricked him again, but in fact he had removed the seal. Our hero, with a horrified expression on his face, noted that no one had said that creating a new seal was impossible. His comrades watched from the sidelines and called Dawei a vile, shameless thief. Finally, after a few minutes, a new seal appeared on the old man's chest. He was furious that this guy could deceive him so easily. Meanwhile, Hunting Dog asked what kind of magic the master had used, because the explosion was quite impressive. Our hero replied that it was a rather low-grade magic, developed on the basis of the lost soul explosion, but the performer of the explosion did not like this assessment. Dawei turned around and asked why the man looked like he was lying about the technique. The man went on to explain that the explosion of a lost soul causes everyone within the area of effect of the technology to lose consciousness. Magic has the ability to influence consciousness, which is why the most terrifying images are formed near people's beds. The martial artist was still dissatisfied because the protagonist had described his technique too simply. Dawei explained that he did not underestimate this man, but simply considered him very weak because he expected him to launch a mass destruction attack, destroy 1,000,000 souls, and other massive attacks. But who would have thought that such a seemingly powerful master would use such uninteresting trash? The husband already thought that the young man knew all these techniques, but this turned out to be wrong. The master was offended because at that time our hero had no right to reproach him for using the techniques. In fact, Dawei didn't know how to use them, but he had the skill to neutralize these techniques. He had never known these methods, but he knew the weaknesses of each of them, so his subordinate was happy to hear this information. In fact, the protagonist had deceived the owner and had no intention of revealing such valuable secrets, so now he did not believe in the authenticity of this man's knowledge. The healer assured him that this was the absolute truth, because if he had been with his friends from the very beginning, the weak method of losing consciousness simply would not have worked. He said that a small bottle of 6 gods would be enough to protect the entire team, and they would all immediately come to their senses. Dawei knew how to dispel the mass destruction, but the old man didn't like this conversation anymore because the fat man was simply telling him not to remove the seal. Yen noticed that the guy really enjoyed talking to the old man, so the girl again thought about the main character's love for men. The hunting dog interrupted this conversation and asked the fat man what he was going to do next. The commander invited the boy to join the expanding dragon squad and become a platoon commander. Dawei was surprised by such a generous offer and didn't even know how to respond to it. However, he noted that he would have refused even if a comrade had offered him to become a company commander. Our hero was a healer, so he believed that the best place for him was a hospital. In fact, he just wanted to admire cute nurses in stockings every day, meet good doctors, and take tests from charming, beautiful patients. Dawei was already dreaming about girls, so Ian seemed to be a little jealous. Then the hunting dog offered to find the main character at any cost, because he saved the lives of the entire team. This guy immediately stopped him and didn't even want to listen to the commander about this. Davy explained that he saved the Special Forces soldiers not for money, but because they were his friends. He asked his comrades not to offer him any help, as it would be a great insult to him. The protagonist's sincerity deeply touched the stern Special Forces soldiers. But the guy was still pragmatic and didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he asked his friends for a small house for himself. The soldiers' mood changed dramatically when they heard about the beautiful garden near the house, the swimming pool, the obligatory 2 garages, the cook and the laundry. Besides, the fat man was already planning to live with Yinian, but for that she needed to calm her hot temper. The soldiers picked up their less than loyal friend, and the captain ordered them to find a place that conformed to the rules of Feng Shui and bury Dawei there. The protagonist started screaming and called the hunting dog a traitor. The boy, with tears in his eyes, begged Yinyan to let him go because he was just joking. The events then moved to Shanjin Airport, where our team finally arrived. Dawei was hungry all day, so when he finally got home, he burst into tears. He was very happy, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice behind him and noticed that the main character was having a great time on such a journey. The guy immediately turned around and saw a familiar face. It was Brother Fan, who came to visit his mentor. The doctor was driving his friend home in a new, prestigious car. Davy ate the chips with pleasure and looked out the car window in surprise. The guy noticed that he had only been gone a few days, but his brother had already become so cool. Fan explained that this was the work of their teacher, and our hero asked not to talk about the old choir. Eventually, the boy decided to ask why his friend was looking for him, because they were almost like family and could share secrets with each other. Fan then said that the grandson of an influential person had contracted a disease that was considered incurable in the West. The healer thought it was Mr. Tan's third favorite, but the doctor noted that it was his second. Davy asked what this rare disease was called. The doctor looked in the mirror and replied that it was systemic lupus erythematosus. After some time, the friends arrived at the hospital. Even the main character had only heard of lupus from old novels and knew almost nothing about it. He thought his brother liked to create new and challenging problems for him. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from the neighboring toilet stall, which greatly frightened Dawei. Even the golden silkworm crawled out of the medicine man's ear to see what was going on outside. The stranger in the booth asked the protagonist not to distract him from the process. Dawei said that one should not overexert oneself so much because it could harm one's health. The healer decided to help the poor fellow and began to look for medicine in his bottomless pocket. He took out a bottle of Pan's miracle cure. The protagonist handed the medicine to the stranger and explained to him how to use it. Dawei immediately ran out of the toilet because the medicine had started to work and there was a very unpleasant smell in there. The grandfather, whom our hero helped, came out of the toilet and was very happy about this relief. The old man asked the fat man if he had given him such an effective remedy for all diseases. He praised the healer because his medicine really did cleanse his intestines perfectly. The stranger asked Davy if he had any toilet cleaning supplies. The main character suggested that they simply hide quickly so that no one would find out that the old man had clogged the toilet. The giant asked if the guy was a doctor, and he replied that he almost was, and in the meantime the staff had already smelled a stench coming from the toilet. Then the grandfather asked whose talented fat man it was. Dawei said that he was treating the second grandson, just as Fang had said, but the old man did not understand what the young man meant. He complained to his grandfather because lately he had only had to treat his grandchildren. The main character said that before this he had treated his third grandson, but now he was sent to another. The man thought that these rich kids didn't care about themselves at all, while the old man didn't understand anything. The grandfather asked Dawei to wait, and asked what his grandson was sick with. They approached the same door at the same time, and our hero replied that he would be treating systemic lupus erythematosus. The guy said that he had already arrived at the right place and asked his interlocutor where he was going. The old man replied with a smile that he was also heading to the same department. Dawei became frightened and asked who this man was, and the old man explained that this fool who was fooling around was his second grandson named Mendifu. The grandfather calmed our hero and said that he could call this man whatever he wanted, and if he was satisfied with the healer, he would punish him. Brothers Fen and Wanbawen were already waiting for the mentor at the parish. The teacher happily congratulated Dawei and Mr. Meng and noticed that they had come together. When the doctor examined the patient, he was surprised and asked if lupus really existed. The patient's entire body was covered with red spots that looked very painful. Van Boven explained that lupus presents with varying degrees of skin damage, so spots and other growths may appear. At first the disease is completely unnoticeable, but then it begins to progress rapidly, and terrifying attacks and relapses begin to occur. Overall, systemic lupus erythematosus is a protracted, unstable, and difficult to treat disease. She was truly cunning and treacherous, like a wild wolf. As a rule, the progression of this disease can be temporarily stopped with medication, and the patient's condition returns to normal. In this patient's case, systemic lupus erythematosus has affected the liver and kidneys, so drug treatment will not produce any results. Teacher Wanbawen invited Dawei to examine the patient, but one of the doctors stopped them. The doctor noted that, according to the rules, persons who are not hospital employees are not allowed to enter the quarantine zone. He said that the main character didn't even look like a doctor, but rather like a pork seller, but an angry Mr. Meng was already standing behind this man. The old man hit the doctor and ordered him to step aside because he was clearly insulting the wrong person. He assured the fat man that he would solve any problems, because these professionals only know how to follow the rules, but this is completely useless. The grandfather trusted Chinese medicine, so he did not object to the participation of a healer in the treatment of his grandson. Dawei noted that he only studied witchcraft, but it could probably also be classified as Chinese medicine. Our hero explained that these two directions have a common origin, so they are very similar. The old man was surprised by this man's knowledge, and at that moment Dawei invited Mr. Wang to begin the inspection. The healer noticed that the patient's eyes were cloudy and covered with a yellowish coating, and his mouth was reddish and dry. The patient also experienced rapid pulse, weakness, and persistent fever. The grandfather asked hopefully if it was possible to cure his grandson of this affliction. Wamboan explained that Chinese medicine can only maintain a patient's condition, but not improve it. Everything depended only on the strength of the patient himself, because even a fatal disease can only be overcome by a person on his own. Then the old man realized that there really was no medicine that could save his dear grandson. He was very upset because he had chosen the name Difu for the boy at birth, hoping that he would be kind and happy, but in the end he became very unhappy. Dawei angrily asked his grandfather to stop crying because the patient was not dead yet. Wamboan was shocked because he couldn't believe that this man was able to save a seriously ill patient. The protagonist chuckled and noted that he had several options for activating the patient's internal powers. The grandfather could not believe that this man could really help his grandson, but still he could not guarantee his recovery. But if Mr. Wang tells the truth about the hidden internal powers, the patient can be easily cured. Dawei explained to Master Wamboan that in Chinese medicine there are many ways to increase a person's internal strength. The old man confirmed that there were treatments using mugwort for acupuncture, soothing decoctions, and steamed foot baths with hot stones. However, the effect will be too weak and will take a long time, so to achieve at least some result it is necessary to use all methods simultaneously. However, Wamboan was confident that it was impossible to completely cure the patient. Davy emphasized that the old man did not list all the possible ways that could help. The protagonist remembered the existence of the magic of the mad spirit's needle. The man couldn't believe that the old man hadn't yet mastered this simple acupuncture technique. Van Boven ran up to our hero, grabbed him by the clothes and asked him in surprise to repeat what he had said. For unknown reasons, this method caused very strong emotions in the old teacher. He explained that he had been searching for the magic of the mad needle spirit for half his life. Mr. Meng asked the protagonist what was happening to the doctor, but he himself could not understand what had happened. Dawei decided to intervene so that teacher Wamboan would not become nervous after hearing this. He grabbed the old man by the face and, using magical energy, calmed him down. For a moment the teacher was silent and stared blankly at the ceiling. The doctors watched this calming magic in amazement through the glass of the quarantine room. The old man apologized for his emotional behavior to everyone present. Mr. Meng asked what had happened to Lawan, who had always been different from others, and he explained that he had simply not heard anything about this rare technique for a long time. Then the grandfather asked the doctor what this amazing magic of needles was. The teacher explained that acupuncture, which uses needles for treatment, includes many different techniques. If you use tens or even hundreds of needles, then this is already considered the magic of acupuncture. Needles used by mad spirits were included in the list of 20 ancient acupuncture magic techniques. According to unofficial historical sources, Commander Zhaoyun, who was over 70 years old, led the army to the final battle. He demonstrated his strength and audacity, just like in his youth, and no one could compare to him. All this strength came from the practice of acupuncture that the warrior used before battle. Van Boven believed that this technique was incomparably powerful, but also dangerous, because a mistake could cost one's life. Dawei put on his gloves and prepared to use the mad spiritual needle magic because he had nothing to destroy. Grandfather completely trusted our hero and was ready to do everything possible to cure Difu. The healer left the room and asked the doctors for a piece of paper on which to draw acupuncture points. They agreed to help write the article and asked permission to become familiar with the acupuncture process itself. Van Boven was not allowed to attend the operation and was ordered to return to his office. He asked the fat man to go with him to the office. Dawei remarked irritably that this technique needed to be passed down from generation to generation for Chinese medicine to flourish. He hinted that Mr. Wang was already at an advanced age, and the magic of the crazy spiritual needle was a completely forgotten technique, so the younger generation should study it. The man asked the old man if in 100 years he would like it if all people knew about Chinese medicine was foot massage. The teacher admitted that the protagonist was right and said that he was already completely confused in his thoughts. Finally, Wamboan ordered the doctors to provide the healer with drawings of the human body from all sides to mark important points. At that moment, Difu woke up, unable to understand what was happening around him, as he had only dozed off briefly. The patient stood up and asked Dawei if he really intended to stick all those needles into his arms. He looked at his grandfather with fear, because he was completely confused when the healer confirmed his intentions. In the end, our hero still received permission to operate from Mr. Men, so he set about marking the dots on paper. He quickly completed this task and asked Van Boven to check everything and prepare the materials. Defu was very nervous, so he asked the fat man to check everything carefully, but he irritably remarked that he had not eaten yet, so he did not want to delay the operation. Mr. Meng reassured Dawei by promising to invite him to a hearty dinner that evening so that he would not be in a hurry. The main character was very happy and asked if he could call his friends. Van brought his mentor back to reality so that he would stop talking about trifles and finally begin treating the patient. The boy felt awkward because he only just noticed that his brother was still here. Dawei asked Mr. Wang to study the work plan for now, while he decided to prepare something else. Our hero asked Fan to go to his house and take 2 boxes from there, but to be careful that no animal would bite the doctor. The guy also asked to tell his family that Mr. Meng was inviting him to dinner tonight, so they didn't have to cook anything. Davy was very excited about this opportunity, but at the same time his patient was nervous before the operation. The grandfather tried to calm his grandson and promised to cure him. This man promised the old man to do only good deeds if he remained alive. He mused on human stupidity while various ingredients for the operation were being collected, a wooden barrel and wild ginseng. Defu realized that people only realize the importance of things when they lose them. But the guy's philosophical thoughts were interrupted when he heard that 2 leeches were used for the operation. Mr. Wang listened to this entire list and ordered his people to prepare everything necessary for Dawei. Meanwhile, another doctor came running and said that our hero had taken all the arsenic from the pharmacy. Hearing about such terrible ingredients, Defu almost died prematurely from fear. After some time, the patient sat as if in a forest, because all the materials necessary that he was not responsible for any problems that might arise if any part of Defu's body was not included in the solution. After such a warning, the patient immediately removed the mask. As a result, the naked man sat down and began to wait, while a medicinal bath was prepared for him. Meanwhile, Dawei carefully stirred the solution, which gradually boiled. The witch doctor informed Mr. Wang that he could now proceed with his part of the operation. The old man listened to the protagonist and took out needles to begin acupuncture of the patient. He began to quickly stick needles into the patient because he screamed in surprise. Meanwhile, Dawei took a bag of white powder to add to the solution. In fact, it was arsenic, but the healer in his imagination called it hope. Then, using magic, he raised into the air various roots, herbs and fruits, prepared according to the list provided. In this healing solution, it was this part that was responsible for the soul. Dawei noticed that the color of the medicine was exactly as it should be. Def was experiencing pain from the acupuncture, but he needed to continue getting the injections. The protagonist shouted to Mr. Vanya to continue working with the patient, while he himself carefully stirred the solution. The next needle hit poor Def's sensitive neck. Eventually, the patient could not bear the injection and screamed loudly from the unpleasant pain. The grandfather was very worried about his grandson, so 2 doctors had to hold him down so that he would not interfere with the operation. Dawei explained that the young man's inner strength was gradually awakening, so there was no need to be nervous, and he just needed to continue the operation. Defu was already writhing on all 4s on the floor in pain, but Mr. Meng said that we needed to wait a little longer. They were almost finished, so the old man picked up one of the last needles. In one fell swoop, he thrust all 10 needles into the patient's body. The man was already screaming in unbearable pain, but the doctor did not stop and made one last attempt. 1 needle would have gone straight into the patient's head. Mr. Meng, seeing such cruel treatment of this man, screamed because he was very worried about his loved one. As a result, Defu felt such relief that he let out a soft groan of pleasure. The grandfather looked at the young man with a questioning look, because he could not understand why his condition had changed so abruptly. For Dawei, this meant that everything had gone well, the needles could be safely removed, and the patient said he was very satisfied. Having removed the needles, the protagonist tapped on the vat, hinting that it was time for Def to climb into it. He noted that the patient needs to climb up there on his own. In this solution the skull was visible, as if it were the substance of death itself. Defu noticed that the bathtub was not an attractive color at all, and our hero could no longer wait for the guy to get into it. Finally, the healer couldn't take it anymore and simply pushed the patient straight into the vat, which frightened Mr. Meng again. Dawei asked the patient how he was feeling, and he replied that everything was fine. The patient also noticed that something was living in the bathroom, and was giving him a rather pleasant massage. Then our hero quickly pulled the centipede out of the solution and showed it to Def. The boy was very scared and began to beg to be pulled out of the barrel, but Dawei did not listen and asked to bring the lid. Now the patient sat in a strange position, with only his head and hands free. The healer warned the doctors to keep the barrel closed at all times until Dawei himself gave permission to touch it. The patient started crying and calling his grandfather for help to get him out of here, while the main character was looking for something in his box. Dawei took out a terrible snake from there and asked Defue if he was afraid of such reptiles. He quickly pinned the snake to the barrel with his teeth, and the patient, in fear, asked what the healer was doing. The healer explained that he was simply squeezing snake venom into the solution. The protagonist also warned that when Def gets really hot, the medicine will start to work. The patient thought the fat man was going to boil him along with the centipedes. Davy asked again if the boy was happy and emphasized that this was only the beginning. He ordered the doctors to give the patient a piece of ginseng every minute until he ate it all, but drinking water or eating anything else was forbidden. 2 hours later, Defue could hardly resist such treats and a hot bath with insects and poisons. Davy said that this is where the treatment ends, so the young man needs to be washed with cold water and allowed to sleep, and then blood needs to be taken for analysis. Defue was glad when the healer finally took pity and let the poor guy out of the bathroom. Suddenly he felt strange movements in his chest and looked down in surprise. There, cute little leeches were waiting for him, happily feasting on this guy's young blood. The next moment, Defue realized what was happening to him and screamed in fear so loudly that the entire hospital heard it. Eventually, the turbulent mixture from the bath was poured down the drain. Dawei and Mr. Wong were washing their hands when the old man decided to ask why the healer's medicinal bath was actually so scary. The protagonist emphasized that the emergence of fear is normal, since this treatment method is called the poison pool. In total, it contains 7 types of poisonous substances and 2 poisonous creatures, and each of these poisons individually could easily kill a person. Dawei selected those substances that could be mixed to produce an effective medicine. He noted that, for example, some substances in heated wormwood neutralize 30% of all snake venom. And the poisons of scorpions and black widows can be neutralized with the help of zeani and rootless flowers. Mr. Wong realized that one poison was neutralized by another and asked if there were any complications after using such methods. Mr. Ming then asked what the leeches, which his grandson was so afraid of, were for. Our hero explained that whether it was the poison pool or the mad spirit's needles, the effect would be the same, namely, awakening internal forces and destroying harmful substances. The main problem with these methods was that they did not allow toxins to be removed from the human body. As a result, a person turns into a big soap bubble that is about to burst. The old man couldn't understand how it worked, because internal forces are distributed throughout the body with the help of the quintessence of blood, just like harmful substances, so it is unclear how leeches can suck it all out. Dawei agreed that they couldn't actually do it, but all blood-sucking creatures knew how to choose the best place on the body. The temperature of the quintessence of blood, its purity, all this attracts such animals, and in addition, the quintessence, and not ordinary blood, is concentrated in certain places where animals are attracted. The protagonist explained to his grandfather that his grandson's weakness was caused by a natural explosion of internal forces. Suddenly, their deep conversation was interrupted by a loud rumbling in the intelligent healer's stomach. Mr. Wong understood everything and offered his guards to take Dawei to a restaurant, but he did not want to, because Defue needed to wake up very soon and take a blood test, which would take some time. Van Boven couldn't understand why our hero was so confident in the speed of the blood test. He noted that such expenditure of physical strength and energy required at least 12 hours of rest, but before he could finish speaking, the patient had already woken up. The old man's face looked as if he had seen a real dead man, and Defue couldn't understand what had happened to him. Dawei continued to explain that the poison pool was also a kind of panacea, and awakening internal forces was just one of its effects. This method also strengthened the body and gave additional strength, which is why the patient recovered so quickly. Wabang admitted that the protagonist was not lying and began to take blood from the patient for analysis. After some time, the doctors and the teacher stood up and discussed the process of treating Defue. One of the staff members rushed into the room with the blood test results, and was shocked to find that the disease had virtually disappeared from Defue's body. Mr. Meng picked up the poor man and began asking if his grandson had really recovered, and confirmed that the blood had been tested on 3 different devices. Dawei was glad that the treatment was over, because he was already very hungry and wanted a snack. Grandfather was very happy about this news, so he invited everyone to dinner and promised to treat all the guests. The whole company visited an ethnic cuisine restaurant called Shansen. At the entrance, the main character was met by his sister, who was very happy about the long-awaited meeting. The father was more surprised not by the appearance of his son, but by the Mr. Meng, whom he seemed to know well. Mr. Meng immediately grabbed his father and began to thank him for the fact that such a talented man was able to cure his grandson. Everyone dispersed around the restaurant, and the dinner organizer asked everyone to make themselves at home and order food. He turned to his grandson and asked him to order something tasty for the guests, because he often went to restaurants. Defu called the waiter and ordered Buddha jumping over the wall soup, yellow mountain, Tianjiu chicken wings, and salted fish. Dawei listened to this long list and did not recognize a single name. Reflections of our hero from Woman Pass, who slightly adjusted his clothes. It turned out she was simply afraid to order the crabs she wanted so badly. It was not difficult for the main character to do this for his sister, so she was very happy. He turned to Def, whom he called his second grandson, and asked him to order more furry animals. The man asked not to call him by such a strange name, but to address him by his first name. In the end, he ordered 3 head crabs for each guest. Our hero wanted to complain about the greed of Mr. Meng's grandson, but his sister quickly covered his mouth with her hand. The father heard this and wanted to teach his son a lesson for such ungrateful behavior. Mr. Meng immediately reassured her husband, because he was ready to express his gratitude for saving his grandson. He didn't care that the fat man ate as many crabs as he could. Defu listened to his grandfather, and asked our hero how many crabs there would be. Dawei asked his sister if 10 pieces would be enough for him, but then, after thinking about it, he decided to order 20 to take home, and Moon again tried to shut her brother up. In the end, the guy ordered 20 crabs, and his quantity surprised the waiter. Suddenly, as the restaurant employee was leaving the hall, someone hit him at the door. The man was very unhappy and asked if the waiter was tired of living. 3 days ago, a stranger ordered Buddha jumps over the wall soup, but today he and his friends were told that all their orders had been filled by someone else. He wanted to know who decided to steal all his food. This guy decided to interrupt a hearty lunch by starting a fight over his stolen dinner. Mr. Ming drank his coffee and was not at all angry with the young man, because he thought such a rebellious youth was beautiful. Meanwhile, a stranger approaches the protagonist and his sister and asks if his soup has been stolen. Buddha jumps over the wall. He started to pester Wenwen, so Dawei immediately rushed to hit the guy right on the head. The next second the young man fell silent, and escaping the blow, flew straight into the crowd of his comrades. The friends watched with their mouths open as their leader received a kick from the fat man. This pompous guy started shouting and threatening our hero, referring to his father named Zhangdo, but Dawei was not afraid because he was simply protecting his sister. The medicine man pointed at his patient, and said that all the food had been ordered by Meng's second grandson. The major immediately recognized Defu and was not at all surprised that such a fool decided to take his food. He started laughing at the guy because he had heard about his illness, and advised him to go to the hospital for a checkup. Defu grabbed Zhang Feishan because he realized that he was the one to blame for this strange illness that he had been treating so painfully. The major sneered, as if he was worried about the young man's most important organ, so that his future wife wouldn't find herself a lover. Then old man intervened in the boy's conversation because he could no longer watch his beloved grandson being bullied. Zhang Feishan did not recognize the man and boldly asked if he was his grandfather. Mr. Meng said nothing, grabbed the impudent guy by the clothes and lifted him into the air. Finally, the enraged man introduced himself as Manhwa and remarked that he was Mendefu's grandfather. Only then did Zhang Feishan realize that he was addressing such an important person. Mr. Meng did not wait and was already in a hurry to strike a blow to teach the bully a lesson. Already at the moment of the flight, I realized that with such a grandfather there was no need to insult Defu, and he began to cry. His friends watched as Zhang Feishan was thrown around the room and felt very sorry for him. Wenwen noticed that the protagonist was not going to sit still either. When the boy finally fell, Dawei decided to repeat the blow and hit the bully even harder. As a result, Zhang Feishan flew at full speed straight into the crowd of his comrades. Grandpa Meng praised our hero's flawless strike and gave him a thumbs up. The old man immediately ordered the guards to remove the entire crowd of hooligans from their room. He then called his men to find out who Zhangdo was and if he was okay, because Mr. Meng wanted to see this family at his doorstep tomorrow. Grandpa threw his phone on the table in irritation because this little bastard had just made him angry. Having calmed down a little, he apologized to the fat man for having to take part in the fight, but Dawei himself considered it a trifle and was only worried about the crabs. Mr. Man then asked the waiter to bring all the best midden crabs and pack them for the main character. The dinner ended up being a success, and the next day Zhangdo was arrested for illegal activity. Further events moved to the medical university where our hero was supposed to enroll. But in reality, Dawei was dissatisfied with his presence in this educational institution. He didn't understand anything, because Fan had already promised him a job at the hospital, but for some reason he brought the healer to the university. The protagonist thought that his friend wanted to sell him, but Fan joked that the fat man would simply eat everyone. In conclusion, the doctor explained that Dawei would begin her university studies from today. Our hero was unhappy because he had to study with a crazy girl, and Fan noticed that this guy's leader would turn out to be his former university roommate. Dawei resigned himself to his fate and asked his friend if he would like to study Chinese medicine, but it turned out that the course was focused on Western medicine. The healer was surprised by this choice, since he had studied witchcraft since childhood. Fan thought that this was breaking some of Dawei's rules, but in fact he was very happy about this opportunity, and thanked his brother for his concern. The doctor thought that his mentor was ill, so, overcome with excitement, he offered to stay and work with him at the hospital. The protagonist irritably pushed his comrade away and said that he could go, but Fan couldn't understand why Dawei suddenly decided to do something. In fact, the healer was only interested in young students, not yet spoiled by society and pure as white flowers. He liked freshmen who had just graduated from university and didn't know how to live among strangers. Although fellow students knew what university was like, they were also afraid to start relationships, but third-year students were ready for it. Fan didn't like that the guy was only interested in good students, so he reminded him again that Dawei should study hard at university. The friend promised that he would immediately bring his parents to the university if he found out about the main character's inappropriate behavior. Suddenly, a gorgeous beauty approached Fan Yuan from behind and put her hand on his shoulder, which scared the doctor a little. The girl was happy about the long-awaited return of her old friend, but Dawei had already figured everything out himself. Our hero thought that the beauty was his friend's wife, and introduced himself to her as Fan's mentor. He was very pleased with this meeting and asked if there were any beautiful girls among her students. In the end, the beauty laughed out loud because of the misunderstanding with the fat man. Fan was very angry at Dawei for jumping to conclusions about their relationship so quickly. It turned out that Tang Xiang was the wife of Fan's close friend and the head of the patient care department. She came to help Davy with some minor student matters. The protagonist wanted to be alone with his assistant, so he eventually asked Fan to leave. He noted with horror that seducing a close friend's wife was a huge taboo. Tang Xiang laughed at the fat man again and remarked that Fan would never be able to seduce her, and suggested that the doctor finally introduced Dawei to his real wife. Fan Ye didn't like this idea, so he immediately decided to leave his friends. Then our hero asked the beauty if his friend had found a wife. She confirmed this, and Dawei asked what they were waiting for, because the guy really wanted to meet his friend's beloved. Tang Xiang led the boy into one of the classrooms. There he saw another beauty giving a lesson to her students. His assistant said it was Lin Lin, who was a first-year student at the time of the meeting, and Lao Fan was her supervisor. When the girl entered the master's program, Fan became her teacher, and during her doctoral studies, he became her supervisor. Looking at his innocent comrade, Dawei would hardly have said that he was capable of a relationship comparable to that of a teacher and student. Tang Xiang noted that there was nothing wrong with this, since the age difference was not that big. Our hero believed that his brother was not capable of anything except patience. Suddenly, Lin Lin noticed that someone was watching her closely through the window. Dawei decided not to hide any longer, and waved warmly to his comrade's wife. The girl looked at the stranger in surprise, while the students rose from their seats. They thought he was an exhibitionist, so they took out their scalpels to protect their teacher. The protagonist didn't understand why the guys reacted so aggressively to a simple greeting. Moreover, Dawei didn't know the meaning of the word exhibitionist, so he was puzzled. He wanted to ask Tang Xiang what the students wanted, but she was no longer around. The madmen with scalpels were already nearby, and Dawei couldn't understand where his friend had gone. Students began actively searching for the so-called pervert in all corners of the university. They went to look for him in the pool above, but our hero hid in a box with lost things. Finally, the guards noticed Dawei and ordered him to stop hiding and come out. He began to explain to the men that he simply saw his friend's wife, and wanted to say hello to her. The guards read on the piece of paper that they needed a man about 170 centimeters tall with long hair. They looked at each other, and asked each other if they needed this man. It turned out that the students had already passed on information about our hero to the security guards so that they could detain the exhibitionist. The men reacted quickly and, using their muscles, overpowered the guy. One of them, using a walkie-talkie, reported that they had detained an exhibitionist, but Dawei still did not understand what his crime was. At this moment, Fan, together with the main character, approached the bodyguards. The friend didn't understand what had already happened, that Dawei was already lying on the ground. As a result, on his first day at university, this guy found himself in the rector's office, and the rector was very angry, because he had done nothing wrong. The owner of the establishment apologized to Dawei because they had indeed recently acquired an exhibitionist who looked very much like a man. The old man explained that the real pervert was wearing sports clothes, under which she was completely naked. As soon as this sick bastard met a lonely girl, he would immediately take off his pants and then, waving his arms, greet his victim. Dawei asked irritably if it was his own fault that he was overweight. He was also very angry that he himself found himself in this situation due to his friend's oversight. Linling and Fan apologized to the guy because they just wanted to invite him to dinner and give him a little surprise. Dawei was offended because such a surprise turned against him and scared him to death, because if our hero had run away clumsily, they would have met only his corpse. In fact, the comrade couldn't even imagine that Tang Xiang would actually bring Dawei to Linlin, but he himself was mistaken, because he climbed out of the window. The wife didn't have time to understand anything when her husband began to lecture the poor guy about how Dawei himself fell into the hands of the students who were so desperately looking for this pervert. Fan finished arguing with his friend and said that he was going to marry his beloved on New Year's Eve, and if Teacher Zaizi came, the protagonist would become his friend, and if not, he would be a witness. Dawei remained silent because his comrade thought he didn't like the idea. The protagonist was very offended and promised to wrap Fan up so tightly before the wedding that he wouldn't even be able to climb onto the bed. Finally, Fan asked his friend Laoma to take Dawei to his class. Our hero immediately asked the teacher if there were any beautiful girls in his group who occupied the highest places in the rankings. Laoma said that he had nothing interesting except one beauty whose attention was difficult to attract, so everything depended only on Dawei himself. Suddenly the leading young man offered the teacher to become his second student. Fanya got angry at his friend for pestering everyone, so he ordered him to attend classes and study hard, otherwise the teacher would deal with him personally. Eventually, the events moved to the classroom, where the teacher decides to introduce a new student to the group as the main character. Sundawei stood in front of the group and looked at his new classmates. The teacher cleared his throat and asked Dawei to introduce himself to the group. Our hero said that he never went to school and does not know any of the 20 English letters. The rest of the students started laughing uncontrollably at Davy's little mistake, because there were actually 26 letters in the English alphabet. This didn't bother the guy at all because he didn't care, and he had no intention of giving up English, so some students noticed his tenacity. The friends started whispering to each other because the main character seemed like a real master and the most capable video game player to them. They noticed that the new guy had a serious look and was constantly assessing the situation. Meanwhile, Dawei asked the teacher if the same beauty had come, because he had not noticed her yet. The teacher noted that the promised beauty was already in the class, but our hero had not yet seen her. As a result, the guy saw the most beautiful girl in the group. From behind she looked good, but her face was completely at odds with her overall image of a fragile girl. Devea was frightened because from behind she was the epitome of beauty, but as soon as her face returned, all sympathy disappeared. Lamo noticed that Xiaoying had already told him that our hero wanted to meet the most beautiful girl in the university. The guy pretended he was just joking, because at his age he should only think about his studies and not waste time on some kind of relationship. After such a speech about deep values, Dawei finally fell asleep after an hour of intense study. The teacher and other students noticed this and looked at Dawei silently. Lao remembered his friend's words that our hero had studied witchcraft, so he was on a completely different level than the other students. Fan wanted the mentor to attend classes just to avoid any trouble. Another student tried to wake Davy up, but he was having a sweet dream about a delicious chicken leg. The teacher decided to ignore this and calmly continue his lessons. The students noticed that the teacher easily forgave him for such behavior. They suspected that the fat man was indeed an unusual university student. Suddenly the bell rang, which finally woke up the protagonist, and he realized that the lesson was over. Lamo explained to the guy that he had slept all morning and now he needed to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Dawei could go to the dormitory and sleep for a while during the break, and then return to class at 2 o'clock. He had to get a map and carefully explore the university grounds to find his dorm. Our hero could not understand whether this was a university or a real labyrinth. First he found a kiosk with some kind of animal, but that's not what he needs. Dawei then approached a building that was undergoing renovation, but that was not his final destination either. Eventually he reached the building marked D, just as it was shown on the map in his hand. The main character was very happy when he finally found the hostel he needed. Now he felt that his student life had finally begun in earnest. Dawei confidently entered his room and greeted his neighbors. From the room, it was not the neighbors who looked at the main character in amazement, but the good neighbors who were getting ready for classes. The main character was enchanted when he suddenly saw such beautiful beauties. Meanwhile, the girls became embarrassed and tried to hold back their screams when they saw a stranger suddenly enter their room. Dawei was not surprised and praised the beauties for their figures. However, they couldn't stop screaming, so they screamed so loudly that everyone in the dorm must have heard them. The girls were screaming that there was a pervert in their room, so the neighbors became worried and left their rooms. One of them threw a glass of drink right at the main character. Davy noticed this and immediately dodged the ship that flew over his head. He decided not to let the baba fall, so he quickly jumped up, pushing off the wall, and caught it in the air. The guy showed off his martial arts skills and landed right on the steps. One of the girls thought that our hero was a real circus performer. Dawei asked the beauties to wait, and then he would explain everything to them in detail. The guy turned on all his charisma and began to convince the girl that he was not a pervert or a scoundrel at all, but a real gentleman. He explained that it was simply his own mistake that he did not go to the hostel, and asked the beauty to bring her a glass. Our hero's nose started bleeding from the touch of the jewelry, but he didn't pay any attention to it, and noticed that without it, the girl would have broken the glass and gotten injured. She noticed the perverted nosebleed and kicked Davy. Now the beaten hero was back in the hands of the guards. They immediately recognized the man and asked if he had been detained that morning. Our hero nodded his head and confirmed the guards' assumptions. One of them asked what happened to the guy, and he told about his adventures in the hostel. It seems that after our hero's story the man understood something, but did not know raised by such a minor matter. Eventually, Dawei was helped to find his room, where his real neighbors were already waiting for him. The boys were fooling around, so our hero thought he was in a zoo. The neighbor sitting on the top bunk noticed that they had already heard about the women's dormitory, so they asked the fat man to tell him what interesting things he had seen there. Dawei said that there were simply a lot of girls there, but this answer satisfied his interlocutor. The other guy was very jealous of our hero and wanted him to be so lucky too. The fat man invited his neighbor to take the same walk, but promised that it would be even worse for him, because the girls there were real monsters. Dawei took off his torn clothes and threw them on the bed in anger. He was very upset because he had been wearing these things for quite a long time and had gotten used to them, but he decided to look into the closet and see what Fan had prepared for him. As a result, our hero saw in front of him several absolutely identical t-shirts and trousers, exactly the same as the ones he had just taken off. The boy slammed the closet door in irritation because he didn't want to wear the same clothes every day. After some time, Dawei returned to his studies and continued to sleep during classes. At that moment, a new teacher entered the classroom, who, as it turned out, was the same foreigner Lenyu, with whom our hero was already acquainted, but not in the best way. All the boys immediately appreciated the teacher's beauty, and Dawei continued to doze sweetly at his desk. The girl greeted her new students and informed them that teacher Lu had gone on maternity leave, so from today on, Lianyu would be teaching the theory of the basics of medicine. She looked around the classroom and noticed a student who was sleeping and dreaming about a burger and fried chicken. His friend noticed this, and tried to wake up the fat man so that he wouldn't get infected from the teacher. Finally, she approached our hero and asked why he was lying on the table. Lenyu took a closer look at the guy and noticed the main character grabbed the teacher and started hugging her, thinking that she was a very big hamburger. The friend tried to stop the fat man, but he did not want to let go of his imaginary tasty morsel. Lenyu desperately tried to escape from the fat man's hands, but he didn't listen to anyone. Then the comrade decided to distract Dawei with another student's plum buns, and only then did the protagonist finally react to his words. The protagonist thanked him for the treat, but Lianya still stood there very indignant. Then Dawei finally realized who he was and realized the awkwardness of the situation that had arisen during his dream. He learned that this was the same foreigner he had met during dinner with Fan and his supervisor. The guy recognized her face, but couldn't remember the girl's name exactly. As a result, she ran out of the room and promised that the fat man would definitely turn out to be a corpse. The protagonist found himself again in the director's office, from where he had already called Fan Yuan. The old man complained that Fan's relative was simply an intolerable person, so according to the university rules, Dawei should be punished. Before the guy could defend the fat man, the rector decided to add something. The old man whispered that although the teacher was a substitute teacher, she was still an employee of the university, so it seemed that resolving this situation would not be easy. Fan promised to have dinner at a restaurant, so they quickly ended the conversation and thus resolved the problem. Laina was released and was able to leave calmly and continue her lesson. She couldn't even imagine that this fat man would turn out to be her student. The girl was already looking for a way to expel the cunning Dawei from the university. Upon entering the classroom, she immediately noticed that the main character was eating right in the middle of class. The teacher noticed that it was now time for classes, not lunch. Dawei did not rebel, obediently finished his purchases and hid them. Lenyu noticed that the fat man had become much wiser, because if he had started arguing, he would have immediately found himself in the director's office. She had no intention of leaving our hero alone, so she immediately turned to him. The teacher asked him to answer several questions on the theory of the course. Fundamentals of medicine. Lienu asked about cranial nerves, but the problem was that this man had never heard of them in his life. She seriously asked Davy to stand up and answer the question because this was the auditorium, not the cafeteria. The fat man honestly answered that he didn't know this topic, and then Lenyu asked what he had forgotten in class. The teacher began to finish by mocking our hero, saying that this was the most simple and elementary information, and ridiculed the fact that he simply swallowed all the information that the teacher told in the lesson. She asked the following question: should the beginning and end of the small intestine be named? Dawei didn't understand what it was because he had only heard of pickled tripe, so the teacher began to explain in detail what it was. Then Lenyu decided not to stop and asked what a virus was. She didn't even wait for an answer from our heroine and immediately gave the full definition of the term. Virus. The other students admired the intelligence of their new teacher. Lenyu emphasized that the fat man needed to study, since he didn't even have basic knowledge. She asked him what he would become after university, because he could only become a bad doctor who didn't care about human life. The teacher called Davy a fly in the ointment, believing that people like him only got into the university thanks to their connections. The protagonist's face darkened after such offensive and false words spoken towards him. He was confident in his abilities and noticed that the teacher herself could perform a few simple tricks, and that was all. Lienya was outraged by such words, spoken, in her opinion, by a completely stupid fat man. Davy slammed his hand on the table and remarked that even simply studying the book was not a difficult task. He promised that he would only need one evening to compete with the girl the next day to see who could absorb the information faster. Lenyu suggested excluding the main character from the group if she wins. Dawei did not object to this condition and asked what would happen if he won. The teacher was confident in her abilities, so she said that our hero would set conditions for himself only in the event of a real victory. This did not frighten the protagonist, so he asked Lienya to keep her word to the end. During the break, Dawei approached his friend named Lucien and asked how many books there were on the theory of the foundations of medicine. This question shocked the boy because the students had difficulty grasping the information presented in the first book. Lienya was sure that our hero was destined for defeat, because only now had he begun to look for the necessary textbooks. She snorted in displeasure and slammed the door behind her with all her might. When the teacher left the classroom, all the students looked at the main character with anger. One of the boys asked how Dawei dared to argue with the teacher, since the book was so huge. The fat man reassured them, saying that even if he didn't learn anything, they wouldn't do anything terrible to him. Lucien tried to assure the protagonist that he would not be disgraced if he lost. Lenyu came on an exchange program from a very famous university, received a bachelor's degree with honors, so she was a strong competitor. Everyone watched their friends' boyfriends delight with questioning looks. In the end, the students did not turn their backs on Dawei and supported him in this fierce struggle. Our hero asked his comrades not to worry, because he would make every effort to achieve his goal. He considered Lienya a simple girl from Europe and did not see any danger in her, but in the meantime, his rival herself was in the director's office and sneezed when she was remembered. After class, the students actively discussed the possibility of Dawei's victory, but they did not believe it, since the fundamental theory requires at least 6 months of study. They were sure that our hero was losing, but he did not stop diligently studying the textbook. Lu Xian looked irritated and reported that Dawei's opponent had entered the audience hall. Her other friends also didn't like her presence, and they began calling her a witch among themselves. Meanwhile, Lienya came up and asked our hero not to forget about their couple. The comrade noticed that the time had not yet come and suggested that the fat man go to the canteen for a snack. The teacher also allowed the main character not to come to tomorrow's lesson. She emphasized that it would be better for Dawei not to come to her classes at all. Suddenly, a textbook on fundamental theory flew right over Lin's head. This sudden attack almost knocked the girl off her feet. Lao Mao helped organize a competition between his student and teacher and invited Dawei to come to the board. The teacher pointed to the table and noted that this way the entire group would be able to see his presentation. The protagonist was not afraid of such participation and jumped up from his seat. He landed spectacularly right on the teacher's desk, and the students thought he really could fly. The guys thought our hero was really cool and decided that he was a real master, not just an ordinary fat guy. Lienya was offended that the fat man was supported so much, but she was sure that only now would he be able to boast like that, and then, after defeat, he would burst into tears. Lao Mao looked at his watch to see the starting time. He asked if everyone was ready and suggested moving on to the first task. First, the teacher asked what a blood clot is and how it forms. Lienya was the first to answer, and our hero continued his sentence correctly. The students were shocked that the fat man answered the questions absolutely correctly, and in the meantime, Lao Mao asked the next question about shock and its varieties. The teacher was once again the first to confidently give a precise definition of the term, shock. The protagonist quickly expanded and explained all 7 types of shock. Friends couldn't believe that Dawei was able to learn the entire textbook in less than 1 lesson. Lao Mao then asked about the actions during CPR, and Dawei and her opponent answered in unison. Other students had already begun to gather under the office, because everyone was interested in watching the competition between the new student and the teacher. Lenyu couldn't believe it, because even in the last lesson the fat man didn't know anything, and now all the students were enchanted by his knowledge. After just 1 lesson, it felt like someone had replaced the main character. The girl thought that someone had actually given her rival a hint. In the end, she decided to go to teacher Lao Mao and asked him to wait. Lienya expressed her suspicions about the evidence, and asked that she and our hero answer by looking each other straight in the eye. Meanwhile, the teacher cleared his throat to read the next question. Now Lenyu and Daiwei sat opposite each other, and listened attentively to the teacher. Finally, Lao Mao asked about lowering intracranial pressure with mannitol, and for the first time, she seemed to think about the answer. The students didn't know what it was, so they found the question too difficult. Lenyu began to tremble and moan, trying to remember this topic, and our hero noticed it. The boy asked what happened to the teacher, and if she was upset. Dawei started to laugh with a mad look because Lienya still didn't know the answer. The girl admitted defeat, so she whined and turned all red. The protagonist was not averse to teaching everyone, so he took off Lao Mao's glasses to put them on himself and look smarter. Dawei began to explain in detail the process of reducing pressure. He addressed Lin as his student and emphasized that this information needed to be passed on. At this time, students began actively writing down the information they heard or recording the protagonist's lesson on their phones. The fat man finished his explanation and informed his opponent of his lightning victory. Davy whispered to her that the love of argument comes at a high price. At his request, he said that he would like to have a candlelit dinner with the teacher tomorrow and would also choose her outfit himself. The guy stroked her head and asked her to keep her word. Lienya stood up, offended, and wanted to get rid of her shame in front of all the students as quickly as possible. At that moment, Lao Mao walked up to our hero and hit him on the head with a notebook. The teacher noticed that Dawei was doing well, but the boy himself thought that he was just lucky. He asked the student why he didn't leave the office, but our hero didn't even notice that there was no one around. The teacher explained that the lesson had already ended, so all the students quickly went to have lunch. The events moved to the cafeteria, where almost the entire university has gathered. Someone from the crowd asked the cooks why the students were given such small portions. When the main character ran into the dining room, he was shocked by the number of people he saw. The boy thought that his classmates would not mind if he stood in their line. Trying to push through the crowd, Dawei accidentally touched someone's legs. Classmates looked at our hero with stern and unfriendly eyes. This guy was very outraged that his comrades were so insincere and did not want to help him. He was very upset by such an insult, but from the crowd, Lijian was already calling him. A friend shouted that Dawei could stand in line with him. Dawei asked his friend if it was even possible to climb the mountain without waiting in line, but he didn't understand what he meant. Lijian reassured the protagonist because he had reserved a seat for his friend in advance. He noticed that they were a little unlucky today, because by the time it was their turn, the food was the tastiest for everyone else. Davy noticed another food table with few people at it, and his friend explained that it was a window for large groups. The young man added that you can order any dish you want there, which made our hero's mouth water. He grabbed his friend and dragged him to the main window to treat him to something tasty. Lijian tried to warn him that there was some very expensive booze here, but the hungry fat man didn't hear him at all. After all, a few seconds later the main character was already carefully studying the proposed menu, and the waitress was patiently waiting for the order. When the fat man had chosen his dishes, he quickly began dictating such a long list to the waitress that she barely had time to write it down. The girl warned our hero that they would be fined for uneaten food, but the guy was not going to stop there. Lijian noticed that there was a lot of food. The comrades began to eat lunch when a crowd of students passed by their kiosk, and one of the girls recognized Dawei. She told her lover that she recognized the fat man who had burst into their dorm room today. The guy was ready to fight for his beauty, so he asked her where that bastard was. He wanted to see the scoundrel who had the courage to even look at his beloved woman. His classmates already felt sorry for the fat man because he himself slept with Suinfei. This guy was determined to just kill the main character. Meanwhile, Dawei and his friend were quietly eating dinner, and Lisuyan was shocked by the number of dishes and couldn't believe that they would eat it all. The fat man assured that it was very easy for him, so there was nothing to worry about. Lisuyan also decided to start eating, but at that moment someone knocked down the door to their separate room. The guy only had time to turn his head and see that the door was flying straight at him. In the end, he barely managed to stop the blow with his hands. Suddenly Lisuyan flew to the side, and the table, along with all the food, overturned. Dawei didn't have time to react and didn't understand why everything in the room suddenly turned upside down. In the doorway he saw a crowd of several young people. Suinfei angrily asked our hero if he was the fat man who had insulted his child. But Dawei was no longer interested in anything, because strangers began to encroach on his food. Meanwhile, the beaten Lisuyan lay on the floor and groaned in pain. Suinfei thought that the protagonist was pretending not to hear him, and this made him even more angry. The fat man couldn't stop thinking about his spoiled food. The guy was very annoyed because he thought Dawei was simply ignoring him. He quickly grabbed the leg of the broken table and began to threaten the main character. Suinfei suddenly accelerated to strike the insolent fat man. Dawei immediately noticed this and responded to the attack immediately. Before he could even touch our hero with his stick, Suinfei kicked him right in the face. Due to the force of the blow, the bully quickly flew out of the room into the common dining room. He flew onto one of the tables where people were dining and knocked over several trays with his body. Suinfei's comrades were very afraid of their leader. The defeated man lay among the remains of food and told how much pain he was in. Suddenly he heard that Dawei was not going to let him go just like that, and was already approaching him. The protagonist was already preparing for the next blow, because he wanted the culprit to return the food. Suinfei begged the fat man to wait a little longer before making such drastic decisions. But unfortunately it was already impossible to stop Davy's flight, so the guy had no chance of avoiding punishment. Our hero fell on Suinfei's back like a real stone, and he screamed in pain throughout the dining room. The last of this guy's strength left him and he lay on the table in tears. The bully's friends were very worried about him because the fat man was sitting on top of him. In the end, they somehow reacted and attacked Dawei so that he would finally let their comrade go. Our hero calmly stepped aside and allowed the guys to take Suinfei. In the end, all the friends ended up in one pile, and the fat man easily took all their money. Suinfei asked why Dawei took all the money, and he explained that his lunch actually cost 320 yuan, and he should also be paid compensation for moral damages. In addition, the main character needs $100 to wash his clothes, but Suinfei did not want to part with the fat man so easily. Lisuyan had just woken up and was looking for his comrade to check if he was okay. When the guy left the room, all that stood before him was a bunch of beaten hooligans. Dawei asked him to just ignore it and suggested his friend eat somewhere else. They were planning to have lunch somewhere outside the university, and Suinfei looked after them with annoyance. He yelled at his stupid friends and ordered them to look after the fat man and his friend. Meanwhile, Dawei and Lisuyan approached the street food stalls. The fat man was already enchanted by the delicious kebabs that were being cooked over an open fire. He invited his friend to go to Barbecue Town to eat some delicious meat together. The main character was very happy because he could try beef kebab and roast leg of lamb. At this time, Suinfei's friend was watching them closely from the street corner. He called someone and said that the fat guy and his classmate had gone to Barbecue Town. On the other end of the line, Suinfei asked again if they had really been to this place. His men were already prepared for reprisals, and his comrade assured the boy that he clearly saw Dawei with his friend. Suinfei was planning to have a real picnic with our hero and Lisuyan. Meanwhile, the friends were greeted at the establishment by a very nice and friendly waitress. Dawei was already enjoying the snack, and the girl asked Lisuyan if she and the fat man were together. The employee placed the menu in front of the friends, and they began to carefully examine the dishes. In the end, the guys were very surprised, because all the dishes turned out to be quite cheap. Dawei then decided to ask the waitress why they had so few customers. The girl explained that they have an unfortunate location, but the renovation is too good, so people, even at first glance, think it is too expensive. Our hero also noticed that the prices on the menu outside and inside were different, so he decided to make a large order at such favorable prices. He asked the waitress about a dish called White Dragon, and it turned out to be the male genital organ of a sheep, so Doi ordered 2 of them because he had never tried them before. Lisuyan mentally noted that his comrade didn't even give him the opportunity to object. The events moved to the street where the town famous for its barbecue is located, and where Songfei's gang has already arrived. They didn't even pay attention to some drunkard and simply pushed him. This guy wanted to respond to the hooligans with irritation. He immediately noticed and recognized this group of young people, so he immediately panicked because of his impudent behavior. Only now did the drunkard realize that Suinfei himself was standing in front of him. Everyone who saw this gang understood that today someone would have a very hard time. The guys were talking among themselves, and one of them explained that Songfei was being followed by a gang called Dezhen, which controlled the entire street. Lisuyan told his friend that Suinfei had come to visit them, but our hero didn't want to pay attention to them and simply continued to enjoy his food. The bully didn't immediately become rude to Davy, so he asked if they liked everything about the place. The whole company moved on and sat down at a table nearby, and Lisuyan noticed that they were behaving rather strangely. Our hero calmed his comrade and promised to protect him from the hooligans. The friends had already finished dinner, so they asked to count their points. Lisuyan turned around suspiciously and watched the gang's suspicious behavior. The hooligans glanced at our hero and his friend, whispered and laughed at them. Finally, the waitress added up all the amounts and announced that the bill was 1,800 yuan, which greatly shocked Lisuyan. The man couldn't understand how such a sum had been reached, since they usually eat for a maximum of 200 yuan, but the employee assured him that there had been no mistakes. Lisuyan grabbed the bill and began to carefully study the prices. He noticed that somehow 1 yuan had turned into 10, so the establishment was simply cheating its customers. The waitress believed that the customers had not read the menu themselves, so they were to blame for the bill. Lisuyan promised to complain to the establishment, and at that moment someone from the gang said that the guy was quite brave to make such loud statements. The stranger noted that his comrades would not leave until they paid this bill. Sunfei added that first they would teach the fat man and his friend a lesson at their expense, and then he would personally come up with something together with our hero. Lisuyan noticed that he and Sunfei studied at the same university, and he really wanted to treat them unfairly. The bully ordered him to shut up and promised to break the guy's arm or leg today. Doi was not at all intimidated by the threats, and noted that the thieves were now talking too much and could not simply sort everything out on their own. Lisuyan could no longer contain herself and attacked the restaurant manager who had threatened them so severely. The bandit did not expect such a turn of events, so he did not even have time to defend himself from the attack. Everyone around did not have time to utter a word due to the suddenness of the attack. Lisuyan began to strangle the bandit, so he couldn't do anything with him. In fact, this guy wanted to save Davy, so he shouted at him to quickly run away from the restaurant. The bandits stood around the overturned table and laughed at the stupid and desperate act of the young man. One of them grabbed Lisuyan by the clothes and remarked that the guy was quite impudent, but today he would pay for his bravery. Others mocked our hero, saying that he was too fat and would definitely not be able to escape from here. Doi asked to let his comrade go while he called the right people who would deliver the money here. The restaurant owner had no intention of giving our hero the opportunity to invite anyone here. Sunfei himself decided not to touch the fat man and let him do what he wanted. The friend was surprised by this decision, but the guy explained with a grin that it would be much more interesting for them this way. Meanwhile, the main character had already called the hunting dog and told her that he had found a good place with a barbecue to finally try his hand at hunting. Then Sunfei decided to call his comrade Qianji for help to deal with the fat man and his allies. At some point, the protagonist told his friends who were in a restaurant called Barbecue Village, located near the medical university. 30 minutes later, special forces were already standing at the threshold of the establishment. Sunfei immediately noticed that new people had arrived, so he carefully looked towards the door. Our hero's friends looked much stricter than the gang of young hooligans. Doi immediately called his comrades, and his opponent noticed that the fat man really had strong comrades. The special forces began to pressure their fat man and asked why he invited them to the restaurant, to which he quickly explained the situation. A few minutes later, Sanfei's people appeared on the threshold of the restaurant. The leader of these hooligans noted that, apparently it would be a lot of fun. He smoked a cigarette, and exhaled the cigarette smoke through his nose. A dark-skinned guy who looked like a real gang leader asked who had the courage to show off on Hunchian territory. Meanwhile, Doi continued to complain to the hunting dog that they were being insulted and threatened here. Sunfei pointed to our hero's squad and explained that they had underestimated Dexing's gang. This guy thought that the Special Forces commander recognized the leader and got scared. But that wasn't the case. Hunting Dog simply decided to humiliate Huanqian and told him to stop pretending to be the gang leader and leave quietly. Sun Fai was very angry at such impudence and disregard for his comrade. The commander asked the fat man if he had decided to entertain them before dinner so that the food would be better digested. Sun Fai was very angry that the hunting dog simply ignored him. Finally, a gold credit card flew past the guy. The commander ordered the young man to finally shut up, because he was ready to pay for dinner with a card without any problems. The man noticed that the hunting dog had a VIP card from a Swiss bank. Sun Fai could not understand what kind of person this amazing fat man was. Meanwhile, Doe asked if the head of the special forces would be coming here, to which the man replied that she was probably already somewhere nearby. Juanqian reassured his friend and promised that the protagonist and his friends would not go anywhere today. At that moment, the sound of heels was heard in the corridor, and Yen appeared on the threshold. She was wearing an incredibly beautiful, sparkling dress, so everyone in the restaurant noticed her and couldn't take their eyes off her. Doe was so captivated by the captain's beauty that he missed the opportunity to utter even a word. He asked the hunting dog if it was really the same Tanian, and his friend thought that the fat man would no longer recognize her. Our hero believed that women were terrible only because they were capable of changing their appearance so radically. Sun Fai immediately stood in front of the beauty and was the first to speak to her. He introduced himself to the attractive lady, behaved like a true gentleman, and finally invited her to spend the evening with him. The special forces and Doe were shocked by how wildly their opponent interfered with the captain's affairs. In this way, Sun Fai wanted to show the difference between himself and the fat man. In the end, Yen didn't even pay attention to the young man and silently headed towards her friends. She said that scum like the son of the sixth great Shanzhen family could not call themselves aristocrats. The girl remarked with disdain that Sun Fai had not yet taken off his diaper, but already considered himself a gentleman. This guy couldn't take it anymore and wanted to hit Ian from behind, which was completely wrong. The captain did not allow herself to be offended, quickly grabbed the impudent young man by the arm and pushed him face down on the floor. Sun Fai started whining because Ian almost broke his arm. The surrounded bandits watched as their comrade was crushed by the seemingly fragile girl. Juanqian noticed that Yen had shown herself to be quite brave because there were many people around who could have taught her a lesson for such a bold act. The captain pulled out a pistol, pointed the weapon at the leader and asked what the bandit could do. Juanqian pretended that the pistol did not frighten him at all and called it an ordinary lighter. He testified that he had a real firearm hidden in his belt. Ian didn't look nervous for a second and just smiled, admiring the young man's audacity. Without thinking, she pulled the trigger, and the next moment a loud shot rang out. Huanqian was very scared, but the weapon was raised in the opposite direction from him. Ian shot Sun Fai in the leg, leaving him lying on the floor in a small pool of blood, screaming in pain. Why they were still standing because it was time to have fun. The fat man thought that everything would be like in real action movies, so after silent negotiations a fierce firefight would begin. Suddenly someone gave this guy a dressing down for such nonsense. Ian smiled and asked Doe to take his time because this was just the beginning of their performance. The Mad Bull placed a chair in the middle of the room and invited the captain to sit down. The bandits couldn't understand who this brave Yen was and couldn't believe that there was someone as powerful as their Dexing gang. The wounded Sun Fai tried to call someone else for help. He started screaming that his father, Song Fugui, would kill them for daring to shoot this guy. This guy has already written a message to his father, so his offenders will not leave here alive today. Juanqian thought it was stupid because the guy had already been shot. The hunting dog became frightened again when he heard the name of the bully's father. Sun Fui believed that the man was genuinely afraid and realized that it was too late to retreat. The guy tried to calm his friend Qianji, because he was already in a completely depressed state. Sun Fui said that our team had finished the game and would now receive it, but there were already people with loaded weapons standing behind him. Huanqian mentally begged his comrade to just keep quiet. After 20 minutes the family members were already under the restaurant. They informed their superior that they had already arrived at the appointed place. Old Sun Fugui also came to save his son. He believed that there was no time to waste because the ball would end up with the opponent, and the situation would only get worse. The man noted that he was his only son and that he was supposed to inherit the entire business, so he relied on his people. His best fighters were the mighty Golden Dragon and the Smiling Tiger. Finally they opened the door of the restaurant, and the whole crowd came inside. Everyone immediately asked for reinforcements for the gang. Sun Fai immediately started calling his father for help. The husband was shocked to see his poor wounded son. Juanqian, on the other hand, was very nervous, because he was sure that after such an incident he would lose his place in the gang. Sun Fuegui asked the special forces to give him the opportunity to solve his son's case. Since everyone was already gathered, Ian decided to get down to business. The commandos quickly raised their weapons and pointed them at their opponents. Sun Fuegui's men quickly reacted and targeted the team. The smiling tiger, with a sly smile, noted that they were not the only ones with weapons. One of the fighters noted that the gang had homemade weapons, and called this decision very brave. Lesuyan was nervous because he thought the situation was very difficult, since his opponents also had pistols. Dawei calmed him down and began preparing his spiders. Both teams were in a tense battle with each other, and were eagerly awaiting the next moves from their opponents. The guards tried to cover for their boss Sun, and asked him to be more careful. The hunting dog kept a close eye on the opponents, holding a shotgun in his hands. Sunfai couldn't wait any longer, so he shouted to his father's men, "Shoot already and just kill the special forces!" He believed that the fighters were so frightened that they were afraid to move, and therefore they could shoot at them. The smiling tiger mentally noted that it was easy for this guy to say that, because it was not his people who would die. Suddenly, someone threw a glass right at Sunfai's head. Dawei boldly noted that since childhood he did not know what it meant to be afraid, because as a child he fought in the forest with a pack of wolves, a panther, and even a python. Lesuyan was very frightened by such tension, hid and called the main character to him. The hunting dog asked the fat man to move away because there was a lot of danger ahead. Our hero asked his friend to be more lenient about the situation, since he was simply invited to have barbecue. The fat man promised that he would deal with all this scum himself. Golden Dragon and Smiling Tiger heard this guy call them names and became angry. They promised Davy that he would die here today at their hands. Our hero didn't answer and concentrated on using his magic. The little spider obeyed its master and began to weave a web. This guy turned the internet against his competitors. Thin, web-like threads connected the guard leaders. The bandit leaders watched this and could not understand what the main character was doing to them. Dawei spread his hands and laughed carefree, as if he wasn't busy at all. Suddenly, the fat man allowed himself to give the golden dragon and the smiling tiger a strong slap in the face. The hunting dog could not believe that her comrade had committed such a rash act. The golden dragon was enraged by this humiliation and ordered his men to attack the fat man. The hunting dog realized that things were bad and ordered the special forces to cover Dawei. The bandit shouted that the fat man would die in a second. He pointed his finger at the main character, but to his surprise, no one fired. Hunting Dog and Mad Bull stood in shock as they saw that their rivals were completely disobeying their boss. Our hero began to scoff, because it seemed to him that the Golden Dragon's words were an empty phrase for his subordinates. The giant began shouting at his men to finally deal with the fat man. The guards stood as if they did not see their leader in front of them at all. The Golden Dragon tried to reach them, but they did not react to their cries and touches. The boss didn't understand what was happening and shouted to his subordinate to deal with our hero as quickly as possible. Smiling Tiger thought that the Golden Dragon's people simply didn't want to die here, so he decided to deal with Dawei himself. He approached our hero and asked what right he had to slap him. The bandit wanted to scare the fat man with a wake, but he didn't even listen to the offer and hit the man again. Dawei hit him on the cheek so hard that he flew away like a dead insect. Yen recalled the previous events and noticed that the fat man liked to hit everyone in the face. The Smiling Tiger lost one tooth and was trying to catch his breath after such a sudden attack. The husband was very angry about this negligence, but it did not cause any emotions in Dawei. He then pointed at the fat man and ordered his brothers to kill the protagonist. Divya noticed that the bandit had not learned his lesson from the situation. The Smiling Tiger noticed that something was wrong with his people too. The men froze in place, as if not reacting to the world around them. The chief again ordered them to take out their weapons and finally kill our hero. Dawei noticed that Smiling Tiger was as helpless as his kin. Then the robber couldn't stand it any longer and decided to deal with the fat man himself with his bare hands. Apparently, Dawei had perfect reflexes, so he instantly dodged the attack. While the enemy was falling down, the main character quickly took a needle out of his pocket. The boy quickly pierced Smiling Tiger's clothes to get to his body. The bandit stopped immediately, and his body simply went limp. Dawei grabbed his lifeless body and noticed that this man was clearly not our hero's equal. In the end, the fat man simply laid his defeated opponent on the floor. Sun Fuegui and the Golden Dragon couldn't tell if their comrade was even alive. The protagonist mockingly asked if the Golden Dragon would like to try his hand at something similar. The strong man was scared because he didn't want to repeat his friend's fate, so he simply gave up. He turned his head and saw 100 small white spiders next to him. The golden dragon looked at the ceiling and saw even more spiders there. Yen also noticed this powerful strength of the protagonist. The husband could not understand where such a large number of spiders suddenly appeared from. Dawei noted with displeasure that there was nothing surprising about this. Our hero, looking at the people of the golden dragon and the smiling tiger, decided to go to them. He began to examine the paralyzed bandits and think about what to do with them, since these people had voluntarily joined the criminal organization. In the end, Dawei decided that they would sort out their problems themselves. The bandits began to reload their weapons to carry out the protagonist's orders. Suddenly Ian interrupted the guy's plan and asked him to stop. The captain announced that her people would soon arrive here and deal with all the bandits themselves. Our hero then realized that Yen, with the help of Sunfei, had brought Sun Fugui here to capture them all at once. The man called her a stupid woman and emphasized that what he wanted to do would save a lot of time. The friends heard a loud bang and thought that the fat man was tired of life, since he was saying such things to the captain. After Ian kicked the fat man, he asked in annoyance what kind of nonsense Dawei was talking about. He finally admitted his guilt and looked angrily at the paralyzed large men. The guy noted that the bandits were just lucky that the woman was so angry and did not allow Davy's plan to be carried out. The protagonist ordered them to lay down all their weapons and kneel under the wall. The man then turned to the restaurant manager who was with Songfei. The fat man ordered the best kebab master to be brought here, but now the whole gang is paying for all the expenses themselves. Within 30 minutes, there were already numerous police cars parked outside the restaurant. The officers neutralized the bandits and loaded them into official vehicles. The organization's leader, Sun Fugui, was also handcuffed and placed in a car. The police wanted to thank Captain Tang, but ultimately did not want to disturb the team, as they believed they were already on another mission. In fact, our team was still in the restaurant and was delighted with the food they had ordered. The variety of fried seafood and meat looked truly delicious. Dawei didn't ask anyone to be shy, because everyone here knew each other, and he wanted to treat his friends. It turned out that the restaurant manager fried all the dishes himself, and our hero was constantly rushing him. The hunting dog noticed that the fat man was truly shameless because he gave gifts to his friends at someone else's expense. Dawei noticed that he was still treating them, so his comrades had nothing to worry about. This guy was also thinking about choosing his own place to live, since the detained Sun Fugui was involved in the real estate business. At his parents' house, his pets had no room to develop because they couldn't sit in boxes all the time, and besides, Dawei could train in a calm environment. Suddenly our hero became sad because this problem turned out to be too difficult. Yen noted that it was a trifle, because if the guy told how he dealt with the bandits, she would find him a nice apartment. Hearing such a proposal from the captain, Dawei became nervous. Our hero thought that the girl would live with him, but he noticed that he only liked European women. Fried, who had barely managed to prepare food for all the guests, was frightened when he heard a very loud blow. Confused, Yen grabbed the guy by his clothes and started yelling at him because she definitely wasn't thinking about living with him. The cook ran in fear with the shashlik, because it seemed to him that something was happening here again. At that time, the girl could not believe that the main character only liked European appearance. Suddenly the captain felt embarrassed because she felt that she did not match Dawei's taste, which she had begun to like a little. Having heard these words, our hero could not understand how to respond to them. The Special Forces soldiers were simply horrified to hear such an unexpected confession from their captain. The girl herself did not expect such frankness from herself and simply turned away from Dawei, and he could not understand what was wrong with her. The protagonist, perplexed, asked the hunting dog what was going on. The hunting dog didn't pay any attention to this and simply continued to enjoy the shashlik. The mad bull happily tasted one of the types of meat and asked the cook where it came from. He replied that it was the back of the chicken, so he didn't often make kebabs from that part. The whole team didn't like the news that they would have to eat that part of the chicken. The cook thought his companions really enjoyed the dish, but he simply didn't have time to look at their irritated faces. As a result, the only sounds coming from the restaurant were the screams of the unfortunate chef preparing the kebab. The cook swore that there was not a single piece of excrement in the meat because everything had been thoroughly washed long ago. The guy was still beaten and had shashlik stuffed into his mouth. The hunting dog decided to talk to him about his boss, who had already been caught, so all the man had to do was have a firearm with him, and he would already be behind bars. A Special Forces officer asked his subordinate what he thought about his boss's arrest. Lao He became nervous because he immediately realized that this was a test. He promised that he would not take revenge for this incident on either the fat man or the Special Forces. The hunting dog explained that she meant to work privately, but Lao He rejected this assumption as well and promised to conduct business fairly. Then the special forces couldn't stand it anymore, because it meant that this guy would be able to take all the property of the Golden Dragon, the Smiling Tiger, and his boss, as well as all his people. In reality, the team simply wanted to get their man into the ranks of Dezen's gang in exchange for all his property. Lao He couldn't believe that he would actually be appointed chieftain, and Hunting Dog promised to help him achieve this position. The SWAT officers proposed splitting their salaries so that 30% would go to the gang members' salaries, and 70 SWAT members would donate the money to charity. Then the young man nobly suggested dividing the sum into 20 and 80. Dawei noticed that Lao He was a real good guy because he had become the secret boss of the Dexing gang so quickly. Suddenly, the hunting dog pulled the protagonist by the soft cheek, and he asked what his friend was doing. The SWAT officer ordered the guy to stop playing dumb, and tell him what he was doing with the spiders and his rivals. Our hero didn't want to tell anything because it was his personal secret. Then Ian menacingly reminded them of their agreement regarding the apartment. The fat man remembered this and finally said that his pet had brought these little spiders, because he usually didn't carry such little ones with him. The captain and Davy's classmate became interested in what kind of pet the main character was talking about. The man asked Ian to wait so he could call his pet. He walked up to the window and whistled very loudly. This cry spread throughout the city until an incredibly beautiful eagle immediately recognized its owner and took off. Lao He was already dreaming of his position as the gang leader when a huge bird appeared in front of the window. After some time, he finally noticed that an eagle had flown into the room. The bird knocked the poor fellow off his feet and he landed on his owner's hand. Dawei stopped his pet and called him Brother Eagle. The special forces were shocked by the fat man's pet, but Lao He was completely delighted. Meanwhile, the main character sat the bird down at the table and offered to try the fried meat. Ian noticed that the eagle immediately reached for the red-hot pepper. She was surprised because the pet turned out to be a real gourmet and began adding spices to his food. The eagle then reached for the black pepper, and one of the special forces soldiers was caught off guard and filmed everything on his phone. The hunting dog noticed that the bird ate the kebab more gracefully than the rest of their company. Our hero said that in the mountains he often cooked pork, lamb, tofu and other delicacies for himself. But the eagle himself is lazy and thinks only about his stomach, so he had to learn to cook for himself and add spices. Meanwhile, Ian stroked the bird and noticed that its feathers were very soft and pleasant to the touch. She asked the fat man what kind of bird it was because it was too big, and Dawei replied that it didn't even look like an eagle. The protagonist said that his name was Pan, or the Great Bird of Movement, which means the legendary giant bird. He called the eagle brother because as a child he often rode on his pet's back, but the bird didn't seem to like it. In general, from the very beginning, the eagle was teacher Dawei's favorite, but he became so attached to it that he abandoned the old man. Our hero explained that the pet loved to drink Chinese vodka, so one day they stole a sip from the old man, after which the eagle ran away like crazy, but the bird didn't like that its owner was spilling all its secrets. The hunting dog noticed that the owner and pet looked very similar, and meanwhile Yen noticed that one of the spiders jumped out of the eagle's feathers. The poor thing fell right into a puddle of sauce, and the girl realized that these were the very same assistants that Dawei had used against the bandits. The main character was very happy that the captain finally paid attention to these talented children, and immediately found himself next to her. Dawei declared that it was his secret weapon, but the eagle looked sheepishly at the spider dying in a puddle of sauce. These snow-white babies were called ghost spiders. The protagonist pulled the poor fellow out of the sauce and noticed that white foam was coming out of his mouth. The hunting dog asked the guy what happened to his secret weapon, and the guy replied that the spider seemed to be a little sick. Then the guy, using his magic, cleared the baby of the sauce, and he thanked his master for it. The fat man said he came up with the name for the spiders because it sounded pretty cool, but the species is actually called the psychedelic. A person bitten by this spider begins to experience hallucinations within just a few seconds. According to Master Dawei's records, the Wugu masters bred this type of spider, and as a result, they became quite good weapons in their hands. Those bitten become unquestioning servants of Master Ugu and carry out all his orders. In the language of modern medicine, they simply used a psychogenic toxin, the effects of which, depending on the victim's body, could last from 1 to 3 hours. Yen remembered seeing references to these spiders in records, but they were called Phidias zombie spiders. Poison spiders instantly become puppets because their saliva contains a neurotoxin that allows them to control people. Then the hunting dog realized that our hero was using this ability, and thus subjugated all the bandits. Lao He watched the conversation and continued to enjoy the barbecue, and the eagle helped the guy because he did not want to eat the whole portion. Suddenly, the protagonist turned the table and remarked that his friend did not necessarily have to become a doctor after graduating from university. Davy offered the young man a job with a salary of 100,000. Lao He couldn't believe he deserved such a high salary. Then our hero asked if he looked like the kind of person who could give so much money, and his friend replied that he did. In the end, the comrade agreed to cooperate with the fat man and immediately offered him a drink for it. Doe didn't want Yenin to stay away, so he handed her the bottle and offered her a drink. The girl became embarrassed and joked that no one suggests that women drink alcohol by gulping it down their throats. The whole company drank and laughed amiably at the captain's words. The friends had a good time at the restaurant, and then the main character returned to the university dormitory. Doe and his friend entered the room and smelled an unpleasant male body odor. The neighbor happily congratulated them and asked what they brought into the room. Suddenly our hero became serious, slammed the door and wanted to ask Lao He something. He asked if there was a fox in their room because it smelled terrible. Then, for some reason, Doe thought that their neighbors were having an affair and became very nervous. It turned out it was just a man with smelly armpits, so everyone happily enjoyed the barbecue on the balcony. The boys started complaining that the main character didn't understand their pain. Lao He said that at first they all lived together with their classmates. But in the end, these students couldn't take it anymore and kicked the poor guys out of the room. Then Doe understood why he had been so warmly received in this room, and also why Lao He did not have a single friend. Our hero asked why guys don't just have surgery, since there are so many ways to get rid of unpleasant underarm odor. One of the neighbors noted that they tried all of this, but after a few months the unpleasant smell returned. It turned out that all the online advertising was complete nonsense and lies. The boys were very upset because they had been eating only noodles for a whole month to collect the required amount. Davy noted that unpleasant body odor is quite easy to get rid of. One man who suffered from this said that there are two reasons for this: the large spaces between the cells and the walls of the sweat glands and the secretion of unsaturated fatty acids. Most often, this is influenced by heredity, so the young man believed that it was not at all easy to cure. Our hero looked at his neighbors with a big question in his eyes, because he understood absolutely nothing from the story, replete with scientific terms. Zhao Feng tried to explain in simple terms that the sweat glands are oversaturated with sweat and contain a substance that causes an unpleasant odor. This can be treated surgically, but this will require a long period of rehabilitation, as the entire organ must be removed. All the guys sighed heavily because they really missed this unpleasant problem. Doe looked at them and noticed that there was a folk method that could help deal with this problem. The neighbors were very surprised and asked the fat man not to joke with them like that, and our hero noted that he could cure them for free if they were willing to try this method. The guys boldly agreed to try our hero's folk method. The events moved forward to the next day, when Doe was sitting at his desk, and teacher Lenyu entered the office and greeted him. She decided to remind our hero that today they should have a candlelit dinner together. Doe noticed that she was in too good a mood and thought that the girl either ate something wrong or succumbed to the charm of the protagonist. Lenyu asked the guy to look appropriate, and noted that she would wait for him at the entrance to the men's dormitory. Lao He noticed the teacher's strange behavior towards the main character, whom she simply hated just yesterday. The friends concluded that Lenyu was indeed acting suspiciously, so Daiwei should be careful around her. In the evening, a cool car pulled up to the men's dormitory. The guys standing at the door were surprised to see such inappropriate guests in their dorm with ordinary students. Suddenly everyone realized that in front of them stood a real Ferrari 458, and wondered where such rich people came from. Dawei also stood among this crowd of onlookers and did not understand why everyone had gathered here. Finally, the beautiful Lenny came out of the car and invited the fat man to get inside. All the guys were very angry because the main character was incredibly lucky. Dawei began to mock the girl because she dressed up as if she was really looking forward to their date, but Lianyu tried to justify herself. The girl thought about the fat man's stupidity, and realized that this was only the beginning of the evening. She wanted our hero to definitely enjoy a romantic candlelit dinner. The fat man noticed that for some reason they were standing motionless, and asked Laina what had happened. Suddenly the girl leaned very close to our hero and noticed that he had not fastened his seat belt. Dawei was embarrassed by such closeness, and those around him found it rather strange. Some students were very envious of the main character, while others were already thinking about how to kill this fat lucky guy. It turned out that this was one of the steps in Lin's brilliant plan. After some time, Dawei finished the cake, and the girl asked him to sit down quietly. She stepped on the gas pedal and drove out of the crowd of angry guys. Lenyu quickly delivered our hero to a luxurious skyscraper. The staff were already waiting for them at the entrance to the establishment. The guy called Lienya by name, Natalia, and congratulated her at their establishment. The girl was very pleased with this reception and asked the employee to park her car. The man showed his client where she should go next. Then our hero asked irritably if the door was open for him just as gallantly. Suddenly the smile disappeared from the employee's face and he noticed that his duties only included parking the car, not opening the doors. But this guy was happy to help his friend, Miss Natalie, who was a regular customer of their restaurant. Davy realized that the girl was planning something bad because she was watching him closely. In the end, the fat man decided not to quarrel with the restaurant employee. He watched as Lenya waited patiently for him at the entrance to the restaurant. Our hero decided to play along with her and ultimately find out who makes the funniest jokes. Suddenly, another employee reached out and stopped Davy. He noticed that to enter their high-end restaurant one had to be dressed in accordance with the dress code, so the fat man was not able to enter. The protagonist thought he had pretty decent clothes because she didn't come in slippers and wasn't naked. The guard pointed to a booth at the entrance and explained that you had to wear a classic suit, tie or bow tie, and leather shoes, but the tie or bow tie was the only requirement. He reiterated that Dawei could not enter the restaurant looking like that. The guy wanted to add something, but our hero couldn't stand it any longer and extended his hand. The fat man was furious and grabbed the guard right by the head. Dawei looked at him with an angry expression and remarked that he would go with him. The bodyguard got scared, pressed himself against the wall and agreed with our hero. As a result, Dawei forcibly took the guy's entire suit and finally entered the restaurant without any problems. Despite the establishment's prestige, there were a lot of visitors there. Lenya happily drank the refreshing alcoholic drink and began to wait for the main character. She couldn't believe that the fat man was so weak and wouldn't be able to complete the second stage of her plan. The girl thought that our hero was still sitting at the entrance and wondering how he could get into this establishment. Suddenly, a handsome man in a classic suit appeared on the threshold, and Lenya immediately noticed her friend. Dawei confidently adjusted his tie and looked triumphantly at his companion. He explained to the waiter that he was with Lenya and that she was paying for dinner, and remarked that the restaurant was not bad. The man noted that it was his first time in such an elite establishment, so he experienced a rather unusual sensation inside. The girl was offended that our hero managed to survive this. Suddenly Dawei spread his arms and invited the girl to kiss. Lenya turned away because she didn't want to do it, because she still didn't really know who this fat man was. At this point, the waiter asked the girl what she wanted to order and asked him to suggest something new. The guy suggested a special French cream of mushroom soup, baked clams, and a French roll with lamb chop, and Lenya ended up choosing the latter. Then the waiter, without taking his eyes off the main character, asked what he would like to try. Dawei opened the menu and saw that all the dishes were written in a foreign language, but the seller did not know any other languages except Chinese. He decided to ask the waiter to offer him some options. Lin then asked the employee to do everything according to the rules of their restaurant. The man listened to his client and addressed Dawei in a foreign language, which the fat man did not fully understand. He began to quickly list a multitude of dishes in French, and our hero begged the waiter to speak a little more slowly. This was the third test Lin had conducted, and she watched it with interest. Noticing her smug expression, he realized that the girl just wanted to make him look like a fool. The main character was not going to back down, and decided to play with Lienu. Suddenly the fat man answered the waiter in French. He asked the employee to take a pen and write down that he wanted 3 servings of snails with clams, 3 servings of filet steak and 5 servings of foie gras. Lenu watched in amazement as Dawei, with his impeccable command of French, ordered another bottle of expensive wine and 2 servings of strawberry chocolate mousse. When the main character finished speaking, the girl asked how he knew a foreign language. The fat man replied that it was all thanks to TV series, so he could only order food, and the girl realized where her plan had failed. After 20 minutes, our hero was brought a large portion of stuffed snails. Davy took a closer look at them and there was something he didn't like. The man turned to the waiter and noticed that he had actually ordered 3 portions of snails. The restaurant employee explained that in France, great importance is placed on precision, so each dish is prepared individually, but Dawei did not like this. The waiter apologized to the customer, but could do nothing because this was exactly the tradition in their French restaurant. Lienya was unhappy with her plan because its second and third points had completely failed. She was very embarrassed because it was a complete disgrace to her. Meanwhile, the main character was captivated by the beauty of his companion. Dawei looked at the deep neckline of her dress in surprise. The guy considered her a real seductress, so he thought that he would have to suffer terribly. Our hero abruptly stabbed his fork into the steak, determined to deal with Laina. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice from the stage. One man said that his close friend Natalie Borman visited this restaurant today. He asked to congratulate the girl with thunderous applause and sing a song for everyone. The main character suspected that his friend was a rather famous person. Lin said into the microphone that she didn't come alone today, but with a friend. She noted that she did not want to distract the guests of honor. In the end, the girl wanted to invite her unknown friend onto the stage. Lianu wanted the main character to perform a beautiful song. This interrupted the guy's meal, because all the visitors began calling Dawei right up to the stage. The guy walked up to the stage and asked his girlfriend if she really wanted him to sing this song. Lenyu noted that each new guest must perform their own song or performance. Otherwise, Davy would have been kicked out of the restaurant and blacklisted, so he would never have been able to get in there again. Our hero wasn't afraid for a second and snatched the microphone from the girl's hands. The guy asked her not to regret it later, because he was the real golden voice of Mount Jinfen. Laina was annoyed that this guy was bragging even before his death. She was sure that this fat man would be kicked out of this restaurant very soon. The main character suddenly began to hit the piano keys and sing so loudly that even the golden silkworm ran away from the sound. The reaction of the restaurant. After hearing the main character's incredible vocal abilities, her friend burst into tears and began chewing on a napkin. The fat man continued to confidently sing the melodic French love song. In addition to his performance, Dawei began to rip his costume during the choruses. He continued singing emotionally, throwing his clothes into the air, but underneath he was wearing his normal clothes. All the restaurant's patrons instantly became fans of our hero, and Liana's friend noticed that the guy was a real talent. Everyone was shouting Davy's name, and eventually he was given a VIP card to the establishment. From that moment on, our hero became the most respected guest in Visa's Parisian restaurant, so Liana's plan completely failed. The man asked if this card allowed him to receive the corresponding service. Davy asked if he could come to the establishment in his usual guise, and the restaurant owner replied that this guy was now his friend and could even come completely naked. He noticed that the man was bleeding from the mouth, so he recommended going to the hospital to have his lungs checked. Lianya was very upset because she couldn't do anything with this lucky fat guy. Davy decided to make fun of her and mentioned that he knew another French song called The Bear, so he could perform it. The girl replied that there was no need for that and asked the guy to eat before the food got cold. Then, importantly, the waiter mentioned that he could warm up the food for their dear guest. The protagonist noticed that the employee was quickly changing his mind and refused the offer. A black man approached their table and called his friend Miss Natalie very sweet. Other men asked if he was Lianyu's boyfriend because they wanted to introduce Dawei to their daughters. The protagonist thanked the strangers and replied that Miss Natalie was not his girlfriend yet. He remarked with a smile that he would definitely conquer Lianya soon. The husband laughed at the couple and decided to leave them alone. When Dawei and Lenyu were alone, she punched our hero right in the jaw with all her might. The girl was offended by the young man, and noted that she would wait for him at the entrance until he paid for the dinner himself. The main character resigned herself to her situation and asked the waiter to bring the bill. The employee said the dinner cost 63,000 yuan, and asked Dawei what currency he would pay in. The man grabbed the receipt and saw that he had eaten very little, but the bottle of wine cost a whole 60,000. He thought that this cunning move was also in Lin's plans. Davy asked if he could pay the bill by card. In honor of their new acquaintance, the restaurant manager decided to treat his dear friend. Then our hero decided not to stop and asked to take 2 more bottles of expensive wine with him. He left the restaurant with the thought that Lenya had, in theory, kicked him out. Moreover, the girl simply abandoned Dawei and quickly drove away in her car. The protagonist didn't want to ruin his good evening with bad thoughts, but someone was already watching him from the shadows. The strangers shouted at the fat man and ordered him to stop. The hooligans claimed it was a robbery and demanded a wallet, phone, credit card and all valuables. They tried to intimidate Davy and promised to break all his bones. The protagonist did not react to their threats and simply stared at the hooligans. The guy wasn't scared at all and called the bandits new punching bags. As a result, the bandits quickly received many blows and were routed by Dawei. The hooligans started shouting at each other, demanding that they immediately run away from this strong fat man. Dawei relentlessly delivered fast and accurate blows. Zadira could no longer shout or offer any resistance to the protagonist. The fat man furiously asked the bandits who gave them permission to attack him. He beat his attackers nearly to death and kept asking them if they really wanted to break all his bones. The bandits screamed because they thought their leader had been beaten to death. They noticed Dawei waving his fists and begged him not to come near them. Our hero grabbed the hooligan by the clothes and demanded his phone, money and other valuables, just as their gang had done before. The fat man promised this guy to break his neck and legs, and then beat him half to death and smash his skull. Suddenly, police officers appeared behind him, seeing a rather ambiguous scene of beating and robbery. For a few seconds, Doe thought that the bandits had arrived to help. He turned his head and noticed that a real policeman was standing in front of him, pointing a gun straight at our hero's head. While the fat man was distracted, the hooligans quickly got to their feet and disappeared from him. The police officer ordered Doe to stand still and not move, after which he began to explain that he was the one who suffered in this situation. After all, this is not the first time the protagonist ends up in a police station. They handcuffed the guy and started asking him for personal information. He sat in the interrogation room and answered the police representative's questions without question. This filled Doe with a sense of unease, because he remembered how, during his first days in the city, he had found himself in the hands of the police. Suddenly the police asked him point blank why he wanted to rob these guys. He noted that he was a law-abiding citizen, but then the officer asked why such a good man was robbing people in a park in the middle of the night. Davy tried to prove that he had actually been robbed and that he was only defending himself from the hooligans. The police officer noticed that they not only heard the entire conversation, but also recorded it on a dictaphone. He turned on this recording and asked the main character to listen carefully. At that moment, Doe's threats and demands to give him all the valuables came from the laptop. After such convincing evidence, the policeman asked what else this guy could come up with, but he tried to prove his innocence. Our hero explained that he simply repeated their words to intimidate the bandits, and also asked if the police had ever seen the robber with a bottle of Lafite wine from the 1982 vintage. The officer responded that Devea may have taken the bottle from his victims, but began shouting angrily to avoid all the blame falling on him. The fat man realized that the further things went, the worse the situation would become, so he thought that they wanted to accuse him of more than just robbery. The police accepted the protagonist's position and decided to ask one more question. They asked if the guy was a medical student, and he confirmed that he was. The police officer then asked if the man's name was really Sundoe. Suddenly, the policeman opened his laptop and showed the guy that there was not a single student with that name at the university. Doe then realized that Fong himself brought him to the university, so his personal file was not there. Finally, the police ordered him to sit there and think about his behavior, because they have a rule that they severely punish those who lie and do not admit their crimes. The protagonist did not give up and tried to convince them that he was a law-abiding citizen. The police did not listen to him and slammed the door behind them. The longer Doe suffered this injustice, the angrier he became. As a result, he concentrated his strength and was able to easily break the handcuffs. Thanks to CCTV cameras, police saw what the man did and how angry he was. They told the captain that the fat man had managed to break the handcuffs, but he couldn't believe his ears. The door to the interrogation room immediately opened, and the person entering asked Doe to stop shouting. It turned out that she was a good cop. The police officers monitoring the interrogation room with cameras couldn't believe that Chu Ling dared to go there. The girl placed something like a book on the table in front of our hero so that he could not understand what they wanted from him. Chu Ling said that she would now interrogate Doe herself. The guy didn't like the news at all that he would again be tormented with a bunch of questions. The policeman asked the fat man what he was doing, and he replied that he was an ordinary student. She couldn't believe it, because an ordinary student would hardly be able to break the handcuffs with his bare hands. Doe already had a headache, but he continued to explain that he was a second-year student and suggested calling his second-year student, Fan Yuan, the university's vice president. Chu Ling couldn't understand why our hero called his acquaintances students. She remembered her teacher's words about how a glint in a suspect's eyes meant he was definitely hiding something. The girl also added that if a thief looks at a woman's breasts, then he has definitely committed some indecent act. The policeman demanded that he speak honestly and asked Doe who he was and what he did. Then the main character honestly answered that he is a doctor. The girl was puzzled by the suspect's confession. She couldn't believe that this guy was no longer a student but a real doctor, so she asked Doe to prove it to her. The man was very irritated by the policewoman's behavior because he had a headache even without her presence. Davy said the girl had menstrual irregularities and was unable to sleep at night because she was too hot. He added that Chu Ling slept completely naked and did not even cover herself with a blanket, and such details made her feel very ashamed. The police officer was surprised by Doe's ability and asked how he figured it out so quickly. Our hero smiled and noted that the girl asked him to prove that he was a doctor, so he did it. Chu Ling called him a scoundrel because there were many other ways to prove his abilities other than focusing on her personal problem. At that moment, another policeman entered the office and cleared his throat to attract attention. The husband asked the officer to leave so he could personally continue the interrogation. The policeman heard about the young man's abilities, so he sat down opposite him and asked him to identify his illnesses. Dawei examined the man carefully and concluded that he had digestive problems. Our hero also added that he suffers from arthritis, and the policeman confirmed the guy's assumptions. During the analysis, Davy also discovered that the man had baldness and problems with urination. The policeman was shocked by such precision and could not understand how our hero managed to see all this. In fact, this guy tricked the old man by simply listing all the diseases that occur at this age. The husband asked if Dawei could cure all of this, and he happily agreed. What bothered him most was the problem of going to the toilet, so he asked the main character to help him with this. Dawei then asked for some sprigs of Mongolian dandelion to be brought to him. He said that you need to put a white sheet on the table, and the plant on it, and press hard until the juice flows out. The protagonist asked to increase the pressure because he definitely needed all the energy. The policeman became so tense that he began to tremble, and then Dawei noticed that this was exactly the kind of force that needed to be used. The man began to actively help his patient, but he quickly lost all his strength. The fat man asked if the man really had no strength at all, and he replied that he had not been this tired for a long time. The old man asked whether he should smear the juice somewhere or take it internally, but Dawei ordered him to find a dump and throw it away. The husband thought he was making fun of him, but he explained that this exercise needed to be repeated 3 times a day for 10 minutes, and then the disease would definitely go away. The fat man asked if the patient stood on his tiptoes, clenched his teeth, and arched his back while doing this exercise, and the man confirmed all of this. Davy explained that when a person stands on their toes, the center of gravity shifts forward, which reduces the load on the lower back. As a result, bladder contractions are reduced and breathing becomes much easier. This person noted that this breathing is called initial qi, and tonifies the kidneys. He asked the man to lift his shoulders because then the blood would begin to circulate faster throughout the body. If you clench your teeth more tightly, the effect of these 3 movements will be enhanced, and in medicine this is called a qi inhibitor. Then several more police officers entered the office, wanting to improve their health. They asked if our hero could improve his vision and get rid of frequent nighttime trips to the toilet, but Dawei asked everyone to use it once. After assisting all the police officers, the boy was finally able to leave the police station and return home. He was very happy because he had come a long way returning home. Dawei was confident that now no one would be able to disturb him, and he would have time to train. The main character saw all his favorites on the balcony of the house. He couldn't understand what was going on because the animals had enough food. Suddenly the atmosphere around the protagonist became much heavier and more tense, and he felt it immediately. Real death was looming over Dawei, already swinging its scythe. The man turned around abruptly and asked who was there. He quickly jumped onto the roof of the house to get a better look at the surroundings. Our hero smelled an unpleasant odor and thought that some evil UGU master wanted to find him. Dawei wanted to quickly find his enemy and solve this problem, so he released a golden silkworm to help him. This guy didn't care who it was because his main goal was to protect his family. Suddenly he noticed that his silkworm had gained weight again. At that moment, an unknown monster with huge claws jumped out onto the roof. Dawei heard a strange sound behind him and immediately turned to look at the intruder. He was shocked to see this strange monster. A creature resembling a giant lizard released a poisonous liquid towards our hero. Dawei and the golden silkworm managed to jump away from the poisonous stream at the last moment. The man noticed that the liquid had corroded the iron behind him. The lizard realized that it had missed its target and began making threatening sounds. The protagonist took a closer look and noticed that the monster had 2 heads. Out of fear, the silkworm decided to hide in its owner's hair. As a result of his analysis, Dawei found that the 2-headed creature was similar to a gecko, had a flat and poisonous body, eagle claws, a crocodile tail, a snake neck, the speed of a cheetah and shark teeth. He believed that the owners had already completely destroyed this dangerous creature. The main character could not understand where this monster came from near his family's house. Suddenly he noticed that the monster was again secreting its caustic poison into its mouth. The monster suddenly fired, and Dawei barely managed to lift his leg to avoid the fatal blow. This guy was very angry because the monster allowed itself to shamelessly spit in someone else's house. Then the creature decided to jump up and attack the main character. Both heads opened their mouths to grab Davy. But this guy was an experienced warrior, so he was able to easily knock the monster down by kicking it. Our hero couldn't fight at full strength on the roof of his family's house, so he wanted to imagine his opponent in another location. He noticed that there were cliffs covered with forest near the houses and decided that this was a suitable place for a battle. The monster landed and saw that its target was no longer nearby. Davy didn't wait and ran from the roof of the house with all his might. The boy began to tease the beast, calling it a green shell, and saying that he would not be able to catch it. In a rage, the monster began to spit poisonous saliva in all directions. The protagonist's plan was to give the enemy a chance to show off a little. At the moment, Davy's main goal was to drive the beast into the forest. Having arrived at the right place, our hero wanted to deal with the aggressive creature. When they finally reached the forest, the monster began to behave strangely and crash into trees. Dawei noticed it immediately, and couldn't understand what was wrong with this creation. Something was definitely wrong, because the vile demon slowed down considerably as it years ago, and that they could only live there. It was also strange that the monster slowed down in the forest, although this was its usual habitat. The protagonist's thoughts were overwhelmed by the snake, which looked at him with tears in its eyes. The guy asked why she didn't want to eat, and the snake pointed somewhere with its tail. Dawei decided to follow her and finally came across some strange object. He came closer, but felt that the atmosphere around this building was simply terrible. The protagonist couldn't understand why such an object had no protection at all, and started calling people. He also smelled a very strong smell of blood around the building. Suddenly he noticed that the golden silkworm began to behave rather strangely near a truck parked very close. Davy decided to find out what was bothering his pet so much, and noticed that there was someone in the car. It seemed that it was not just a person, because our hero was shocked when he was able to get a better look at the darkness. Inside the car he saw the remains of poison and the skeleton of the driver. Dawei realized that these were the marks of the claws and poison of a disgusting demon, meaning that he had killed all the employees of this enterprise. There was no trace of emotion on his face, because he understood the horror of the situation. The entire contents of the object were covered with growths of unknown origin. These vile demons were already devouring the corpses of ordinary workers who had become their victims. The picture was simply terrible, because everything was covered in blood and parts of human bodies. The poor silkworm was very frightened by such terrible images. It turned out that this object contained a whole nest of disgusting demons. There were about 100 monsters and the same number of their eggs in this complex. Davy realized that he couldn't cope here, so he had to call for help. Then there was an incoming call to the Special Forces base. One of the participants in the fight resorted to the help of a hunting dog and declared that the fat man was looking for her on some urgent matter. The commander already felt that this call did not bode well. He interrupted the training and asked Dawei why he was looking for him so urgently, to which he replied that he urgently needed to gather a team and go to his home, where there was a small mountain. The hunting dog thought that our hero had done something wrong again and needed to deal with another criminal gang. The guy started screaming into his bag because this was no joke and he urgently needed help. Dawei explained that there were poisonous creatures that could harm everyone around them, and the commander noted that this was the first time he had heard such concern from the fat man. Finally, Hunting Dog asked his friend to reset the geolocation and promised to arrive at the scene as soon as possible. Some time later, Special Forces vehicles arrived in the forest near the main character's house. Dawei was still hiding behind the tree, and the golden silkworm was already asleep, waiting for its turn. The commander greeted his friend, and behind him there was already a detachment of fully equipped soldiers. He gathered 30 people who were not involved in these tasks. The boy asked where Mad Bull and the captain were, and Hunting Dog replied that, unfortunately, they were on a mission and left before the boy called. Their conversation was interrupted by the familiar voice of the old man, who had been the protagonist's slave for some time. He had a large backpack with various supplies, and Dawei was surprised that the martial artist had also come here. The old man could not stand the fact that he was constantly calling him offensive nicknames and noticed that his real name was Decay. The master remembered that our hero had promised to remove the mark from him at their second meeting, but there was no time for that now, so Dawei asked the team to inspect the building. The soldiers, looking through binoculars, were shocked by what they saw at this base. It was teeming with terrible creatures, unknown to them and their eggs. Some vile demons have already sensed the presence of the Special Forces. The hunting dog was stunned and could not understand what he had just seen through his binoculars among these disgusting animals. The soldiers wondered if such strange creatures could really exist. The commander asked Dawei if these monsters were the creation of the Uga Masters, and he replied that they were created by a certain school long ago. Decay also saw these animals and recognized them as real disgusting demons. The protagonist suspected something was wrong and asked the combat master how he knew about these creatures. As he reflected, he noted that demons had not appeared in this world for several hundred years, and that one could only learn about them from the ancient scrolls of his teacher. The old man confessed that disgusting demons were created in his school. The hunting dog was even more shocked to hear the news from Decay. The husband immediately became nervous and did not know how to explain this whole situation. He began to tell how the founder of his school was the only one of the Uga masters who survived the attack of the vile demons. Others personally experienced the horror emanating from these creatures, and therefore treated the monsters cruelly. At Dekaya's school, hatred and disgust for these creatures was passed down from generation to generation. The hunting dog asked our hero if they could just shoot these monsters, because there were 3 demons for every fighter. Decay interrupted this conversation and noted that this was impossible, since the creatures acted very cautiously and simply ran in different directions from the shots. If the demons leave this area, humanity will face complete disaster. Davy added that speed and toxicity are characteristic traits of these animals. In addition, they lived a long time and reproduced very quickly. The special forces noted that the animals, according to this description, resembled Godzilla and asked what they should do in this case. Davy and Decay agreed that a magical explosion should be used. Then the fighters, confused, asked what kind of equipment it was. The protagonist suggested the master to use the Ugu cataclysm and destroy all the monsters, but Decay had not mastered this technique. This guy noted that he knew how to tie a magic battle knot, but didn't know how to use it. The old man was surprised by such skill and assured that with the help of this knot they could easily destroy all creatures. Davy drew the desired picture and asked Decay to listen to it carefully. Ugu's cataclysm technique was complex because it consisted of 3 magic circles. The first circle was called Beast's Bloodlust, and upon entering it, Master Ugu became very cruel. At the sight of blood, a frenzy ensues, the speed and power of attacks increasing with every drop of blood spilled. Next comes the circle called Madness of the Spirit. Upon entering the second magic circle, the master loses his mind and self-control. Any creature becomes his enemy. The special forces and Decay listened carefully to the information that the Ugu cataclysm was the third circle, uniting the first 2 circles. This move could only be used in combination with frenzy and bloodlust. When using the cataclysm technique, Ugu was positioned in the center of the drawing. Decay could put energy into this technique, but he couldn't put it into practice because it required too much force. Yeah. Dawei noticed that the old man was completely stupid, because they were going to join forces, and that should have been enough. The men were very offended by this, because even the 5 best masters who mastered Jida's technique could not compare with him. Our hero realized that their task was to make Decay responsible for replenishing energy reserves, and to entrust everything else to him. The martial artist couldn't believe that Dawei was taking such a step, as it was practically impossible to do it alone. The special forces helped to create a magical diagram and announced that they had completed this task. Decay heard them, but all this time he could not stop feeling nervous. Finally, he filled the drawing with his energy, as the main character asked him to. Today the hunting dog did not cease to be amazed, because for the first time he saw the martial art, Ugu. Meanwhile, Decay threw something to the fat man and asked him to take it with him. The protagonist held the foundation for the start of military action in his hands. Aha! The old man explained that without this jade sign, nothing would work, and Dawei remarked that he didn't even know such devices existed. Decay trusted this guy because he wanted him to take revenge on the vile demons for his school. Suddenly he swore that he would serve the protagonist for the rest of his life. Davy laughed and asked Decay to repeat these words when he returned. Then our hero turned to the hunting dog. The boy asked his friend to take care of his parents if he did not return after completing the task. He also asked not to insult his sister, and only then did the commander realize what was happening. The hunting dog suspected that this guy was hiding something from him. Davy didn't think that his comrade would understand everything so quickly, and now he was ashamed, and the special forces became nervous and demanded that he tell him the truth. As it turns out, the protagonist was simply trying to withdraw money from a bank card, but the ATM wouldn't give it to him, so he decided to ask a hunting dog for help, and even then he thought the guy's life was in danger.